let me know when he's on, because he
I'm
had.
on.
Are you on?
Yep.
Oh, excellent. Good. So we're streaming. We're live streaming, and last time you had the solution for the Skype, which was the Control-Alt-Delete, and then we were turning that off. We're live streaming now, so maybe people will hear us through this entire process. But let me see if the call... Okay, so the Skype screen has fucking disappeared. It's gone completely white. And so I cannot operate...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're going to try to Control-Alt-Delete while you're streaming?
Okay, is that what we did last time?
You might be able to... Yeah, I think you'll be able to kill the task. I don't know how well it's going to turn out in the end, but...
So what we might do is we might have to ditch the stream too. So we're going to try doing this, and it will probably shut down everything, but we'll find out. So everybody, we're going to Control-Alt-Delete, and then we'll restart the stream if we have to.
Right.
Okay, so Control-Alt-Delete and end task, correct?
Yeah.
Check out of the Skype. Yeah, okay.
Skype.
All right, so...
It'll probably dump the Skype. You might have to call us back.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen, almost certainly. Okay, love you all. All right, yep. Control-Alt-Delete. There we are. Going to Task Manager. Okay. Fuck. How do I do this? Check out Skype. Can you still hear me?
I can.
Yeah, so let me screen share. Oh, I can't do that because I can't see the Skype screen. So what am I supposed to do? Go to the Task Manager and check out a Skype? I mean, I'm in Task Manager.
Yeah, you'd have to highlight it and hit end task. That's what you want to do.
Okay, end task. Here we are. Aha. Okay, so we're ending task, and then I'm going to I bet they can't hear me now. Okay, so all right. So I close that window, and then I'm going to try and start Skype again. Okay, and thank God. All right, now the stupid Skype is coming back on. Thanks be to the ever-loving Christ. All right, let's see what else we could do. All right, so first person I'll call is, let me see, Aristides, because, Pete's probably still on his Skype call. Okay, now we'll see if his voice registers on when he responds. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Peter's still on his old call, I bet. He hasn't hung up.
I know. I was just telling him, hey, we better hang up from this call. and then I saw you calling in.
Oh, shit. So, how do we tell him? He's We're all live streaming while people hear this. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So...
You type a letter, and you put it in the mail.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if,
you got his mobile phone. I need to give you his landline. So okay, so let me tell Peter.
Yeah, I'll try to send him. I'll try to send him a message.
Sure, I'll press the add button, and hopefully he gets the while you're doing that. I'll press the add button on him. All right. Hopefully that works. Then we'll do him first, and then see if that works at all. Then we'll try the other two. Brendan is almost certainly on vacation and has shut down his Skype account. And as for Heather Holman, we'll see if we can reach her. Here we are. And Pete's joined us. I can tell because, and don't worry about it. We're not going to worry about the sound of Pete's air conditioning. The heat's enervating him, so he needs his air conditioning. If it gets bad, we'll let Pete know. Just talking to the people. Heather Holman has joined us. Love you, Heather. Hi. Okay, good. So Aristides showed up on OBS. Say hi, Peter, and let's see if you do.
Hello, Heather. Hello, Aristides.
Yeah. Heather, do you respond?
Yeah, hello.
Okay, you're all showing up. Okay, so that was, Aristides. We carried on the stream, but we were able to kill Skype and restart it. Now let's check the studio. Oh my god, what a fucking adventure just to get the show started. And T-Tank Berry says, good evening from Lake Tahoe, loud and clear, brother. And Eric Cradle says, sounds great. Good health to the team and listeners. Thank you so much, Eric. And do me a favor, send me a few notifications around roundtable time. As soon as the opening hours are over and I'm get ready to take a break, I'll be paying more attention to making certain everything's squared away before I refresh myself. And then at that time, if you send some notifications like stupid stuff, just like how's the weather or weather here sucks or something like that, then I can jump on that notification and thereby find your account, find your email account. I think I found it and sent you a wave, but it might be another Eric Cradle. So you might have sent me a request, like what we call a contact request, but I don't see these things until the message is sent. Yeah, when the message is sent, then I get the notification and jump on. You can do that during opening hours, but if I miss it, we'll try and do it again during roundtable. Because in the opening hours, I'm usually distracted. Well, so we've already got a dozen concurrent viewers, thank God. Situation and status report for everybody, but first I'll ask Aristides and Heather Holman how they're doing. I already asked Peter, and basically in Peter's world, it's basically all the heat. The heat is all enveloping in Peter's world. But let's start with Heather. How are you doing, honey? How's your world? Situation status
I'm
update.
doing great.
Good.
I'm doing great.
Good. Wonderful. And I'm glad. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so Aristides, how's your status report, situation update? Yeah.
Are you asking me or Aristides?
Oh, Aristides this time.
Oh, okay. He's probably
Yeah, no
running
worries.
to the computer.
Yeah, no worries. He and Peter are both on mute, and hopefully they can get off mute later.
Yeah.
That'd be
Sometimes it's hard to get right on top of it, even if you're in the same room.
That's right. And Peter's off mute, so thank God he's able to do so. Okay, good. So what we're going to do is assume Aristides has suddenly been attacked by all four of his chihuahuas at once. And,
No, sorry.
Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, I didn't realize I was on mute, and never mind.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. So how's your
Yeah,
status?
I'm okay, and it's hot here also, but I'm comfortable at the moment, and glad to be here.
Excellent. Wonderful. So, okay, I'm so glad to hear that about everyone. And so I'll give everybody my situational status and update report. Obviously, yesterday was International Drag Day, and the questions that have already been coming in. By the way, the lovely V, RV, not RV because that we don't want to mistake her for a utility vehicle, but V, who's with us in the chat. She says, blessings, love you, V. Mwah. So glad to have you with us. We adore you.
We can call her my V. You could call her my V.
My V, I guess, kind of like that.
It's not our V, but you're saying my V.
yeah, that's fine too. It's just, I think people will get the hang of it soon enough. There's two V's in my life, and there's this V. Yeah, my V, yeah.
Perfect.
This V. They're both kind of like my V in its own sense. One's like a burden, but or the monkey on my back or something like that. It's one of these indispensable people, that you just don't happen to like, and might even come up in the situation report. In terms of so what happened was, as everybody knows, I went through this incident where I went to the emergency room the other day. And obviously, one of the biggest problems, the curse of the vampire, is that my stats are ideal stats. They tend to be the blood pressure of an athlete, and heart looks great. She says, you can call me by my name. It's what I have on my YouTube channel. Right, that's true. Yeah, okay. And thank you, darling. I mean, V's okay. I mean, we're getting the hang of it now. Victoria's fine too. And it is on her YouTube channel. At any rate, so what I want to let everyone know is there's no throwing the pillows tonight. I'm sitting very comfortably, because I'm just treating the night very differently. Obviously, again, people are asking about the image in thumbnail of live stream. And they're already asking if I was doing something kinky with the quote-unquote whip marks. Okay, those are blade burns, people. So what happens is there's ways to strap on blades onto your legs that my mother taught me a long time ago with expendable material rather than heirloom material. And that's usually for expendable blades. There are very cheap blades that can be ordered, or comparatively cheap blades that can be ordered. They're not cheap, but they're expendable compared to heirloom blades that you want to preserve. But when it comes to these kinds of blades, you strap them on with something like a garter or a semi-adhesive material that is kind of like a family secret. And once that's stripped off, you just do away with it. It's dispensable. You're not keeping it. You're not keeping the blades either because you've thrown them or you've planted them in somebody's body. And so when it comes to those kinds of blades, believe it or not, I order them. They're completely illegal in the state of California, so I have to order them through through out of state, and somebody brings them to me. Now Aristides has just tried to call, and I didn't respond in time because these notifications last for a millisecond. It's like fuck throwing blades. I mean, this shit is like impossible to hit in time. So Aristides, call me again and I'll try and merge the call. So I know Aristides is listening. In the meantime, I'll try and bring him back on. And we'll see who reaches the other first. Most of the time this just winds up fucking up anybody's ability to reach anybody. But the Skype, for some reason tonight, is obviously not behaving. So we're going to have to prepare for the show might be cut off tonight. We might be cut offline. Obviously, the way things are going so far, things don't look good. But it's only affecting the Skype so far. But that's obviously a big part of how the show works. But at any rate, for the purpose of the photograph that was taken by my son, I'm using heirloom blades, which I would not normally do with that kind of adhesive system. And when you whip them off fast enough in order to prepare for throwing them, you're going to leave blade burns, especially if you freshly shaved your legs, which is what happened. I had freshly shaved my legs, so I have blade burns on my legs. That's what that is. It's not some kinky whipping session for everybody who's got a fetish fantasy. So that having been said, coming home from that, as we did, I had a doctor's appointment that I had arranged with, it says Aristides is unavailable. So, but he's added to the conversation, so theoretically he can just jump on. It says so Aristides, just jump on the convo. You don't even need to call, theoretically. So you're at it now, so just jump on. If you're listening, hopefully you hear this. Hopefully they didn't get him and, fry all of his circuits or something. And so hopefully he's hearing me. He's typing something. Okay, I edit you. Fuck, how do I... Skype being goofy because of fits and starts, trying to rejoin. Okay, I edit you. Added you again. I edit you again. There we are. Hopefully he sees that. And this is already wearisome.
Right.
Yeah, there we are.
All better.
Good man. Good man. Yes. No, Skype's all fucked up tonight. So... Yeah, at any rate, so what happened was that let's see who else is in the chat. Here we are. V says, I just didn't want my last name because I'm not trying to keep that anyway. Laugh out loud. Okay, that's true. She is trying to get married eventually. And we'll see what happens in that regard, and I'll have to talk to her privately about that. Sheila Gavin says, greetings to Douglas, Dietrich, and Team Triple D, sending positive thoughts and blessings of optimal health. Thank you so much, honey. Love you dearly. Great, and appreciate that. So, at any rate, so I saw my general internal medicine practitioner today, and what happened was that when I got home, saw him, came home in time to take a nap, and also then just woke up and just I'm doing the show, and will, likely do this, if possible, for the regular amount of time. And we might even end it a little early tonight simply because everything's been so unusual in terms of my scheduling anyway. But obviously I'm going to try and fundraise. The situation remains the same, where I need to try and raise $930 at the very least. Plus, obviously, money for supplies. I guess I still have enough money for another supply run later in the month, but we're trying to raise $930 essentially. I might as well say 1,000 by the end of the month just to pay rent. So all that being said, when it came to the doctor's appointment, I told him what had happened with the EMT response, which was unacceptable, the San Francisco Fire Department and their behavior, and also what happened at St. Francis Hospital. Now, of course, he was shocked that Kaiser was on Diver, and the way he expressed it was, wow, it must have been a bad day. It must have been a full moon, which, by the way, there's several factors brought in with that statement. There's this girl, or I presume it's the same girl that I knew from before, named Maureen Dragian O'Brien. Hi, if you're out there. She comes into the chat once in a while, and I suspect, because her name seems to be the same, Maureen O'Brien, that it's Maureen Dragian O'Brien that I knew from back in the day. And Maureen Dragian O'Brien was a phlebotomist, and she would draw blood for a living. Of course, you can imagine how I got to know her. But all that being said, she was skeptical of the full moon and its impact on people because she had some instructor who was supposed to be some, I don't know, geophysical expert who said that the amount of gravitational pull the moon exerts on a human being, because the human body is so small, should not be consequential compared to the oceans, which are so big. It was something that made absolutely no fucking sense. But by the way, the moon's gravitic pull is the only reason we have tides, which is the only reason life is possible, because that's what oxygenates our oceans. So you can imagine the pull it has on you with your 9 pints of blood if you're a female and 12 pints of blood if you're a male. And that's why during full moons, the emergency rooms fill up, the prisons fill up, or rather the jail cells do, the holding cells, etc., etc. And so that's why he made a comment like that. It's a comment based on science, not on superstition. But such being said, when I told him what had happened at the ER, and as a matter of fact, I cannot believe they actually did this, considering everything else they did, as if they were committing a crime. They published the discharge papers, and I never even bothered to look at them until I made certain the nurse photocopied them for my records at Kaiser, and I obviously showed them to the doctor because they gave me this anti-nausea prescription that was just, of course, meaningless, but I'm happy to take the prescription so that I have it around in case I need it. Zofran. But which I've been told is really magic. I knew this one woman was really enthusiastic over it, and but all that being said, the point is that when it came to this yellow nigger who was the MD, aside from the nigger who was the fucking paramedic, and I use these terms most pointedly, and I use them with every just cause. And I've explained why in the latest episode preceding tonight's. I don't need to rationalize it in front of you now. But when it came to, and I'll be happy to do so later if the topic comes up again. But all such being said, the yellow nigger actually has his name printed on the discharge papers, so I will call him out later on in the evening. I don't even have the discharge papers near me, so later on when I take a break, I'll grab them. Might even do that sometime during the opening hours if I feel the need to do so. But the point is, I was surprised they even printed his name, because on the discharge papers, it says, reason for diagnosis not given. Reason for diagnosis not given. I mean, that's outrageous. So the MD did agree on this. He said he can't even begin to fathom the reason why the paramedic did what he did. So he didn't even try to take a guess at that. I can take a guess, was that the individual might be some pathological, phobic individual who thought I did not present myself in a manner that seemed masculine to him or something. And he definitely wanted to prevent any treatment, which he succeeded in. But this brings up the question, this is like the third time in my life that I've been impacted by a first responder who talks to doctors, and the doctors take their diagnoses as a legitimate diagnosis, as if they were MDs. Which, of course, Peter was trying to deal with that with a fair and balanced perspective, which I was not in the mood for in the last episode. So, we can get into that again later as it arises organically. We don't need to go into that right now. But one of the first times that happened, that was because of my mother's catastrophic brain injury, which she was never treated for because of a San Francisco Fire Department paramedic. And there's no way to sue these motherfuckers, as I've gone into before. But the San Francisco Fire Department's got to go. I mean, there's nothing that they do that rationalizes their existence. There are a lot of people, for instance, who don't understand the concept of defund the police. But believe me, there have been exhaustive studies on police departments, and where they have completely gotten rid of police departments in certain controlled environments, small towns, and replaced them with private security, they have experienced something like an astronomical drop in crime. The reality is that police cause as much crime as crime happens organically. And this is because their very existence relies on crime. The only reason that you need cops around is because you're in danger. And cops increase that danger exponentially by increasing a violent environment. And it's been found out that a lot of times people are driven to crime by the kind of conditions that are caused by policing. And that if you do get rid of the police and spent all that money instead on social workers and social programs, then what would happen is you would essentially eliminate the majority of crime, period. Douglas. Yeah.
During that whole defund the police madness, never once did you hear this. You just hear defund the police. And
I understand. No, I understand. And that's true.
In fact, it was used to create a mob, Frankenstein mob sort of mentality. And it just, and of course, it all makes sense, but it was mob driven.
Yeah. It was never expressed in or rather what expression there was of that academically was never popularized and was never publicly expressed in any coherent fashion. Peter Moon is absolutely correct. Most of the defund the police shouting was done by enraged crowds. But what one has to understand is that the severe examples of anarchy, like happened in the Pacific Northwest, this is where they took it to an extreme. They weren't just saying defund the police and going through some social experiment of replacing them with social workers. They were instead just creating zones of anarchy, where this was all part of the Freelania movement that one clown joined named Zachariah Garrett, who at one period was on my show for a number of times, even served as a co-host. And this individual then was the cause of Lena Shea flipping. He's the guy who flipped the switch, was because he had put up a GoFundMe that only she ever saw, was probably meant only for her to see. I do believe she saw this GoFundMe, but nobody else saw it. And he was claiming that there was this family whose father had been killed, but then he said, send all the money to me. So whatever GoFundMe was there, it was meant for her to see it, and that was like her trigger, her code phrase, so to speak. And after that, her behavior changed 100%. But she became a different person. But as for Zachariah Garrett, after that, we all just laughed him out of existence because he was like asking people to send money to him so that he could give it to this family whose father had been murdered. It was so blatantly absurd. And he was obviously a speed freak because of several other things that we went into deeply before. It's best expressed when Brendan is here because he shared the experience. But all such being said, just take that for what it is right now. But he was part of the Freelandia movement, which meant that they felt everything should be free, that there should be no economic exchange, and that everybody should be bartering in a primitive system that obviously is unworkable. And that's what they tried to enforce in the Pacific Northwest in those anarchy zones. So obviously that's unworkable. That's not an alternative to defund the police like I just explained. But we've got to come up with a defund the fire departments. I'm sorry. This is not working. And you would have to replace them with, as I said, a draft into civil service for conscientious objectors of both sexes who could then enter social services and of course emergency response services with training. Obviously, you will need career people to provide the training, and it can all be worked out. But we've got to get rid of the system as it is right now, because these are just blue collar mafias, and these blue collar mafias have this cult, this priesthood, where they have come to be worshipped as unto gods. The idea that an MD goes to medical school at all and then takes a diagnosis from a paramedic is beyond absurd. It's insane. But this is what they do. And this is 3 times in my life that's happened. The first time was my mother's catastrophic brain injury, which resulted in her clinically dying. And in my case, it was with my lung collapses, where I called San Francisco Fire Department, and Curse of the Vampire, I've got a full lung collapse, and they said, your oxygen is perfect. You're having a panic attack. And they refused to take me to the hospital, which, by the way, is completely illegal. When you call an ambulance, they are required to take you to the hospital. They are required by law when they pick up homeless people, because people say there's a homeless person and we want them off our street. They're required by law to bring them to the hospital. And these people are often incoherent because they're drugged out of their minds. They're vomiting blood. They're completely unable to talk because they're so dehydrated. And they are brought to the hospital without question. But I call with a fully collapsed lung, and then they say, oh, your oxygen's perfect, you're having a panic attack, and they refuse me to take to the hospital. Makes them lawbreakers. And it goes to show you the insanity of this system and why they've got to go. So when it came, and by the way, yes, I clinically died. So that's 2 deaths in my family, both of which we reanimated from, again, the Curse of the Vampire gene, because of these paramedics. But had we not been other than we are, not baseline human, but vamphiroid, we would have died. Murdered by the fucking San Francisco Fire Department. And this 3rd time, this motherfucking nigger tried to do the same goddamn thing all over again. And for no goddamn good reason. So when it came to what I was expressing to the doctor about the emergency room, he said, now that I can try and speculate about. He said, when he went over everything with me, and I told him I had been drinking that morning, that I vomited, he said, first off, by all your history of blood testing, looking at the results from your liver in particular, but also your kidneys and everything else, I never would have dreamed you drank at all. He said, your stats are perfect. There's no indication of any alcoholism. And he says the only thing he could speculate, and I know he's wrong, he's trying to think of a logical reason for this, but I know what the reason was. The Yellow House nigger over at St. Francis, who's the MD, who I'll call out by name later in the show when I just grab the paperwork, that motherfucker just took the diagnoses of the nigger paramedic who said I was an alcoholic and ran with it. Because they're fucking crazy. And they have no right being doctors. So, or any right being paramedics, in either case. So, when it came to this situation, what my doctor, who was trying to look at this logically, Dr. Chung, himself, of course, of Chinese descent, the only thing he could think of is that because my stats are consistently those of an Olympic level athlete, they probably assume I'm trying to run some sort of scam. Like I'm trying to go into the hospital, claim that I've been abused, and then sue them. And that because they assume this, they try to get rid of me as soon as possible without doing anything. And that's the only... No, what he says makes perfect sense. But that's not what happened. What happened was one nigger took the diagnosis from another nigger and ran with it because they're both a couple of fucking niggers. And they have no right being in the position that they're in. And all that being said, I have every right to say that because of the way they treated me and the way they basically slurred my good name and defamed me by calling me something I'm not. So, all that being said, and all of that aside, the doctor decided that basically he's worked all his life in the medical career, and he comes across, he said, there's certain patients that have come across like yourself. He wouldn't go any further than that. He wouldn't answer any further questions. But he said, We just have to deal with the fact that you're not baseline. And so he said, what I can tell you is this. Just basically, because you're not baseline, I think you'll agree with me, because you're asymptomatic at this point. He said, I don't feel that there's any point in taking any tests. You're not manifesting any symptoms. You're feeling all right. You've balanced out at this point. Whatever you were suffering from, he said it's over. So if we took any tests at our level of technology, they're not going to reveal anything that's useful to us. If you're symptomatic, maybe then we could work with it, because there'd be a reason for it. But for now, and I agreed with him. I said, yeah, there's no reason for any tests. So Heather Holman says, welcome to my world, brother. So that's my situation update, my status report is that, so by the time I came home, I took a nap, had some wild dream. I can't remember any of it, but I remember it was wild. Nothing negative. But Biden just got COVID, by the way, for those of you who don't know. He said he'd quit for a medical condition, so I think we should have him quit for this. And all that being said, I'm going to try and regain my voice. So I'm going to have Peter take over after Aristides makes his usual announcement. And I'm going to do a little bit of gargling. So I'll do that while Aristides is making his announcement. By the time I'm back, Aristides should be done and Peter will be talking. It'll take me only about 5-7 minutes at the most, but I'll be back. And, okay, Aristides, do me a favor. If you start talking, I'll go mute, okay? Thank you so much.
All right.
Excellent.
All right. As per usual, we're going to tell you that as soon as you join, we need your upvotes right away. Upvotes are important because certain enemies out there immediately put down votes or use bots to put down votes. You can't see them because YouTube hides that, but they're there and they affect the searchability and popularity of the program. So please hit the thumbs up right away. Also, while you're there, make sure you are subscribed. There's a subscribe button. Make sure you hit the notification bell to be notified when the programs start, especially important if we have to restart, which we sometimes do. And you can actually supply additional upvotes. I think to upvote at all, you need to have a YouTube account, at least I do. And if you go into your account settings, you can create additional channels that are just part of your account. They're not a separate account. There's no separate name and password. And the good thing is each one of them can upvote separately. So you can do that if you're so inclined. You can use them for other things as well. But please use them to upvote. And but if you do, just use them to upvote and don't talk to us from different random channel names. Just pick your main one or whatnot and talk to us there so we can get to know you there, because, when people drop in the chat, and especially when they drop in and say weird stuff. I mean, if you're polite, it's one thing. If you drop in and say weird stuff, we think you're one of these people that, stalker or whatever. So I've done 3 upvotes. I'm actually thinking about making a couple more sub channels so I can provide more when we start. But it is pretty easy. So what else? Peter, are you there?
No, I'm here, and thank you for that. Do you have anything else to add?
I think that's it. There's probably some other related side things that I can't remember right now, but please give us as many upvotes as you can. That's the important thing.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we're going to have an interesting night tonight. Yeah. I hope we're not interrupted. And I'm going to start off by talking about the video that I sent out with the previous email, where he says, I hate Republicans, I hate Trump, I'm not the guy. Now, what's come up on that, it's a very weird story, because I had a video that came up on Instagram that explained that he was not the guy. He was a troll. And he was basically sort of admonishing everybody for saying, look at how quick people can post this. This guy was a guy who looked like him, and he immediately started trolling and saying, and basically pawning off that he was the guy. He said it was Matthew Thomas Crooks. So how fast can somebody do that? Like if you.
Okay, I'm back. Just so you know, I'm back.
Okay, well, I'll repeat it.
Okay.
I sent out this video with the last transmission of this guy saying, I'm Thomas Matthew Crooks. I hate Republicans. I hate Trump, and I'm not the guy.
Right.
It's about 9 seconds. Well, I saw an Instagram video. It showed that video, and the guy saying, this is not, he's a lookalike. And he immediately was notified by his friends that he looked like the assassin, and he immediately went into troll mode. He became a troll, and he did this trolling. Now, that's fast response time, to say nothing. And he deserves a pat on the back as far as speed, as far as responding fast. I'm not saying what he did was good, but as far as acting with speed, oh yeah. And it seemed as if he was primed to be a troll. So the first thing we have to consider is, what are the odds of an assassin lookalike being so quick and ready to troll? Because if there was somebody they said looked like me, I sure wouldn't get on and start trolling.
Yeah, it seems like it's like there's so many other things to do with your life. I mean, these people who are just online like that is bizarre. Now, granted, there's a lot more people who are stuck online these days than before, but it's suspect. Go on. Yes.
It is suspect, but this is not the weirdity. This is just what seems to be the case. And now there is a YouTube up which shows how this guy who did the video looks so much damn like the shooter, it's not funny. Or the shooter, whether the shooter is the guy or not.
The conspiracies that will come out of that is that they're clones. That.
Well, I don't know if it goes that far, but it could. But the thing is, it's like, but even though that's not the weird thing, what's weird is that I saw several websites where they were talking about this guy's name, what his name was, and it's not Mark Violet. If you look up and you'll see, you might find a website that says Mark Violet. That was not his name. And they were then claiming that Crooks was not the real shooter, but this other guy was the shooter. It has your head spinning. But that stuff has apparently all been scrubbed, because I saw it in multiple places because I started looking up the name. I just don't remember it. I went into my history, and it was scrubbed from my history.
Wow.
My Google history.
Yeah.
So I said, this is weird. It's very weird. And I guess I wasn't really planning to talk too much about the assassination attempt, but what's so weird is you have this supreme incompetence. I mean, you have all these policemen inside the building. You've got the sniper on top. They show him wandering around, and people are alerting to him. It's like they did everything but stop the shooting from taking place. And it's like, you couldn't have that many people in on it and acting that laissez-faire. As a conspiracy, they just were laissez-faire about it. There's so many oddities about this. And perhaps the biggest oddity is that he didn't get killed. with all of this, you know, nuttiness going on.
I mean, when I was talking it over with Nemo in the last episode, we came up with our own conclusion. I can go into that whenever you wish. You know, it's not long. It just is what it is. And of course, we're not married to it, but it strikes me as the only one that really makes sense. And, you know, Nemo and I pretty much agree. That's what it seemed like to be the case. You know, but continue with what you're saying first, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, well, basically, it's we felt that the guy was a shill, and exactly like you said, we brought up what you said, which made perfect sense, that no matter, you know, the guy could be the most expert marksman on earth, and no one is going to trust him, you know, except in extreme situations where there's no choice. You're not going to trust even the best marksman to nick your ear. So it's a non-issue, the guy's shooting skills, period. And whatever he was using, you know, there's all the questions about the AR-15 like. That was the first kind of term that I heard, was literally the term, in quotes, AR-15 like weapon, meaning like a weapon that's similar to an AR-15, but they hadn't concluded yet what it was. Maybe that's changed by now and they've got the full details. I'm sure everything's under the microscope and we're getting just significant details that were not available before. But all such being said, of course, we're getting a lot on the background of the would-be assassin, and he, you know, including quote-unquote chilling, as they say, the terms used by the media, chilling videos used by, you know, of him being bullied, and that everybody gave him the nickname school shooter. Okay, now, by the way, with a history of school shootings in the United States, again, I'm not inured, or how would I say it? I'm not immersed. I'm not immersed into the educational environment. Like maybe our man, you know, Mr. Fuck, what's his name? Our friend in Florida. I'm trying to remember his name now. It's escaping.
Ian West?
No, the black guy, the teacher, the school teacher. Jesus Christ.
Troy.
Yeah, Troy Bellamy. Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. You know, unlike Troy Bellamy, who's a school teacher, maybe he can tell us something about this. But in terms of the educational environment, I would think that if some kid was constantly coming into school wearing hunting fatigues, was constantly being bullied, these are all the details that are being given to us, and that the kids all gave him the nickname school shooter, you would fucking think that there would be some attempt to put this kid into counseling, talk to his parents, some attempt at intervention. It doesn't look good right there already. There's something absolutely...
Hey, his parents aren't both counselors.
Well, there you go. Fuck, I didn't know that. I mean, again, maybe that's why everybody just said, oh, he's got parents who are counselors and just let it slide. Of course, if both parents are counselors, most of the time... By the way, for those of you who do not know, there's kind of a pattern here. People are welcome to, of course, participate in the discussion and tell me their own thoughts on this or what they understand of this. But my general impression is people who are the children of counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, etc., people who work in mental health tend to be insane. They tend to be, because the people do enter the career of mental health work usually because they're dealing with their own issues. So, and good example is, of course, the science fiction author, the Jewish guy, not Robert Heinlein, the other famous guy from his time, Isaac Asimov. His wife was a psychiatrist, and their child became a hyper pedophile who like collected volumes of pedo porn that filled up garages and shit. And he finally got busted, the kid. But, you know, their parents raised a monster, and God knows what they were all about. We can only speculate. But when it comes to a lot of times, yes, that's usually what a psychiatrist will tell you, as a matter of fact. There was this one psychiatrist at UCSF who was giving us a lecture in the Osher Lifelong Institute for Extended Adult Education, the courses that I was attending concerning medical journalism, who told us that at every party, she gets people, when they find out she's a psychiatrist, they'll speak to her normally until they find that out. And then they'll always tell her the same thing, generally, that when they find out she's a psychiatrist, they'll say, oh, I saw a movie about a psychiatrist once who turned out to be a serial killer. And so there's obviously a general understanding of the dynamics here. But as for this this train wreck of a human being, here's what I suspect is that he was basically a patsy. The film is irrelevant. As Peter said, the film could be a fake. It seems awfully strange, the whole situation.
It's like it's a psyop. It seems like a psyop.
Yeah. But he's like a patsy, and that he was likely programmed from birth, likely by his parents, probably Satanists. I hate to sound like Ian West here. Ian West, of course, it's let's draw the line here. Ian West is fun. He's fun. And what if even half of what he says he's been through in the recent months is true, he's more than paid the price for the harm he did to me. So as far as I'm concerned, I bring him onto the show because he's not a threat right now, because he doesn't have access to computers where he's pumping, deep fakes onto my show that are going to get my show dinged or nicked or, get a strike on my channel. So he's not a threat, at least at the moment, until he starts getting computer access again or something like that, which apparently he has through his cell phone. His cell phone is dangerous enough as it is, and he's obviously getting online because he's picking up stupid shit, and this does bear going into right now because I just brought up the Satanist angle. He does get into these rabbit holes, which, Nemo followed up on and said, what I already knew, or what we should already know by common sense, that what Ian's latest trip is just a bunch of bullshit. But he started following some guy whose name I don't even remember, and that's probably for the best because the guy doesn't need promotion. But it was some crazy guy said Jesus Christ was a pedophile. I mean, we have, as I've said before, more historical eyewitness reports, first-hand encounters with Heracles. Hercules is the anglicization of the Greek name Heracles. We have more historical encounters that are eyewitness reports of Heracles as a historical figure than we do of Jesus Christ. So the idea that somebody suddenly finds out Christ was a pedophile is like, how is this possible without a time machine? It's just so absurd. But beyond that...
Well, I wanted to say something. I was going to bring it up if you didn't, because I heard him say it.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. What was so egregious about it is not that it's offensive to Christians, but the way he just pawned it off as if he was saying, the Mets beat the Yankees 6-2.
Thank you.
It's like as if it didn't require
explanation. Thank you.
That was the egregious part of what he did. Having a sale on Ivory soap.
Thank you. Thank you. And just so you know, he brought it up again with the following episode. And this is like a creed with him at this point. In other words, this is now part of his dogma. And this is why I asked him, and this is relevant because we'll bring it back to the shooter, because I brought up the Satanists. I said, yeah, his parents are probably Satanists. In other words, what I'm alluding to in that regard is the shooter's parents are probably part of an intergenerational satanic ritual abuse kind of situation, which, we can speculate more on that later, but that would be my first assumption as to, the scene. But when it came to our man Ian West, this is the problem when I say Satanist and he says Satanist. Obviously, unlike Ian West, I worked with, shall we say, the poster child of Satanism. The Satanist par excellence, Michael Aquino. So I think I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. Ian West is just a guy who's always online, and everything he gets is from being online. Now, again, he'll, wander around and say, look, I'm here, I'm here. But he's just, everything is Satanism to him because he's just pointing at it and saying that it's what it is. That's why it becomes egregious. But in his case, when he said what he said about the Christ, exactly as Peter Moon said, forget the offensiveness to Christians. It's so absurd. No offense should even be taken. It's preposterous. But when the way he said it, as if it were axiomatic, and then casually dropping it, but then continuing to repeat it as if it needs some kind of emphasis without evidence, etc. That becomes offensive. That's what becomes offensive.
It's offensive to one's logic.
Thank you.
What do you call it? There's something in NLP about putting a datum in somebody's head.
Yeah.
Getting, and then pretty soon you repeat it long enough and it's true.
Yes. That's what becomes a kind of intellectual crime. But so I asked and I presented it to him, and this is funny but Peter will know what's going on. Peter would know what's going, because Peter was there one time when I was asking Ian West a question. I can't remember what it was, but it was like, I asked him 3 times, Ian West that is, and Peter was there online with us to witness this, and Peter said, yeah, you're talking to a demon. There's nobody there. He's not responding, because he just kept regurgitating or evading and would not respond to whatever question I was asking about something that was relevant. In the end, where it became obvious was when I asked him the question about, well, Ian, your entire leitmotif, your entire life's purpose is this struggle against Satanism that you're trying to expose. But if you say Christ himself was a pedophile, well, the very term Satanist is a Christian term. It means the nemesis, the adversary to the Christ. That's what it's come to mean. Whatever its original, context as Sethan with the god Seth going back to Egypt and all that. At this point in our cultural matrix, in our paradigmatic matrix, it is the antithesis of essentially the Christian God. So if Christ himself is this wretched pedophile that's deserving of no respect, much less worship, what are the Satanists? Does that make them the good guys struggling against him? And where does it, then what's the purpose of your life if you're against the Satanists, but Christ is to be not just dismissed, but reviled? What is your existence based on? And does it all just go back, we all just turn back to Ian? Ian West is the answer? And, and I said this, not in this, confrontational sense. I was bringing it up like the way I'm bringing it up now, just as half humorous. And he hung up. He said, I have to go. It wasn't that he hung up abruptly, like hanging up, but pretty much that was it. It was like, oh man, I gotta go. My aunt and grandma that I'm living with, they're making sloppy joes tomorrow, and I don't want to miss that. I better get some sleep. And then he checks out. But then he's still online because he hears me and Nemo talking later and interacts with us. So it's obvious that he didn't go to sleep. So it's like he could not respond to that, and he couldn't even fob it off with a humorous response. But there you go with that. So
that's the sign of a demonic.
Thank you.
Avoidance. It's totally what it is. But
But we'll get back to the killer. Back to, the would-be assassin.
Before we go back to the killer,
yeah.
I just want to say, you're dealing with him.
Yeah.
The same problem you were dealing with those, the EMT and the doctor.
Yes.
It's drugs. It's drugs.
Thank you. It's true.
Drugs.
It's true.
He's on drugs. So it's like drugs is like, and drugs will feed demons and vice versa.
It's true. Absolutely. It's true. Yeah. He told someone, I've only taken meth 3 times in my life. And I told them, yeah, 3 times a day. Yeah, he's like, oh God, it is what it is. And Peter's right. No, there's a demon there that's fed by drugs, and it shows because he sees dead babies everywhere. Everything is, the babies are being eaten here on an industrial scale. It's this obsession with the baby trade that is indicative of something. It's like, why would you want to focus on that? It's like spending all your life staring at a pile of shit and meditating on it as it mutates through maggots and everything else that attend to it, until another pile of shit is dropped. I mean, this is his life, is watching constant drops of turds. But, all that being said, not to insult him either. That's not meant to, insult him. It just is that's what it looks like to me. But all that being said, to get back to the would-be killer, this Patsy. So here's what Nemo and I, this is what we feel happened. That's the best way to describe it. We feel that this is what happened. Is that, and by the way, for those of you, again, you heard what I said about Biden. I mean, Biden's just, he's wretched, okay? I mean, there's a true pedophile. Now, we've gone into that before. No need to go into that right now. But obviously, there's footage. And Biden is like, at one point, I literally said in writing, in public, I said, Biden is a pedophile and he will never be president. Man, how wrong I was. But of course, now he's just a senile wreck. I mean, this guy's just, from what I heard, he was on a Zoom call. And the Zoom call was worse than his meltdown with Trump. It's just like he's completely a blithering idiot at this point. So hopefully now with the COVID test, they can hammer him till he drops out of the race. But such being said, when it comes to Trump, there was something obviously suspect, and we think, Nemo and I, that basically this Patsy, they basically set him up to appear like he was going to shoot. He probably never even got off a shot. He probably never even discharged a shot. But the snipers were prepared to take him out, and they blew his face off. And then if they didn't blow his face off, the people who got to him on the roof blew his face off. And it seemed like if everyone wasn't under orders, they were their usual corrupt self. And that was probably exactly as Peter said, the case. Everybody in general who was involved with security was just a corrupt, lackadaisical idiot who really didn't think anything was going to happen. And
but the Secret Service did a very good job.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They protected the president. I don't want to hear anybody criticize the Secret Service.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Well, that's the rhetoric. They got out and they saved this man. They put their own lives at risk.
Don't even get me started. At any rate, what Nemo and I felt happened was, so the Patsy doesn't even get off a shot. He's just there to get on the roof, make himself as visible as possible, get all the footage taken of him so that's unmistakable that he's the Patsy. Or quote unquote, the would-be assassin. Then his face gets blown off and, he has no say in the matter anymore and he's just pegged for, eternity. But what we think happened on Trump's side was that, again, as I pointed out, and I'll just reiterate this before I give the punchline for what it's worth, that basically Trump did something that was rather, shall we say, contrary to what I would consider the survival instinct. And that is that, the Secret Service, how do I say it? They kind of mobbed him and do what they do to like Reagan and everybody who gets into these situations, kind of dogpile him, do the football, what do they call it? Football pile-up kind of deal. And then once they get him under, then they lift him up and say, okay, this in itself is odd. Okay, this is not what the Secret Service is supposed to do. Now, in all fairness, as Peter Moon and I would likely agree, I'm sure Peter Moon and I would both agree that even though there seems to be standard security procedures, operational procedures, what they call SOP, standard operational procedures, you think security would follow, that doesn't mean these guys are acting professional or that they even know what they're doing. They're just a bunch of dumb motherfuckers who get paid a great deal of money and don't necessarily deliver on anything that they're supposed to do. They're just feds, and that means they have lifetime employment no matter how fucked up they are. It's like, you don't get fired from a fed job, you just get killed if you go postal. So what happens is they were supposed to, if I were in their place, I'd say, Mr. President, because Trump was once president, I'd say, Mr. President, we have to get out of here. It's a situation you'd want to vacate. So you'd want to get him down, then you want to get him out. That's the idea. That's what they did with Reagan. Get him down, then get him out. But the idea of, oh, the situation's over now, Mr. President, and then he can stand up and do the fist pump. Now, as Trump said, that's something Trump would do. So put that aside for a moment. But how would they know the situation's over? They don't. There could be.
Well, maybe they did know it was over.
So what you're saying is maybe they want him to get killed, and maybe if there were others.
No, maybe they knew that the shooting was done.
Oh, in other words, part of the conspiracy. Yes, that again, though, conspiracies, the less people are involved, the better they work. So
it's really hard to put this one together.
Well, this is the way Nemo and I put it together, was that basically the majority of them are just a bunch of incompetent feds who can't get fired no matter how incompetent they are. But when it came to one of them was working for Trump. And basically, in that case, that guy basically took out his knife and cut Trump's ear. Just that little nick to make it bleed. So that Trump could get up and do his fist pump with the bloody face, which he's now selling on sneakers. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the bloody face with Trump is now on his new bloody sneakers, which he shows his face with the blood over it, and they're selling for $300 a pair. So he already had the merchandise ready. That merchandise was pre-prepared, because that was out the moment he got shot. I don't know if you're aware of that. You can look that up. That's true. That's not rumor. The other thing.
Merchandise that shows what?
It's a pair of sneakers that shows Trump's bloody face, and it's selling for $300 a pair.
He's already making sneakers.
Yeah, but this was a pair of sneakers with his bloody face on.
They could
just slap that on there. I get what you're saying.
Slap that on as an advertisement and then put it on real fast.
Yeah, get it. I get it. That's fine. So such being said, that might not be part of, preparations. It could be part of opportunistic improvisation. That's opportunistic improvisation, that's fine.
There's no question that it was an iconic moment.
Yeah.
That was just, has every appearance of shooing him into the presidency.
That's right.
And then the next day, the classified documents case was thrown out.
Yeah, that's quite true. Yeah.
So he had a good few days there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, everything's running in his direction right now. So the other thing that we noticed, or we concluded, was that somebody else shot the fireman guy. So it's like somebody else shot the fireman guy at point blank range, even perhaps. But they just shot that guy to make it look good. And one of the Secret Servicemen was working with him and just cut his ear with a nick, so he could get up and do that. Because, the Secret Service, it doesn't matter that there's no way they should have allowed him to do that. Because all he was doing was exposing himself to further sniper fire. So it's like either they want him to die if they thought there were other snipers around. Because the first thing if this is a true Kennedy type deal, like they took out Kennedy, there's going to be multiple snipers. And for what it's worth, consider the Douglas Dietrich experience with Operation Mount Rushmore, which was an abortive assassination attempt against William Jefferson Clinton, and they were arranging for multiple snipers. So if this is a serious attempt to take some guy out, there's going to be backup. There's going to be multiple threats. So you don't just let your man, the guy you're hired to protect, to the point of sacrificing your own life, because that's what you're paid for. You're not going to let him stand up and do the fist pump or anything. You're going to keep him down and get him out of the area. So, all that being said, that was our input. We think that somebody else shot the fireman and that one of the Secret Servicemen was in on it with Trump and cut his ear. And that's what we concluded. But, back to Peter.
Well, I will say this about the ear. I find that hard to believe. But this is the one thing about the ear. When they first showed his ear, it looked to me, now it's hard to say what it was, but it looked to me there was like the equivalent of a BB, only it looked like shrapnel. It looked kind of round. It wasn't round. Well, it was round like a BB, but it was like in his ear. It was like, it looked like a piece of metal in his ear. And it, as if it even could have been an implant. But
well, that's not left by a bullet because that's just not possible.
But it was, I couldn't be, I wouldn't testify what it was other than what I just said, because it's hard to tell what it was, except that it looked like there was a round thing in his ear. Now, I'll also say that when he's appeared in public, he's wearing a whole thing over his ear.
Yeah, that's just drama. That's just drama.
Well, but the thing is, I would like to see close-ups of his ear if I was investigating this, and looking at him as a suspect or conspirator in the event. I would want to see what was a close-up of that ear shot and testimony as to what was there.
Thank you. Absolutely.
There was something in that ear. Now, it's possible. I doubt that it could have been a piece of. There was one report that it was a piece of shrapnel and that it was not a bullet, or the shrapnel.
Where would the shrapnel come from?
Well, ostensibly from. I think what they really meant to say was a ricochet of a, piece of metal that was part of the bullet or something. But it didn't. It wasn't a bit. I haven't heard it repeated. And then if it was a bullet, it's not going to stick in his ear. To the best of my knowledge, it's going to go right through it.
Yeah.
So I really don't know, and it was. I think it's really too early to make conclusions. But the thing that stands out is when the more you watch, and we'll be watching this stuff for weeks, is that, and as bad as the mainstream media is, they're still trying to piece it together. So they put out more than maybe they should. But the more they put out, the more it confuses everybody, not because it's their fault necessarily, just because it's a weird situation. But then the more you see all these people just, first off, just lollygagging around, and then you see them pointing out the shooter, and people are chasing the shooter, and then you see the shooter lollygagging around. They got pictures of him when he's not have anything, and it's like, and all this policeman in the building, and he's on top of it, and it's the prime location you would use if you were going to shoot at Trump. Plus, they have the stand forward so they can hit Trump rather than back.
Right.
So it's just such a cacophony of errors, and it's like a breeding ground for what happened. And it's like, if the guy was like, he was walking around lollygagging so much that it's hard to believe that he was part of any conspiracy just because he's lollygagging around.
Yeah.
And it's like, you'd think he'd be more discretionary.
Well, he's part of a conspiracy, all right, but his part in the conspiracy is to make himself as guilty looking as possible, to incriminate himself. That's the term, to incriminate himself as much as possible.
And then this cop who goes up on, now this is like, this cop should watch Batman. He gets up on the shoulders of another cop. to go look at what's on the roof. She'd have a utility bill. But the thing is, so you get up on the roof, you're looking at a suspect. Why are you up there with, I mean, he's got a gun, but he can't reach it because he's on his, I mean, it's like, it's absurd. It's like, it doesn't, everything about it is just one goofy thing after another. It's just goofy. And not that many people could be in on the goofiness. They're just a bunch of goofy people. And, and you kind of, you know, I think most of these Secret Service people, no matter how well trained they are, have probably never been in a live situation like this.
Absolutely. Absolutely not. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So this would explain why of the, and I would tell you, I've had enough experience in my life to where I take things very seriously. Like say when my friend Terrell was, you know, in a fight and the cops were ready to take him away.
Yeah.
But the other guy had started the fight.
Right.
And Terrell defended himself by kicking him and then putting him in a headlock. And then the guy who was the attacker called the police and said Terrell was choking him and was going to, you know, wanted him arrested. And it's like, it made no sense.
But by the way, this is relevant and it's important to bring up. My impression was Terrell is black, whereas the guy who started the fight and then called the police was white.
Exactly. And then the only reason they didn't take Terrell away was because one of the players, I was gone. I'd left. I saw what I could of the fight. I was right there because I was saying, don't do anything. Terrell's got a broken finger. Don't touch him. Don't hit him. Terrell still won the fight in spite of that.
Right.
But the thing is that there was one of the guys that was still there was white. And when he told the cops what happened, the cops then believed him.
Wow.
So anyway, then that was, I think, the day of the Super Bowl, and we did have a party later that night, but Terrell and his brother were not invited because of the incident, and then so they disinvited the attacker from football, and so then I said to Terrell, I said, we got to be on an orange alert. I said it, not him. I said, we got to be on an orange alert.
Yeah.
If he comes down with a gun or something.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And we all took it seriously. No, it didn't. I didn't think he was going to do it.
Right.
And he didn't. And I think that's pretty much faded. But the thing is, I took it seriously.
As well you should, yes.
Yeah, if you take it seriously, then you prevent anything from occurring. So what I'm saying is my experience in life, if some people have never had to face a crisis moment or deal with something that is very serious, a life and death matter, and some people just don't know how to act. So these people, as they say, they're not experienced, perhaps, and they're just not taking it seriously. Now, plenty of people were taking it seriously because they were trying to track down the shooter or what appeared to be a suspect, and they were all running around with their heads cut off, and the Secret Service is told. And it's kind of like, well, don't bother us, It's and that's also common in life for people. Of course not. They don't shoot presidents. So it's all. It could be all of the above, but anyway, I guess we'll watch the Congress going through all sorts of. interviewing these people and asking them questions. Of course, the two I would like to talk to would be the one that was the shooter who shot him down. And I'd like to know exactly what he was doing, how he was doing it, and how did he see him, and all that sort of stuff.
Now, has the story changed on that, or are they still saying he was taken out by a counter sniper?
Yeah, well, no, I'd talk to the counter sniper.
Yeah, okay.
That's the one I'd like to talk to, because he seemed too ready, too quick, too fast, and too able to take him out. Like, just, I mean, he did a good job. He did too good of a job. Of course, so all of this is just, as they say, this is going to ferret itself out in a long time. And I guess they're saying that Biden is being undermined by George Clooney, who was being fed by Barack Obama. And that
what? How? What? Explain that. What the fuck?
It's very easy. Obama never liked Biden in the first place, but that's not the reason. He thinks Biden is a disaster. He knows Biden's a disaster. And I mean, that's undeniable. So he's basically, and the money is coming from George Clooney's clique in LA, and these people are getting very tired of Biden. They think he's a disaster. So he's losing support from his donors.
Mm-hmm.
And they're ready to withdraw the money.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. And, Biden's so senile that he doesn't understand that he's not wanted. Like when Lyndon Johnson lost the New Hampshire primary to Eugene McCarthy, it was, it shocked everybody. Now, and this is kind of what made the New Hampshire primary very famous, the first in the nation. And Eugene McCarthy, who was anti-war, got up there, ran on an anti-war ticket, and he won. Now, New Hampshire is relatively meaningless in terms of its delegate votes. And then it was so shocking that, and I don't think it would have necessarily beat Johnson, but the Vietnam War was so unpopular that when Robert Kennedy saw Johnson's weakness, he pounced and he entered the race. Kind of like he wouldn't have entered it on his own. It took McCarthy. And McCarthy could not stand up to Kennedy's political machine.
Right.
And then Johnson just, I think it was March 31st, if I recall, he just says, I can't, I'm not going to run for president, because he could see that he was very unpopular. So,
by the way, that's the first time I've ever heard of this analyzed from the domestic angle. I've always heard of Johnson saying, I'm not going to run again. Now, he was already president, and this was when it going to be his second term presidency, right?
Exactly, 1968. It wasn't his second term.
It was his first term.
No, it was his second term. You're right.
Yeah, it would be his second term.
For over 5 years.
Right.
He was going to be his second term.
Yeah.
He was going to be like a 9-year president.
Right. That's right. And so this is the first time I've ever heard it analyzed from a domestic angle like that. All my life I've only heard it ever analyzed from the military angle, where basically it was like he was responding to the Tet Offensive, is how I heard it. I
was a 14-year-old high school student who was watching it on my TV in the living room with my father.
Right.
I didn't watch TV with him very often. He happened to be in the room. But the thing is that, I wasn't so much into the Tet Offensive. I heard about the My Lai massacre and all that, but I wasn't watching the strategy of the Vietnam War.
Right.
Nobody, I don't think any of us paid attention to it. We just thought it was all evil.
Right. No, I get it. I totally get it. And like I said, this is interesting to me, and it certainly adds a co-factor that I never even gave thought to before, and I appreciate that. Just out of curiosity, why didn't you watch much TV with your father?
Because he didn't watch much TV.
Oh, what the fuck did he do?
Well, he wasn't a person who sat around and watched TV at all.
Because that's what most people do. That's what most people do. Sit around and watch TV.
I watched much more TV with my mother, and then by that time I had my own TV in my own bedroom, and it was my grandmother's TV. And when they gave it to me, and I had, being the oldest kid, I had a TV in my bedroom, and I would basically watch TV by myself. But he was a petroleum engineer who was on call when he was working 24 hours a day. So he'd get a call in the middle of the night and say, we need you to go out to some,
Bumfuck.
service an oil well somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and
Jesus Christ.
you'd have to get up and go.
How would he get there? Was it always by car, or did sometimes they pick him up by plane or something?
No. He had his own company car and drive. I mean, we're only talking about, a couple hours at the most, probably.
Okay.
And go service some well, and because I guess when they're ready to check the oil, it's ready to spring, he's got to go there. And I was only on a job with it. He couldn't take me on jobs. I only went with him a couple times, and once he was just, they bring up this dirt or something or oil in the truck, and you look through a panel, and then he'd test it and say, yeah, dig here.
Wow.
He's a geologist, by profession. But of course, he wasn't, he was around the house, but it seemed like most of his time was reading the paper, or I think he really looked down on TV.
Wow, that's healthy. That's fucking healthy. Wow, he was ahead of his time.
TV, and I guess the TV was basically something for the kids to watch.
Oh, interesting. That's fascinating, because he grew up before it was all TV, right? And that makes sense.
He didn't grow up with a TV, but he got, I guess, he bought a TV for the. I remember being 3 years old, and we had a big Magnavox that had a record player and a radio and a TV. It was a big TV, and I remember watching, Superman when I was 3.
Right, fascinating. Yeah.
Now that seemed to be the main show that was on.
Now was that the live action, or by that I mean cinematic or animation?
No, George Reeves, the show.
Right,
and
right.
Like, I think they ran a lot of reruns at 6 o'clock at night or something.
Wow.
A lot of reruns, and but yeah, and I mean he was always good about fixing the TV if it went bad. We'd go down to the supermarket and check the tubes, and he'd fix it himself if he could.
Right. I mean, those were the days. You used to have to fix the TV. That's right. You used to break. These days, of course, you just buy a new one. But before I forget, I do want people to know, I just finished this 16-ounce can of Coca-Cola, liquid Coca-Cola. I'm going to rinse the taste out of my mouth so it doesn't burn the porcelain off my teeth. But before I go to do that, it'll only take a moment. And I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. But I did want to tell Peter before I forget, the one thing that I wanted to bring up about the synchronicity. Obviously, there was a lot that went down the other day when I went to the ER. And Peter remembers, I'm sure, how I said when I came home, I called the cab, and the Arab guy responded to the call, who then asked, "Are you Douglas?" And I said, "No, I'm Buglas," which in Arabic, it's more like Baglas. And that's when he allowed me to get into his cab. Otherwise, he just would have driven off, because the name Douglas means the devil in Arabic, shaitan. And But when I was in, then he thought I was all a fellow Arab and started going on about his bumfuck little town near the Jordanian border that my squad had operated out of when we were hunting for that missing column of Arab troops that ultimately involved the encounter with the ghouls and that haunted us throughout the Operation Desert Storm itself. All of that, like I said, by the time I got home, I went into full PTSD meltdown and it's just, the perfect end to a perfect day. But it brings us back to the complete synchronicity of this whole situation. Peter and I are writing the book right now where we're talking about H.P. Lovecraft and his original descent, his genealogy leading back ultimately to the Hazard family, which derives its name from Al-Hazred, who, of course, is the Arab that H.P. Lovecraft was honoring as the Mad Arab, as if it were a title, which it may well have been. Abdul Al-Hazred, the author of the Necronomicon. And but if you take a look at, again, as I've said before, the obsession of Al-Hazred with Cthulhu, and of course it being a subject of the Quran, where Muhammad, the prophet himself, peace be upon him, warns Shaitan is Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner. So there we have it, Douglas meaning the devil who is Shaitan, and we're writing the book about H.P. Lovecraft and his ultimate ancestor, Al-Hazred, warning about what the Quran warns about in far more depth, in which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, says Shaitan is Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner. Coming back to, are you Douglas? And he would have abandoned me if I had said yes. He would have abandoned me. Yes, it pulled the Cthulhu. But notice the synchronicity with all of this, Peter. You can just, digest that while I rinse my mouth out. But anything to say before I go do that? Or any thoughts that immediately come to you?
I was re-listening to my YouTube on Choclavina Cave, the first one, part one.
Yes.
When, David is musing over the synchronicity of me going to the cave.
Yes.
And thinking that it would be very meaningful. So synchronicity is a part of our lives. I've gotten in touch with a couple of old friends from Scientology that were very close to Hubbard. Mm. One of them I'll be reuniting with. Mm. We were really close friends for about a period of about a year.
Okay.
And he was kind of like a kid. He was a kid. Wow. Now he's grown up. He's a doctor. He's, really done well for himself. Mm-hmm. And we're going to get together at some point. But I have one major question to ask him, and I can probably give him a lot of perspective on things. So synchronicity is like, wow, what's this? It's like I haven't seen this guy in 40 years. Mm-hmm. It's like, what, but it's like what he remembered most was the jokes I used to tell. Hmm. But really funny, because he used to tell them too. Mm-hmm. But it was like it created a very pleasant memory for him, and so it's gonna be interesting because I still think of him in my mind as a young kid, but he's not a young kid. He's Oh,
I understand completely. I mean, believe me, yes, that's how it is with us people, all of us. Yeah, my son's still a child to me.
He's going on in Romania. Yeah. With my upcoming trip to Romania, and that's very exciting. But go ahead and do your
my thing. Yes, I'll be right back, and I'll let you know when I'm back. I'll go mute for now. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, so Heather, are you with us? Heather Holman.
Yes, I am.
Well, what do you think about all of this crazy assassination stuff?
I just think there's really nothing new. under the sun. When I don't know if I saw it live or if I saw it on a, a replay, but what I noticed about it is that as soon as there was hearing of the shots fired, everyone was looking around, and he kind of pretended to look around, but he grabbed his ear, and then he continued to look around as if he didn't know what happened. And it was obvious to me
What
that
was up?
and then there's a lot of blood. I don't think that ears bleed that much. I think maybe like a really bad head wound wouldn't even bleed that much unless it was like into the skull,
So you're kind of confusing. You seem to be implying that he was hitting the skull, because if he was just hitting the ear, it wouldn't have bled that much. What are you
No,
saying?
I'm sorry. Let me be more clear. I don't think that he got shot by the person on the roof. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see the whir of the bullet behind him in some of the still shots?
No, no. All I saw, like I said, I think might have been watching it live. I just saw it once. That's what I noticed. And I was, he's an actor. That's how I see it.
All right.
Not to say he's not a person or wasn't the president or anything like that. I just think that they're all actors.
Well, they are all actors. He's a professional actor, but then again, we live in a situation where it's hard for people to take anything seriously. And in fact, Alex Jones adopted this idea that all these people in the school shootings were actors.
Yeah.
He ended up, he's in the process of getting bankrupted over it.
Mm-hmm.
Because now I can't tell you that the people who are suing him are not actors themselves. I can't tell you that,
Yeah.
It would seem hard to believe that they were, because Alex Jones is the type of person that would,
Make something up and put that out there if he didn't believe it.
Cross the line. Oh, he's just an incredibly, in my opinion, a very stupid person. and Douglas could go more into his history.
Yeah, I think I've heard Douglas's opinion about Alex Jones before.
Well, but I mean, he worked for Aquino. He was an Aquino mole.
Alex Jones?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So would he fall into the category of being an actor also? Do you think?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Okay. Yeah.
Very, very much so. But I don't think he's acting in terms of losing this case.
No.
For $1 billion. Now, I remember when Larry Wallersheim won his case against Scientology, I think he got a judgment of something like 20-something million, and then it was reduced to like 2.5 million because they thought that was too outrageous of a thing. But then again, they didn't pay him, so he had to, on penalties and interest, it came to 8-something million. So in other words, they should have given him the 20 million. But now they're given, like, of course that was 20 years ago, but they're giving $1 billion settlements. This is ridiculous.
It's definitely a misappropriation of wealth in this country, to say
Yeah,
the
but
least.
what I'm saying is, look, I don't think Alex Jones is worthy of what he makes, but you don't, is whatever pain and suffering these families went through.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Too much.
Completely.
If you just give somebody $10 million, shut up and go away, they should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, still, that's not to negate the loss that they feel and they have to feel from this point on.
Well, it's going to set them up for life.
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, how big does it have to go? And the problem with doing what they're doing is they're bankrupting him and it makes it impossible. Everybody kind of loses. But anyway, in other words, just because somebody's an asset, whether it be the shooter, whether it be Alex Jones or anybody else, doesn't mean they're gonna, win all the games.
No.
They're gonna run afoul, and they're gonna, just like Rudy Giuliani. He, Rudy Giuliani, the way he became mayor of New York, what really propelled him to the mayorship is when he prosecuted a case of the Parking Violations Bureau in New York. I think it was primarily in the borough of Queens. Donald Manis was his name, and it was corrupt. And he went and prosecuted the Parking Violations Bureau guy, and this got him a lot of press. And as the journalist who reported says, we just gave Rudy the mayorship, which he would run for mayor later, and he would win. And he was a Republican mayor. We tend to have Democrat mayors in New York City. And when he became mayor of New York City, one of the first things he did was crack down on the squeegee squad. Whereas if, you'd be sitting with your car at a red light, some guy would come up.
Okay, I'm back. Just to let you know, continue.
I'm talking about Giuliani and how when he became mayor, he would first put up a bunch of, he'd get rid of the squeegee squads. He'd come up and put a bunch of dirty water on your windshield and wipe it for you and expect you to pay.
Right. Yes, that's right.
This was a form of harassment and intimidation. He got rid of these guys.
Thank God. Yes.
This was something good Giuliani did.
Yes.
And what he also did, now, at that point, Times Square was a porno den.
That's right. Yes.
And I used to live and work there in 80, for a short time. And it was just like, it was disgusting. And it was dirty. And then when Giuliani came in, he got rid of all those things. And then he brought in Disney. Now, Disney has its own problems, but I'll tell you, you had this nice Disney store and everything, it just upgraded the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, Times Square felt a little Disney-esque. It felt a little bit more like
a family environment. Yeah.
And the signs were changing all the time to become more modern. Like if you look at the old Coca-Cola sign from 1960, it's antiquated. Mm-hmm. Everything. When my brother saw, New York City for the first time, he said this reminded him of, a cross between Tijuana and Las Vegas. I thought it was very funny. But Giuliani brought in Disney, and then the only, I guess what you'd say, quote unquote, negative about it, everything cost more. So going into the city was just much more costly. Everything was more costly.
It's called gentrification. The term is gentrification. Go on.
But it was still a better situation. So,
well, you get what you pay for. You know what they say. You get what you pay for. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. And crime really changed and went down. It improved great because New York City was known as a high crime area. And it became much nicer place. And of course, it became more expensive too. The whole city. Because in the 1980s, I had some friends, even in the early 90s, they didn't get, I don't think they got $200,000 for their one bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
In a nice place. I think it was on 23rd Street, or 21st Street. But the thing is that I can't imagine that going for, less than $1 million now.
Yeah. No, the whole world has changed. Yeah.
Yeah. So, in any case, those were, Giuliani was doing something good for the city, but then he was a complete sellout when it came to the West Point cases,
Yeah.
and also with the 9/11 stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
He was a main enabler.
Yeah.
So he was.
But by the way, could you explain that? Because the impression that most people had at the time when the Twin Towers collapsed, Giuliani at that time was looked on as the Rock of Gibraltar for American culture. He was looked on as far more of the go-to iconic figure of stability and strength than George W. Bush Jr. was. Because he was right there in the city, represented it. The Arabs asked, the Saudis, to be correct, asked, oh, would you like some money? And he said, no, not from you, because they were so obviously involved. So in terms of how at that point, tell us about the sellout part, because this is what people need to hear. They don't hear enough of that from those days. They see what he is now, and he's become this caricature. But back then, I'd like to know what was beginning to show, because I didn't I don't know too much about that time other than the fact that he was like up on a pedestal at that time.
They put him on a pedestal because they were doing iconography, like, with Trump with a pumped fist. They had Giuliani with the bullhorn,
right?
George, the bullhorn,
yeah.
And Giuliani was directing traffic, per se, metaphorically, and all of this, where all of the waste was going, everything was directed to. I mean, it was orchestrated like a cover-up and everything, but where the house came falling down on him, and it really didn't fall because he wasn't in the middle of. Well, first off was the World Trade Center building number 7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was one of the big ones, but that was his headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
He was at an office there. He was operating out of there, and the one who took him to task was former mayor Ed Koch,
mm-hmm.
and he was verbally crucifying Giuliani because he says that building, he's not supposed to be in there. It's a dangerous building. It's not proof. And even there was a whole congressional investigation on that building. That's where you go for the jugular with 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
And everything he did was just, it didn't make any sense. And it was just bypassed. They just made him a hero. It's
right.
like Jimmy Doolittle. Now, people don't know who Jimmy Doolittle is. They think he's a hero, but he thought he was going to be court-martialed.
Yes.
For failed mission. There's, was it 24 Hours Over Tokyo? There's a movie made him, and they gave him a Congressional Medal of Honor because they turned his failed mission into a hero.
Yes.
To make an icon and say, we bombed Tokyo, where we're beating the Japs.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And that was quite not the case. It's a war of PR. So Giuliani was pumped up, and he just and this is the problem. The same problem that I saw in Scientology. You had people who had done some good things. They had some skills and some competence. They were even praiseworthy in many respects. And then they bought into the David Miscavige regime, which was the most heinous part about it. If you were a Scientologist, was that they were not following Scientology. They were debasing and degrading it because they were going where the grass looked greener. And David Miscavige, they were going for power and acceptance, and they would kiss his ass, and he would pay them handsomely, reward them handsomely, until he had them. He had to buy his power. And when I say buy his power, make everybody his friend,
mm-hmm.
and get support from people.
Mm-hmm.
And once they supported him, then he had control. And once he had control, he didn't need them anymore. In fact, they became dangerous because they were more competent than he was.
Yeah.
So they become, they ended up virtually imprisoned in what they call the hole. Which I don't know if the hole still exists as such, which was a couple of trailers where they were, they didn't have beds, they lived in the trailers. It was a disgusting situation, which has been talked about quite a bit. But these people had degraded themselves. Now that's inside of a cult.
Yeah.
In Giuliani's case, he was, kissing what he thought was the ass of the golden calf.
Yeah.
By being, in 9/11, he obviously had to come to the call and do stuff because he had to clean up the city. Now, the fact that he was also shilling or covering up for whatever was going on, he got away with all that. And
at the time, but karma caught up with him in a different sense.
Karma's catching up with him, not the details.
Yeah.
Not the details.
Right.
And then when he went to when Trump became, he was allied with Trump, probably just because they were both New Yorkers who served each other.
Right.
Trump had a big falling out with Mayor Koch because Koch wasn't giving him enough tax breaks.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump says, F you, and he didn't like that. Trump liked to be favored. And Koch said enough was enough. Now, Koch also made a big mistake when he wouldn't do a parade for the New York Giants when they won the Super Bowl.
Why not?
Because they played in New Jersey. And, because the stadium's in New Jersey. So he says, they're not in they're not in New York. We're not, it costs money to do a parade. And of course, that was one of the most unpopular things he ever did.
Yes.
And then he changed his mind, and the Giants wouldn't come back.
Oh man!
They had a celebration in the stadium in New Jersey. So that was 1986, and so he might have made a mistake with Trump too. I don't know, but Giuliani and Trump obviously got along together because Giuliani probably, well, I know Trump was a hero because he fixed the Wallman skating rink in Central Park. They had all these contractors who couldn't fix it. He came along and got it done for like $1 million and something. The tragedy of that is he didn't pay the guy who did it.
Yeah, of course.
He screwed the guy, but he got it done.
There you go. Yeah.
And Trump said one of the most cogent things he ever said was when they were redoing the UN, he volunteered to do it. And he said something I truly believe in. He says, if you don't give this contract to me, which they didn't, he says, every contractor in New York City is going to have a piece of it. And it's going to be a disaster. And I'm sure he was right, because that's the way things work in New York.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody has their little piece of the pie. And he if he was contracted, he would have got in and got it done. But in any case, Giuliani, when Trump became president, Giuliani wanted to be Secretary of State. But by that time, his resume was so dirty. I'm not talking about 9/11, and I'm not talking about the West Point stuff. I'm talking about whatever financial dealings he had going overseas. He was now one of them, a corporate wheeler dealer. And so he was in a whole stratosphere above anything he probably ever had aspired to previously. And so he wasn't approvable for Secretary of State, not because he was a Republican, because his resume was sketchy, ethically And so now, and I think as much as I am all for him meeting his karmic fate, I think I think a lot of the claims about the election that he's made are not necessarily false. I think he's been railroaded in a lot of these cases, but I really don't know. Because the one thing I don't understand about the election, the narrative is that the election was, fair. And I don't believe in fair elections. I don't think they happen. But the one thing that it's never made any sense to me was that, Trump went to bed and thought he won, and then all of a sudden, all these ballots come in. What do you call them? What are they? The absentee ballots.
The mail-in ballots.
Yeah, well, sometimes they weren't even mailed in.
Okay.
But they were all for Biden, like practically 100%. And that doesn't make any sense. Now, I'm not going to bother to, I would never campaign for any of this because I'm not going to waste my energy. But it's going to be what's interesting about Trump is that he had all of these dominoes against him, and he's still there. In other words, most people could not psychologically take what he takes. They couldn't do it. And then you might see a lot of these court cases reversing, especially when the political tides change, if they change. I'm still not sure they're going to change.
I mean, by all appearances, right now, all we can do is trend forward from from appearances at the present. Everything looks like it's his world right now. It looks like he swallowed the universe at the moment. But
what I would tell everybody is that can damn well change, and I don't know that it will, but it could. Yeah. And I wouldn't. And I did have well, I'll bring this up to you, and I'll in fact ask you this. I had a long talk with my friend in Romania, who's going to be I'm going to be traveling with this year, and I was able to sort of tie up some loose ends. We ended up having a long talk, and she said, she wanted to know, she says, do you feel that there's a whole plutonium cloud over the United States? She says, I feel this she said metaphorically. And she says, also, this is not just me. She says, some of my psychic friends really believe this about America. Now, this is a girl who moved to America when she was 9. And Southern California said it was completely heartless. Kids were heartless, she said.
Wow.
And I said, Romanians are very warm people. And I don't know how well she spoke English at the time. Of course, she grew up as an American. And I first met her in 2010. And,
by the way, the air conditioning's getting a little overwhelming there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will.
Just at the moment. It just started now. Like you changed position
on,
or something.
Energy mode, and it's now it just went off again.
Okay.
I'll
Jesus.
turn it off.
Yeah. Okay.
It comes on and goes off. It'll probably be okay.
Yeah.
So, anyway, she said there's a plutonium cloud over the United States that she saw, and she says, "What do you think?"
Right. By the way, for the sake of our listeners, clarify that this is plutonian in the astrological sense, not plutonium in the radioactive sense.
Oh, I think she said plutonium in a radioactive sense.
Holy shit! Okay. Okay, there you go.
Now, that's metaphorically.
Okay.
Now, and I told her, no. I said, and this is why I said no. I'll tell you why I said no. Because I just finished watching a video from Lori Lothian, who's the one who predicted the Trump assassination attempt. She predicted it. And she basically said he would come to harm. But then when he didn't get killed, she didn't say he'd get killed. She said he'd come to physical harm. That would probably take him out of the race, but she didn't say that. Then she looked at it deeper. Once the assassination attempt happened, she looked at it more closely, and then she included the asteroids. She says, if you want to go into details, you go into asteroids. Now, asteroids are part of astrology, and an astrologer one time told me, he says, he says you could put a bicycle in orbit, and you could put that as part of astrology. Anything up there can be astrology. It's just a matter of where it's cycling through the sky, no pun intended, and where it's what's happening. So she says Lori Lothian was saying, if you want to, she says the devil is in the details, and that's what you get when you look at the asteroids. And she said there were 2 asteroids that were right on his, I think right on, I don't remember where she said they were. I think they were right on him. But one was Medusa, which is taken off the head. But there was another one, I forget the name of it, was an angel of protection. So he had the angel of protection guarding him. And she said that's what saved him. And that just happens to be there. And then she went on to a rant about how these asteroids, that there were different asteroids named Thomas, Matthew, and Crooks. The Crooks was more phonetically like Cooks or Crooks. It wasn't spelled the same way, but she says these were all over in Trump's, I mean, they're in everybody's chart, but she said they were standing out. So in other words, she said this is the way astrology is. It's just this massive synchronicity if you can see it. Thomas Matthew Crooks was, very prevalent in the way it fit into Trump's chart. But the thing I got after listening to her discussion of astrology, she talks a lot about world events. She continuously apologizes. Her apologies are really, they nag me, they bother me, because she continually apologizes because she's trying to address the people who troll her. She says, if you don't like it, don't listen to it. She says, I'm not political, I'm Canadian, I'm not for Trump, I'm not for Biden. I think they're both unsuited for office, but this is my take on it. But after listening...
By the way, I would agree with that personally, but go on. Yeah, they're both unsuited for office.
After listening to her, I accepted a new vantage. I had a new vantage point. Now, I don't know that my vantage point is correct, but I said, when Pluto goes into Capricorn in September through the election, I had the impression that all hell was going to break loose. There was going to be a lot of infighting and back and forth, because we saw what happened with the time of the election extending all into January 6th and beyond. All of this like political turmoil. And we've seen a lot of it during the last 6 months. And it sort of has peaked with this Trump incident. Now the convention, the Republican convention, seems anticlimactic. And the Democratic convention is much more interesting. It's like you might have George Clooney and Barack Obama and other detractors coming out with their semi-automatics and just coming out and making a statement. They're not going to shoot anybody. They're just going to make a statement. We believe in guns too. And you get the hint, Joe. And now Israel's also an issue, but right now Mars is about to go into Cancer. And when Mars goes into Cancer, it's not in harmony. Cancer is the home, it's the hearth, it's, you know, it's not nurturing. So this is going to make Mars not so powerful. It's going to weaken the Martian impulse to fight. And this will give an opportunity for peace. And today, I could be wrong, but I could actually see Trump making sure that the Palestinians were fed and hospitalized. I can't say that he will, but I could see him doing that. I can't see Biden doing it. I don't know that he will, but that's not what I saw. I didn't see the Israel situation. I wasn't looking at it. I saw, what if this Pluto in Capricorn, which Pluto will, when it goes into Capricorn, it's going to tie up all the loose ends with government, corporations, and tyrants. So then when Pluto moves back into Aquarius, it can then do, Aquarius is a humanitarian sign. We can start dealing with humanity. And if Trump is, now they're talking about unity. If Trump wanted to be the great unifier, he would take some of these social programs and social imperatives that are aligned with some of the democratic principles and actually get some traction on them, so that the Democrats would say, "Arr!" and then they wouldn't have anything to stand on. You know, if he could do that. I don't know that he could. I'm sure he would if he had the opportunity. But, you know, and then, you know, he also, you know, showed that he could be short-sighted with dealing with certain issues, you know, that people he couldn't control in his own government. He was short-sighted. But there was something else about him. Oh, what I think, if he were to win the election, I think that the smartest thing he could, one of the biggest things he could do would be to pardon Hunter Biden, and to pardon, not that he deserves to be pardoned.
I understand what you're saying, just for the sake of this kind of peacemaking. Yes, this gesture.
Gesture, and also to pardon Joe Biden.
Well, is Joe Biden under some kind of charge? I forget.
Well, the impetus would be to prosecute his ass for all the stuff that went on in Ukraine. I mean, they've got all the goods. They just don't prosecute him. And not that he doesn't deserve to be prosecuted. See, you could get so much political capital by just saying Joe Biden is pardoned for all crimes. You don't even have to say what they are.
Right. Yeah. Your point's well taken. Yes, that would be a coup in terms of a kind of marketing coup, really. But
that's the point. It's public relations. It would just be so. And this is what Gerald Ford did for Nixon. And I was very disappointed with that decision. You know, because I think Nixon's he made two famous words, sentences. The first one was in 1962 when he lost the governor race to Pat Brown, Jerry Brown's father, and you know, because he just lost the presidency and now he couldn't even win the governorship of his own state. And he said to the press, "Well, you won't have Nixon to kick around anymore."
Right.
And he was very resentful, and they never let him forget that.
Right.
The other thing that he said was when he was defending himself during Watergate, he says, "I am not a crook."
Yeah.
The president is not a crook. And I think, you know, Johnny Carson used to make fun of that all the time. "I am not a crook. I am not a crook." So, but in the case of, I thought Nixon should have been, you know, prosecuted. but then yeah, because then all with the tragedy of Gerald Ford and Nixon and all that, Ford was just looked like a kindly old fool who was falling off airplanes, but he was a member of the Warren Commission.
Oh,
And
I was just thinking about that the other day, but go on, yeah.
yeah, and he was also on that, at the Presidio welcoming all those babies.
Yes. Tell people a little bit. Tell people a little summary of that.
Well, I don't remember. It's in the book.
Yes.
I found it. They got pictures of him with, I think, the babies that they were flying over from Vietnam.
Yes. Yes. SPOVO, Support for Vietnamese Orphans, Support of Vietnamese Orphans was the name of the program officially, but everybody called it Operation Baby Lift. But go on, yes.
Food for the Cho.
Yes. Oh, disgusting. It's just...
So anyway, the problem, see, this is what I noticed in California, because I would go back to Northern California and visit my friend when I was in the Sea Org, my leave. And I remember in 73, 74, the hippies were still out on the highway. You don't know, just like you go on an off ramp, you'd see these people in hippie attire hitchhiking.
Yeah.
When Nixon was kicked out of office, people will say that the hippie movement ended with the Charles Manson. No, that did not end it at all. It took a lot of the wind out of the sails. I think the hippie movement was buried officially in San Francisco in 1967 or something.
That's quite true. They held a funeral for it. Go on.
But it went on.
Mm-hmm.
It was still, long hair and dope.
Yeah. Yes.
And what really did hurt the hippie revolution, and I will tell you this, and I just kind of thought of it right now, was when they took LSD off the street. That kind of really...
Yeah.
And the only way you could get a hallucinogenic was to have it mixed with STP or some other drug. And it just, that it was like, and because they wanted highs, they'd still do it. And it just took the whatever. I'm not advocating LSD, but that was the enlightening principle. That was, and then, so instead of having hallucinogen that could expand your consciousness, you're just getting, I'm just getting wasted,
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead, you go ahead.
I did nothing. I was just going to say, I personally, I don't recommend anyone experiment with LSD after our experience with Trappist Nicholson, because that was his intro drug. Was basically, he was extraordinarily young when his brother shoved a tab of acid in his mouth. So, and that fucked him up for life. Or at least... I can also
tell you that a lot of the acid they made wasn't any good.
Yes. That's what President Zoget was bringing up, but please explain that to people. Yes.
Well, there was different types of different makers of LSD.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't know the chemical constituents. I know that I took what was called orange sunshine.
Cool.
It was an actual orange tablet.
Oh.
And it was the only time I ever did it.
What was it like?
Well, first off, they split the tab. I don't know, it was 3 or 4 ways. It was me and my good friend Terry. He's passed, and his brother David. And we used to. Dave was his older brother. He was the older brother. He was like played on the college team. We always looked up to him. But now we were, more on a even keeled, because we're all kind of like, older now, but we used to tease him about looking like Charles Manson, because he had to work long. And I think he'd gotten arrested for cultivating marijuana. And they split the tab, and they all were convinced that I got the most lethal part of the thing.
Why was that?
Because of my behavior. It was just like, I was just like, I guess what you'd say, they would have, to see me, they would have thought I was stoned out of my mind. And although I could explain it, but it hit my friend Terry so hard that he never did it again. He'd done it before. He'd never do it again after that. So as much as he said I got the biggest hit, he would never do it again. It just was overwhelmed him completely.
Oh, wow.
And
did you have any hint as to what he saw or his world?
No, but the thing with me is that I could see everything is so existential and interpersonal that I remember after going through this, I was laying in a bed of flowers, and this is out in the semi-woods in Millerton Lake near Fresno.
So these were real flowers. You weren't imagining this.
Oh, they're real flowers. And he comes by and he sees me and he kind of goes, get up. Like he didn't have to say anything. What he was telling me, I could pick it up telepathically. I was completely out of place. I was completely non sequitur. I looked completely, what you'd say, what's the word? Non sequitur of human behavior. Socially inappropriate. I'm laying in a bed of flowers. So, now there's nobody around. But, it is generally a campground. So I said, I get up, and okay, good. Now I've got to behave. I've got to obey social rules. So so everything's exaggerated. I got to be social rules. It didn't happen, but you have an attitude like, okay, there's this reality, this trip I'm doing, and now I've got to behave normal. But you're not normal because you're going to over amplify the normality.
Right. So
you might go up and, if you saw a park ranger, you might go up and salute him or go up and say, hi, sure, was a nice day. And everything would be overkill because you're trying so hard to convince him that everything is okay.
Yes.
And so I guess there were instances where I was, just interacting with them and they could tell I was stoned out of my mind.
Yeah.
And in one respect, in the other respect, I was, tripping.
Yeah.
So that, but the thing was, that was Orange Sunshine, and that was made, I read many years later by I think it was called the, something Brotherhood, from Laguna Beach, and they were like dedicated to making pure acid and getting it out to people, and they were like a really revolutionary group. And I think there might be some allegations that they were tied to the CIA or something. It's hard to take away the CIA from anything. Right. But the problem with LSD from its very inception was it gave the government more than they bargained for. Mm-hmm. In other words, it was supposedly used as a peace drug to make people not warlike. But and people think that the whole hippie movement was socially engineered. Mm-hmm. It's more like it got out of hand. Mm-hmm. It got out of hand. And so anyway, what I'd say is, and then the other thing is, even if it's not bad acid, because people would, have definite opinions. It was like there's a whole sort of Amazon review, 5 stars for window pane or whatever. For I always like that name, window pane, or Orange Sunshine, and so everything had a reputation attached to it. Mm-hmm. But the thing with even if the LSD was pure, mm-hmm. it depends on who the person is.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
You know.
So if you're, if you're nuts, it's going to make you nuttier.
Thank
And
you.
the only reason I did it is because for me, it was very much a deeply spiritual thing.
Mhm.
And I had already read that it's not going to do anything for you.
Mhm.
It's only going to show you what's available.
Right.
It's going to show you what you can do. Don't think it is the thing in itself. You have to do the work on your own. That was my orientation to it. I would also say it's a poison. It made me very sick.
Ooh.
And it made me very numb.
Ooh.
I was numb. But my pineal gland was like pumping. I could feel the pineal gland just like boom, boom. I never felt my pineal gland like that before.
Oh.
It's just like it's boom, 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 boom. It was pumping. And but as they say, if a person is, and I'll also say this, since we're, when I joined the Sea Organization a year later, I arrived on, the port of Los Angeles. And yeah, that's right, the Brotherhood of Eternal Love. Thank you. That was the name of the group. Thank you, Heather. When I arrived at the port of Los Angeles at, some ungodly hour,
Mm-hmm.
past midnight,
Mm-hmm.
and, the medical officer comes aboard to make sure I don't have, they wake him up. You have any diseases? No. Okay. They take me to a bed, and then it's the morning time. And they say, the crew is getting up. You come out and meet the crew, or you can stay in bed if you want. I got up to meet the crew,
Mm-hmm.
and then not like I met him. I went there, and then the captain comes out, and the captain is the spitting human incarnation of what I would now call my higher self on the LSD trip. My higher guardian angel appeared, and he was very, very Capricornian. The captain was just like, it was as if he was in a cartoon form in the LSD trip, but it was as if this man had been cartooned, as if this guardian angel had incarnated into this person, and I could relate to this guy in a very strange way. I could relate to him in a very strange way. And I had a lot of interaction with him as I was joining that, which was very unusual. He was driving me into the city to sign forms, do this, and I had a lot of personal interaction with him, which is rare. I was like a new person. You don't hang out with Captain.
Right.
It's not like I was hanging out with him, but I was with him all the time. And that was like, it was very weird. And also that I signed my contract in front of him, which was, they had a ceremony, and it was, most people didn't have the captain there for their ceremony.
Right. This is the billion-year contract.
The billion-year contract, yeah. Yeah, and he was there for that. And it would all seem so right. It all seemed so in synchronicity. And then I signed it on the 28th of April, which is the same day I left the Sea Organization, the 28th of April, which I didn't figure out that synchronicity till I remember when I left. I said, "This is amazing."
You said the 20th of April?
28th.
28th of April. Okay, yes.
And then later I found out that, Hirohito's birthday, the day that
That's right.
Treaty of
Yes.
San Francisco went into effect.
Yes.
And it explained that's a synchronicity, but this thing's occurred like years and years apart.
Yes.
And to get back, so that was, there was another aspect of the LSD too. The LSD prevented me. Well, first, when you join the Sea Organization, when I joined it, LSD was not a issue.
Mm-hmm.
But later it became a restriction. You could not join if you had the LSD.
Ah.
And then if you had LSD, you couldn't go to the flagship. Now that wasn't force when I first went,
Right.
but I wanted to return.
Mhm.
I wanted to return, and because I'd had LSD and I had an opportunity to return, I was in a unit which was for people to go back because they'd sold the ship I was on in LA, and they say, okay, but you're not qualified because of the LSD, you have to petition. So I sent a petition, and they said, no, well, don't give up, but you can't go now. We're going to send this other guy. You're going to have to replace him. And I went over to replace him, and his, I guess, state of affairs was in such shambles. He said, we can't send this guy. And then at the same time, Hubbard sent down a telex, and he said the LSD rule for new recruits or for returning people coming to the ship is canceled.
Oh, excellent. Wow.
He personally canceled it.
Incredible.
And they got me on the phone, and they read this telex that I could come to the ship. They were all cheering for me back in Hollywood because I was now stationed in LA, and I went back, and when I got to the ship, the first thing I found out was that nobody's coming back to the ship. You're the last one.
Wow. Holy shit.
Because we're going to go ashore. They're going to send us all to
Oh my God.
Florida. We didn't know we were going to Florida. And so I was the last one to be brought back as crew. And it's not like Hubbard said, oh, we're going to pick him. We're going to cancel that rule for him. It just happened. Some piece of fairy dust came into his world, and he canceled the rule. Why did he cancel the rule?
Yeah.
Because the ship was going, he knew better than anybody.
Yeah.
The ship was going to be dissolved.
Right. Wow.
It would be dissolved.
Yeah.
So right after I got on board in June of 1975, I would eventually, make machinations to work in his office, but they were already scouting new locations and to move the ship because it was getting run off of ports by Henry Kissinger.
Right.
He was sending, and so it was had run out of places to stay in the Caribbean. So that began the evolution. And then I guess that was June. On December 1st, we all moved to Clearwater.
Wow.
Clearwater, Florida. I was in the Bahamas for over 6 weeks.
Jesus.
Sort of on vacation, sort of.
Right. Was that where you encountered the sharks, or no? That was on the ship.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and there wasn't a lot of work to do, but it was, But anyway, to get back to we're talking about the LSD.
Yeah.
It's it definitely had a profound change on the consciousness of the world, especially emanating out of the Bay Area. But anyway, we were what thread were we on before I went down the LSD route?
Well, we definitely were speaking a lot about how you felt Trump could make peacemaking gestures that would certainly heal perhaps some of the polarization.
And the plutonium cloud over the United States. And I'm thinking, like, you know what? I could see it. Hubbard gave an instruction in the study course. He says, if you can't understand something, like he's talking about something that might be stated in a piece of writing, he says, look at how it is this way, and look at how it isn't that way, and look at it from both perspectives until you understand what's being said. Look at how it is this way, look at how it isn't that way. And this is just for a piece of instruction. Not for something like I'm saying right now, which is, but if I look at, how peace could be achieved, like my friend saying there's a plutonium cloud over the United States, and I, she's holding a torch out, which kind of implies that, if I need to go to Romania, she's got a place for me. That was she didn't say that, but that was the implication.
Right.
I don't mean to say she said that, but it was kind of like, because she's lived in the United States. She loves the United States, but Romania is it's in her blood, in as it is with many Romanians.
Yes.
Yeah. So, the thing is, I said, well, I don't see. Well, this is what I said to her. I said, I've always felt in my own life that I would always be able to have enough space and time to do what I'm here to do. I said, I've always felt that way. I've always been very confident about that. And she said, well, maybe it's true, but maybe, yeah, I remember what she said. Maybe you've done what you're here to do. Maybe that's over now. Or maybe it's supposed to be in Romania. I don't know. I have thought for years that I would be. I'm going back 10 years ago. I remember telling the director of Atlanticron, I said, I feel like I'm moving to Bucharest. This is long before I met Paula. I said, I feel like I'm moving to Bucharest. This had more to do with Radu's work. But as of now, I don't feel that happening. I don't feel like I'm moving to Romania. I did get a strong feeling of that last summer, but it was a feeling. And the only way I thought that would parlay itself is if the energies that Radu represents opened their doors to me, and I had a meaningful role to play there. And of course, because I'm very pragmatic, I'm not, going to sell the house and move over there, or sell. I have a business to run here, and I do not see how I could run the business from Romania. It's conceivably that I could, but no. No. It would. I'm too wary of a Jordan Maxwell situation. I'm too, smart for that.
Yes.
Of course, I don't have the, predisposition to be involved sexually with these people.
What makes that so pathetic is I don't even think Jordan Maxwell ever consummated his physical desires. It was his longing that rendered him so vulnerable to these predators. But continue. Yes.
Yeah, well, indeed. So I looked, I said, well, maybe the United States, and this is what I was telling her, I think the United States is going to, it might, I just getting this feeling only after watching this astrology video, and she wasn't pushing this stuff. She wasn't telling me this. Mm-hmm. I was intuiting it off of what she said. What she said caused me to look at this Pluto and Capricorn stuff might turn things around to where Trump could be the bridge that Biden said he would be. Because the truth of it is, as of this moment, the Democrats are very broken. Mm-hmm. They've spent a lot of time hating Trump, and it's just a lot of hate. And if Trump could sort of like, okay, I'm not going to be a dictator, I'm going to leave after 4 years, and start giving people something that they want, if he could do it. I'm not saying he could. I put a nuclear bomb under the Great Pyramid. I don't know. But I don't think he would. But I'm saying is, I saw the one road of peace. Now, where that really and that's when I began to think of, a day later I thought of, well, what's he going to do about Palestine? And I heard about all of these people, hospitals all being bombed in Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And this is so heinous.
Mm. Oh, yeah.
Bad.
Unspeakable. Unspeakable.
Trump is like he could appear problematic because of the money donated to him by Peter Thiel and to this new vice president, J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel. But then again, I bet Peter Thiel also donates to the other side too. So just because he donates to Trump, I doesn't mean he's in Trump's corner. It means he's, how much does he donate to the other side?
Well, it's from what I would guess, I would tend to presume he's firmly in the corner of Trump, not because of Trump, but because of his relation to Jared Kushner, as I've expressed before. But all that being said, later on, not necessarily tonight, but as time goes on, of course I'll express some of the my own perspectives of what I feel may be a bit problematic about Trump. I mean, honestly, I feel that you project onto Trump certain capacities for a sense of grace, magnanimity, or even pragmatism that he may not have. But go on.
Well, I think these are opportunities for him.
Understood. No, truly. If he followed your advisements, I have no doubt that they would prove advantageous to everyone.
This is the same thing that happened in Scientology.
Yeah.
I saw an opportunity for
Muscavage, for instance, right?
To be gracious.
Yeah.
And all they had to do was be gracious.
Yeah.
And at that point, a senior executive in the Guardian's office told me, he says, as soon as they heard this, every single lawsuit was dropped against us. But that wasn't good enough. David Miscavige put the screws on and, said, no, we're not going to have peace. We're not going to apologize to anybody.
Yeah. I mean, it's just beyond certain people's capacity. They're just a contrarian or just intrinsic.
It was about control.
Yeah.
It was about control.
Isn't there a Scientology term for that kind of pathology?
Well, they just call it the suppressive person.
Okay. Yeah. There we are.
Or a psychotic.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. But, no, I'm saying is, I don't know about. I'm not saying Trump will do any of these things. I'm just saying he has the opportunity.
No,
I don't
yeah,
know but it's like.
I mean, I agree with you. If he did such things, yes, it would be advantageous for everyone, himself and everyone else.
The thing is, he's known for being vengeful at times, but he can also be kind and forgiving as well. If he can take those qualities, and it's an opportunity for him. He has a great opportunity here if he wins the election. How he does it remains to be seen. But what's really critical in all of this to me, and you when you say the Jared Kushner thing, that's a big deal.
Yes.
But the problem in Palestine and the problem with Netanyahu, because he's been very good friends with Netanyahu. And what that might mean is he might know how to deal with him better than anybody. But Netanyahu is a huge problem.
Yes.
The best thing that could happen for the Mideast situation is for Netanyahu to go by the boards in one way or another.
Oh, God, yes. I mean, like I said before, certainly that would be to everyone's benefit in one way or another. The man's just a piece of, it's just, he's nothing but trouble. But that being said, as I said, the problem is he's symptomatic of the Israeli population as a whole. I mean, Israel as a population, their population, is not doing anything to get rid of Netanyahu, which is what any sensible population would have done by now. They are basically, Netanyahu truly does represent them. He is simply the personification of the Israeli mass psychoses. And and as I've said before, all of the protests that people were putting hopes on, they're misplacing those hopes, because the Israeli people are protesting only against certain specifics concerning Netanyahu, not the war. And but that being said, yeah, with Trump, of course, when it comes to what you're presenting, again, your advisements are well taken. It's you say them in a manner that I feel that you're trying to, and this is a good thing, that you're almost,
maybe they're listening to.
Yeah, the fact that they're listening to us.
Some advice from me.
Yeah, it's your point's well taken. Let's hope they do. I mean, we can only pray. We know they're listening. We know that. I mean, in fact, the latest episode before tonight, that was the joke that Nemo made, but it's a joke that's based in truth. Was when I said, so does anyone want me to continue and try to go into a monologue? Because I was telling everyone, I'm putting a lot of energy into what Peter's seen. Peter probably hasn't had the time or energy to invest into really trying to wade through it, because of course it's in Dietrichonic, and it's fairly, that's always a problem. But
I did read something you sent me in Dietrichonic that you wanted me to read. I did.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember what it was, but I did read it.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that profoundly.
It was about something about the Jewish situation.
Yeah, that was probably the Herodian insurgency, maybe.
Yeah. I read that.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
It's on my mind right now, but I did read it.
Oh, excellent. There's another column that I've been continuing to work on and develop called What the Free World Faces, where I go into the geopolitical lineup of the world war as it's manifesting around us. And so I'm, let me see now, I'm just looking at this. Because of all of the maps and graphs or maps or images I'm adding to it, it's now at 253 pages. So I'm still expanding that a little bit and then trying to pare it down and all the rest of that. But it's basically, again, exactly as I expressed. So, you'll be regaled with that soon enough. I'll be sending that out sometime soon, within the next few weeks, I guess, or so. But my point is that when it comes to that, a lot of my intellectual energy has been going into that. So I don't really have, it's like I blow my wad. It's kind of like you blow your wad in one area and you don't have the intellectual capacity to expend in another. So I haven't been doing monologues lately very much. I haven't done them at all, actually, in a few weeks. So I don't know if I'll get back to them again for a few episodes yet, because of my intellectual involvement with this, essentially kind of like a mini book that I'm putting together. And certainly people will find out the results of that who are on my mailing list, so to speak. As I said, I will put Brooke Hagberg on, along with trying to dedicate an episode to her. If you're listening, Halikaditis Kiefer, of all people, I need to dedicate an episode to you. Or I should do that fairly regularly, like maybe once a month, or every few months or so. But at any rate, all of these people, I just want you to know that if you're missing my monologues, there's a reason for it. My intellectual energy is going into these other places. But when it comes to what Peter's doing, Peter's visualizing. He's like projecting onto Trump the capacity for grace and a sense of, like Peter said, Trump may be capable of a kind of forgiveness. I don't know if those are the terms I would use, but it's kind of like Trump may at points almost like dismiss certain things and just kind of like, I can imagine him easily just brushing certain things aside that other people would fester on. But, in other senses, he does fester. But the point that
He's also much more experienced than he was when he took office.
Yeah, and hopefully those lessons stick with him. I think that who knows? Maybe if he wins a second term, he may mellow out simply by that victory. I mean, that victory may do a lot to mollify him. And if he's mollified,
he would feel vindicated. But see, where I got this vision was after listening to this astrology thing. I wasn't thinking like this at all. It was after this astrology video by Lori Lothian that sort of made me look at it this way. And the more I looked at this way, I started, intuiting peaceful solutions. It wasn't like, these things were festering in my mind. I just said, well, it was kind of her video, and she wasn't advocating these things. It sold me on the idea of peace. So this is like what I'm doing is I'm creative. I'm being creative.
And it's appreciated. Go on.
Yeah, and that's what we need is creative solutions, because this same old polarity is just not working anymore.
Yeah.
And some of the people, see, this is the thing. If you keep, like for example, I one time had the misfortune to see, I was in this bank, and there was a Hispanic woman who kind of ran it. I was very friendly with her. There was a couple of old white ladies who were kind of in the bank manager, or that sit at the desks and help people. And there was this older black lady who, she looked like she had some sort of business, whether it was a landscaping business or a maid service business. I mean, she had a business. And she was just giving these white ladies a hard time, because there was some sort of misunderstanding, and she was just like yelling at this. You think I couldn't? You don't think anybody like me could have money? She said, and she was expecting. She was thinking that they were racially prejudiced against her. They were not. She had a great deal of resentment, because whatever she wanted, they weren't able to communicate with her. And whatever it was she wanted, and she felt that she was being a black person who they had no respect for and who couldn't possibly have any money. And she apparently had a lot of money. And she was just, in other words, she was fighting an old war.
Right. Yeah.
These white ladies might not have been comfortable with black people, but they would have wanted to solve her problem. They didn't know how to talk to her. But she was harder to talk to than they were for her to them, because this black woman was fighting an old war.
Yeah.
It was an old war. And this could take place, and just you see a lot of old white people are fighting old wars too. And so what I'm saying is this polarization of the political parties is a certain point where it wears itself out, because it doesn't do any good. It just becomes outmoded. Like when I grew up, people would rag on the establishment, and then, okay, have you had it? We've had enough of that. It just goes away, or whatever. Things become, like I remember my daughter. She said, "Oh, Dad, you got to hide the GPS. You got to hide the GPS because people will steal it." So I'd always put it in the glove compartment or something. And then one day she says, I said, "I got to put the GPS." She goes, "No, Dad, nobody steals GPSs anymore." The whole reason I had a GPS was because of her. The whole reason I hid it was because of her.
Yes.
She
Yes.
says, no, nobody steals it anymore, Dad. In other words, she's just going by her, her street savvy or whatever she learns from her friends or whatever. But it's like everything has a shelf life. And and all of this political stuff has, it's getting old. It's all getting old. We're all tired of it.
I mean, dude, I pray, from your lips to God's ears is all I can say.
I would have said this 2 weeks ago. In fact, when Trump got shot, my first reaction was, he better not go out in public again or he's gonna get shot. He's gonna get shot. In other words, this is a warning. I even for a while mused if it could have just been a big warning. They were sending him a warning.
Right.
But I think he does need to be careful. And as they say, when Pluto comes to Capricorn, maybe he will get shot. Maybe he'll get eliminated another way. Because I knew a guy who he had one of the biggest cases, international banking cases, against a bank in the Cayman Islands.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was like huge. Like it was like $300 million or something. It was before we had $1 billion. And he had this bank in the Cayman Islands dead to rights. And I think what happened was the mob, this former CIA agent, I believe, had hired him, the New York mob to shoot this guy. I knew him. And he was a banker in Costa Rica. He was not a Latino. And because Costa Rica is like the little Switzerland. And they sent the mob guy down, and the mob guy was like, what's all this about? Like, he wasn't threatening him. He goes, what's all this about? And this guy knew. He says, I had a gun. I just look at it. He showed him the gun. And the mob guy backed off. They weren't going to get involved in this. It wasn't their feud. He just let him alone. So, and I can't say it was the Cayman Island banks, but when you have the Cayman Island bank dead to rights, they hired some Costa Rican criminals. And they shot him in the head 6 times. In the head. Because he had a case against bank, So see, what this tells you is where people can talk about laws and all this, but we don't run on laws. The laws are for the rank and file. When it comes down to power, it's totally Machiavellian. Bam, bam. They killed him. They first tried to do it with a mobster. The mobsters, followed their own rules, didn't get involved. And they probably paid for his flight down there to see what was going on. And but then they took it in there. So this is what really runs politics. But I was able to get a different vantage point on this. And the bottom line was, I was just, my friend was talking about plutonium over America. We've had a lot of that stuff going on, a lot of threats. I'd be more concerned about the heat of the sun. The sun, I got a text today from one of my friends in Bucharest. He said it was like 42 degrees Celsius. It's like 107, 108 in Bucharest. That's too hot. Yeah. Anything over 100 in Bucharest is too hot.
Yeah.
And it's been very hot here. It was like, I only think it got I think it was 88 when I was in the car, but it was a very hot day. It's been very hot here. So I would be more concerned about global warming. You know, people in Arizona, they'll get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and start the day so they can avoid the heat.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
And so, you know, but I want to, before the night ends,
Yeah.
I really don't have time to get into it. You know, it's, you know, the Vox Arca, I was hoping to spend most of the time talking about that. And I don't know if I should even I don't even think I should get into it. I'm not going to do it.
Well, Sunday we will. We'll make a point of it Sunday then.
It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I just want to shore up a few things in the book. And it all has to do with kind of, and I talked about this last time, it all comes down to, in fact, this comes down to the very thing we've been discussing, talk about synchronicity. It's like the plutonium cloud. And I even told her that. I told her about, you know, the work with you. And it's like, okay, what gets done now? What gets done? Where does the world go? How does the Vox Arca relate to the world? You alluded to the fact that it could be used as a healing, in a healing capacity. It wouldn't cost you a tracheotomy, though, would it?
Not if I can help it. Thank you for asking.
I don't want you to lose your voice.
No, God no. It's one of these things that, yeah, when I'm thinking about it being used more in kind of like a, shall we say, toxic cleanup mode, I'm thinking of using it as a tool for banishing. We'll speak more about banishing on Sunday. So how about that? We'll talk about banishing and the Vox Arca on Sunday, and we'll make that a point. As for tonight, so like I said in the latest episode before tonight, last episode, so to speak, when Nemo and I were speaking, I said, you know, because of my intellectual capacity being spent so much on working on this, basically kind of like a little booklet, what the free world faces, putting together a bunch of points that I realized needed to be elucidated, and then articulating those points so that what I say makes more sense in a context. And including several of the things I've been sending out into this work, including the Herodian insurgency. You know, I said, does anybody want me to try and give a go at doing a monologue at all? Or, you know, I should end the episode early tonight. That's what I said in the last episode. And Nemo said, you know, yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Promote people to send you some funds for your
thank you. Please.
$1,000 target.
Yes, thank you. Let's do that. And at any rate, yeah, Nemo was saying when nobody responded. I mean, nobody responded, even though we obviously had listeners. The numbers were there. Nemo said, yeah, all the people listening are all fucking feds, you know. And I said, yeah, from different countries, and he agreed. He said, yeah, communist China, Israel, you know, NSA, etc. Yeah, so that being said, let's have Peter mention a little bit about the funding target, and let's, you know, after that, we'll go into roundtable mode after I refresh myself.
Yeah, I know you wanted to raise, you know, you need to raise $1,000.
Yeah.
So DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button, if you could.
Yes.
Some of you are feds out there, you know, we'll give you some more positive protection. I would also say that one of the, when you talk about applying mercy, it's just, if Trump were to do this, it's acting from strength. It's doing it from strength. See, if you give mercy to somebody, to some of these more derelict minds, they'll interpret it as weakness. If your kindness is often interpreted as weakness. But if you're strong, like say, look at if Trump were to pardon Hunter Biden, he's not doing it out of fear. He's doing it out of compassion and mercy. And he's also, and if he were to pardon Biden, that gets a bit tricky because it says Biden's guilty. But he is. But it just says we're not going to, but Biden has been pardoned by everybody. Everybody, you see, this is the stupid thing about politics. It's all like, okay, we prosecute who we want to. There's nothing fair about it.
No, it's so true. Yeah.
Like, Biden could be raked over the coals for all this stuff. It's just that they choose not to go after him, or they can't go after him. And then, if the Republicans win the Senate and the House, which they may possibly do, then they have a chance to be punitive. But why would they? They have control. You see? The only reason the Democrats are punitive towards Trump, the only real reason, is because they're afraid they might lose control. That's the only reason they go after Trump. If he wasn't a danger to them, losing power, they could care less about him. So, and that really showed in the, it really showed over the wall issue, because you have all, like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer saying, we need a wall, we need a wall. And when Trump got the wall all done, they fight it. And they're fighting it because it's Trump. Not because it's a bad idea. And then they changed their whole policy on immigration. Let's bring everybody over, because now we can get votes, supposedly. And then Trump, and then they basically stopped him from putting up the wall. But it's all about Trump. It's not about the policy, it's about stopping Trump. And it's psychotic. It's okay to not like Trump, but they're putting hating Trump before, it's just, that's what they do. And it's unfortunate, because we could have used some restraint on immigration. And so, I mean, they're on record of saying all this stuff, and they don't cover their tracks. So it's just madness, just complete madness. And then, as they say, they can't. Another motivation for them not hating Trump as much is if he wins, they don't have to fight him, because there's only 4 years. The only time it would become dangerous is if he was going to, take over and cancel the Constitution like Putin.
Right.
I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he would. But one of my friends posted, that Trump is a danger to the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
My retort to that would be, we don't go by the Constitution. I mean, to some degree we do, but the Constitution is a very compromised document. The other interesting thing, too, is, and I don't know if you might be aware of this, you might not be, but is filibustering is, if you have, I think, more than six, I don't know, it's 60 or 61, if you have 61 senators that are either Republican or Democrat, there's not going to be filibustering.
Okay.
It takes 60, if you have 60, because they have a rule. They have a rule. It's a rule. It's not a law that allows filibustering. So what filibustering does, it just stops the other party from being able to do anything. It basically stops things to prevent. And that's a mechanism that they put in, which was to prevent one party from having too much control. But that's going to evaporate if the Republicans were to win 60 seats. Or vice versa, if the Democrats were to win 60 seats in the Senate. So, that's also a point of political interest. And so be it. But it was the first time I'd even felt a positive wind, and it was just due to this reading.
Right.
And these are my iterations of, I guess, what you'd say, potential hope and positivity. And I'll never forget one time they did this. Was on the ship in LA, the Excalibur. They did a committee of evidence because there was some real, I guess, fiascos had gone on. One of which was the ship almost running into the breakwater. And I was a board of inquiry, I think, and they interviewed me just as a crew member. I wasn't under any scrutiny. And I told them what I saw and whatnot. But what one of the guys who I knew mentioned to me, who was doing the board of inquiry, it was this two officers who were a husband and wife. They saw everything as all black. Everything was so dark.
Wow.
And they were busted from their positions.
Ooh.
And because they were seeing everything dark, and I think that they were reporting everything dark so that the captain would get taken off and he would be put on as captain. That's what I thought.
Interesting. Okay.
They were painting a black picture.
Right.
And, the committee didn't want to hear that. I mean, not want to hear it. They said, these guys these are dire. They're creating the blackness. And I don't know details. So I'm saying is, when things get too dark, you need, we're in a moment when we need leadership and guidance and what's the word they're saying, even the press is saying with the assassination attempt, we need unity. We need less vitriol because, as Joe Biden says, there's no place for this violence. It's like, no place at all. And I think one of the big, and this is why I guess I would hold Trump in more esteem than I would politicians. Because he actually does things and he fights systems. Whereas these politicians are spineless. I think you have to be spineless to be a politician.
Often, yeah. Yeah.
Particularly in the American system.
Yes. Yeah.
And I wouldn't even call...
I mean, you're right. Politics is generally... But go on. Yeah, it's all shit.
I call Putin a politician.
Yeah. No,
I
Putin...
call him a tyrant.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, when it comes to certain historical examples, we're going beyond politics. When it comes to Hitler, we're talking messianic movement. That's no longer politics. It's a messianic movement. When it comes to Putin, then we're talking basically a tyranny, as Peter said. With Xi Jinping, it's simply again equal to Putin. These are simply tyrants. Politics no longer, the term no longer applies. Yeah. So the politicians, as Peter says, they're generally people whose entire life is built on compromise. So go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, it's yeah, and then yeah, making deals and whatnot. Well, Trump makes deals, but as they say, like this guy who just got convicted, Menendez.
Yeah.
I think it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
He just lied in the face of everything.
Yeah.
And what happens is they think they're more powerful than they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like I talked about Chicheska last week, he has sycophants around him.
Yeah.
So no, people don't want to tell him anything, and they just become, they don't have any real data, real information.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I think of Nixon, I don't know that Nixon was spineless.
No, he wasn't spineless. No.
He was, I guess.
If anything, his problem was he didn't fit into the normal politics, and they purged him because he wasn't playing the game. He wouldn't play the game.
Well, I mean that's a whole messy situation.
Yeah. Yes.
And that was the same problem with Kennedy.
Yeah.
He didn't know how limited his power was. He didn't know, as Alan Dulles says to him, "You can't fire me. You don't even know who I work for."
Yeah. Yes.
That's what Alan Dulles said to Kennedy when Kennedy fired him.
Yes. Yes.
And that was the beginning of the end of JFK.
Yes.
And he was also aggressive with the mob, thinking that, he was there to do truth, justice, and the American way.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it was that he was the scion of a mob family, but they were Irish mobsters, and he was involved in a race war with the Italian mobsters. And he was continuing that gang warfare as president, and of course, they reciprocated. I mean, his dad was the godfather of the Irish mafia, essentially. So,
well, yeah, well, and that was naivete on his part.
Yes, thank you.
And his father didn't sit down and say, son, he showed him how to be a philanderer by example.
Yes, yes.
But he did not show him how to, pay your dues to the,
the underworld, to the underworld. Yes.
Yeah, and I really don't think that, Jack or Bobby Kennedy at that time really realized. I think he really thought he was the president of the United States.
Yes.
And in many respects, he was. It's like, in other words, some of the civil rights actions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he did really make, in the Cuban Missile Crisis,
mm-hmm.
he, proved himself there. But I guess you get, you think you're more than you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's what a
what an object lesson. Yes.
What a horrible world to be a part of.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, before you leave, just calling out the yellow nigger doctor who ran with that other nigger's diagnoses. The piece of shit that was my MD at the emergency room was named Felix Abilash, which, if Brendan Zogate were here, he'd be immediately able to tell us what ethnicity or what nationality that is. Of course, I know automatically it's South Asian, but I had to look it up, and it's Asian Indian, so he's an Asian Indian son of a bitch. Felix Abhilash, and has no right to be an MD. Of course, when they send you a little phone message afterwards asking about, how was your experience? I wrote, fire your ERMD. Of course, that message wouldn't go through. Message cannot be delivered. Isn't that something? So, there you go with that. Had to get that out there before you retreat it into the gentle night. Also, Aristides, before Peter goes, please tell us what was the significance of both these entries into the text box and your earlier one. Explain that to Peter briefly, if you would.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
This one was, I just saw this. Apparently somebody uncovered there was I guess Trump's has this media company, you can have shares in it, stock ticker symbol DJT, right? And somebody put in a super massive put order. I guess that's where basically you're betting that the value is going to go down. I'm not a stock guy.
Yeah, it's like selling short, except you're buying. It's an option that the stock
right, they're options.
Down, and the more it goes down, the more the option goes.
Yes. So apparently, I mean, I don't know, this is just screenshots. I don't know if it's accurate, but somebody said there's a huge, option order betting that Trump's, the value of Trump's business would plummet, and that was the day before the incident. So it's it's vibes of the 9/11 stock, stock transactions the day just before and stuff like that.
Interesting parallel. What do you think?
I'm seeing this. It's fascinating, but I'm not putting it all together. It says a company called Austin Private Wealth shorted 12 million shares of SDIT. That's the Trump company.
$ DJT, his company.
The filing date is July 12th, the day before the assassination attempt. They have around $1 billion in assets under management, and this is by far the largest put placed. According to a source, the trade represents 6% of total shares and over 16% of the float of the stock, given the fact that Trump owns 60% of the company. This is a giant bet when you consider their total AUM, assets under management. But wait, there's more. And then we go to...
well, one part says that apparently, the next day, it disappeared later on. If you went later on and you didn't see it, maybe they just pulled it real quick. You're that didn't work out.
In other words, they didn't withdraw. Oh, they withdrew the put.
I don't know if they can or.
Oh, they can. You can sell the put. You buy the put and you can sell the put at the market value. But the question would be, who would want to buy it?
Well, I don't know if somebody bought it or just went away. I don't know.
Well, it depends when the expiration date is.
Right. Now, normally, but
now I'm looking at this. It says Trump Media. It says I can't. It's hard for me to read this.
I know.
It's very hard to read.
Maybe you need to read that for us, Aristides, if you could read it out loud. Because
which part?
I'm
sorry, there's three different.
Yeah. Which part?
The one in red, the thing that's covered in red, it says.
It's showing the two couple of put orders, and the one of them is immense, compared to anything else. It's 12 million shares. Normally they're in the thousands.
Okay, that's basically. Now, does it say buy or sell? I guess it's buy.
I guess it'd be. I don't know. I guess it'd be. It's hard. You can't make it out real well. It's probably a sell or.
Well, you're buying the put. If you're buying the put, that means you're buying a bet that it's going to go down. And
right.
So this is just showing it. Now that's. He says, "Wait, there's more," and he says, Okay.
Okay.
Now it says the Austin Private Wealth Company reportedly shorted 12 million shares with a filing date of July 12th, made a huge bet that Trump's business value would plummet. Guess who this company donates to? ADL Austin, that's the Anti-Defamation League, Shalom Austin, Jewish Community Center, Camp Young Judea, Congregation Beth Israel, Austin Jewish Academy, Hadassah. This is all Jewish stuff. And it says, So then it's saying who these things are. To make things even more interesting, my source tipped me off with the following two images from the Bloomberg terminal. The screenshot on the left shows the put by Austin Private Wealth that was taken earlier this morning. Shows 120,000 puts. As you can see, their position is by far the largest. The next closest is Citadel Advisors with 16,770. Here is where it gets interesting. The screenshot to the right was taken later in the day, and proof, Austin Wealth LLC is nowhere to be found. Now, I can't read it, but that's implying that Aristides was saying that they erased any record of it. Now, if this is true, what this is saying is that the Jewish community was betting on Trump's business to tank, and if he was shot and killed, it would have become totally worthless. So this is suggesting that Jewish interests are either behind the assassination attempt or were tipped off about it. One or the other.
I would guess that as divisive and controversial as he is, that there are Jews that love him and Jews that probably hate him.
But that's beside the point. Yeah, true. But my saying is, somebody was either tipped off or perpetrated. That's the obvious conclusion.
True. Because even if they love him, they would probably want to make money if something bad would happen, right?
Yeah. So now I will also say this, is that video that of this guy that was the imitation of Matt Crooks, that came from I think it was a X or Twitter that's Jew gazing.
Yeah. I've seen all that. It's pretty obvious now that the guy was just trolling. So there's that guy, and
it's not obvious that he was trolling. He might, as we discussed earlier, he might have been involved.
Right.
And this was hidden. So, but the fact that it's Jew gazing throws Jews into it. You see?
I did. Yep, I noticed that.
Yeah. So this makes it even more convoluted and screwed up. But
it's worse. There's aspects that I didn't manage to get into, or that have surfaced more recently. Douglas said I should talk about the other thing I put in the chat, and that is apparently the Washington Post published an article that says the title is "Police Snipers Were Inside Building as Trump Rally Shooter Fired from." In other words, police snipers were inside that very same building. Now, and you could say this is a screenshot, is it for real? I did go to Washington.
Oh, that's been well publicized.
Yeah, I did look up there. There really is an article. I couldn't look at it because it was paywalled, but it does exist. It is real. So they had people in that same building that dude was on top of, or the police did. Now, of course,
that's
police
well covered by the mainstream media.
Right.
Ad nauseum.
So somebody was inside the very building, and then, of course, the Secret Service, whatever, the woman, they've been really taking some jabs at her. They're like, well, why didn't you have someone on that rooftop as well? And she's like, well, it was kind of sloped, and we've got safety concerns. And if you notice, the rooftop that the dudes were on is even more sloped. So.
Yeah. The counter snipers, you mean?
Yeah, right. The counter. So it never adds up. It never, There's even more that you're gonna go. There's even more we can't even get to right now.
And you have to. I mean, obviously, what you just presented is an incredible stab against in the direction of it's a Jewish conspiracy, but then you have to say. Yeah, what I mean, it might not, but it's just weird. It's
getting very Kennedy-like in that the more you investigate it, the more complicated it gets.
Yes.
Usually like more investigation should converge on a solution, and instead it diverges away from a solution.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, as Charlie Chan would say, too many coincidences, not coincidence.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And this is like, it's actually disturbing to hear it, because it's like, oh no, not this again. Not this again. Just when you thought, and my thing is, you see, this is the other thing with Trump. He's, he recognized Jerusalem as he moved the embassy of the United
Yes,
States.
he is such a big Jew fuck. He is a Jew suck. That is what makes me leery and wary of a Trump presidency, is that fact. But continue, please.
Well, the thing is, that's the thing. In other words, and he's friends with Netanyahu, and he's been pro-Israeli. And so, but then would be, what this is telling you is that there's some Jewish faction that doesn't want him. If this is as it appears, if they were perpetrating it rather than tipped off, why would they not want him there? That's, it's interesting questions.
Yes. Yeah, it raises questions. Yes. Yes.
And it certainly makes politics interesting. I'd rather not be interested. But it is interesting. And then what is that? Mark Levine says he's the one that has consistently pointed to, he's very hard on Jewish funding of, I forget what he says the Jews are funding, although he's Jewish. I think it's the Palestinian, pro-Palestinian movement. He says these are being funded by Jewish groups. Pro-Palestinian.
That sounds like more anti-Soros conspiracy bullshit to me.
It's not Soros. It's not just Soros. He lists them, and it's not just Soros. Soros is one of them, but it's not just Soros.
Well, those would, in my opinion, be the good Jews who are for human rights and
well, you're assuming that he's basically, and I wouldn't say they're for human rights at all. I think they're just stirring up shit. In other words, the Palestinians are the pawns. In other words, I don't think it's about human rights at all. When it gets at that level of mega donations, if it's, some Jewish intellectual, maybe. But when there's big money, and they've also gone into the campus thing and how all this was orchestrated at campuses. There are actual Jewish people in the campuses that want to talk about this pro-Palestinian side, but then it gets turned into a mob, and this is what these issues were. But
Levine, of course, is a propagandist for the radicalized right.
He's citing Jewish interests funding these things. He's very specific about it. I didn't take their names down, and he's very specific about it. And
I mean, I could just as easily cite all kinds of funding that's going to the Jews that are seeking Palestinian extermination, and it would be far more extensive.
I'm sure that he wouldn't disagree with that either, because that is. But my point was, obviously Jews are against Palestine. That's obvious. He's against Palestine. But it's like, but the real question here is Trump. Why would these people want to eliminate? Why would Jewish interests want to eliminate Trump? Or is it because Biden's doing such? See, Biden's doing a good job of keeping the war.
Yeah, he's on the Jewish side completely, so subserviently that Trump might be considered more of a wild card. But it could be, as Aristides said, simply that they were tipped off and trying to make some money, or sell short, so to speak. Yeah, and
well, that's a possibility that they were tipped off. But then, how are they in a position to be tipped off? hey, we're going to shoot Trump, So it's like,
Well, yeah, bear in mind, I mean, remember, my opinion is that this is a conspiracy that Trump basically engineered, was engineering for his own assassination attempt, because it's all fucking political theater.
Well, if that's the case, it's pretty
I mean,
compelling.
Trump's no longer conventional politics. Okay, when we talk Trump, we're talking on the level of Putin and Xi Jinping. In my opinion, that's how I see it. In other words, I don't want to use the Hitler analogy because it's so emotionally charged, and it would also attribute to Trump a messianic movement, which he does manifest. Okay, so this Trump is obviously he is being compared to Christ often. They oftentimes compare him to Christ, and and so he is definitely leading not so much a political movement as a messianic movement. Of course, I don't see it in any way, shape, or form similar to Nazism. Not in the sense that I'm trying to defend Trump and defame Nazism.
It's such a different situation.
Yeah, the situation is just so different. And take a look at the difference. The difference is Trump is very pro-Jewish, which is, I'll let you in on one other fear. Now, I do, as Peter has always said, Peter has always told me, have faith in the art elect. And I do. And in other senses, of course, I have faith that the art elect hates me so much that Xi allows me to live just to torment me. But such being expressed, what I think would happen in the event that Taiwan were abandoned is that the art elect could handle it. But such being said, my fear is that Trump is a deal maker, and that he'd be the type of guy who is older and I think far less astute than Peter Moon. Peter Moon grasps the importance of technology and the impact of technology. I do not perceive Trump as being that perceptive. So Trump, being an older man from a different world, is still maybe not as bad as Francis Ford Coppola with his Megalopolis, who was so stuck in the 70s that his movie shows no cell phones whatsoever, and everybody's getting their news off of newspapers. As Peter Moon said, that's simply embarrassing. But I think Trump may not be at that level, obviously, but I don't know if Trump understands the importance of microchips being the oil of the 21st century. And that if some advisor were to tell him all the microchips source out of Taiwan, Trump might think, well, if the Chinese take over Taiwan, the microchips will get cheaper. And I
think he does understand that. You know why?
Why?
Because he's been so protective of Taiwan. I think he is clued in on that on some level.
Okay.
On some high level.
Actually, I accept what you're saying. Okay, I accept what you're saying.
Acted that way.
Yeah. And give people at least an example of how he's protective of Taiwan. Provide us with an example or two. Not that I'm denying it. I'm just saying I believe you.
Well, his rhetoric, and, he's just his rhetoric mostly. I don't know.
Has been, his rhetoric has been, shall we just say, he's obviously someone who was the only one to stand up to communist China. So that is the biggest precedent.
Yeah, he's anti-China.
Generally. At the same time, he's been the kind of guy who says, I like Xi Jinping. And, not on the level that he likes the North Korean dictator. He actually seems to have a fondness for Kim Jong-un. But with Xi Jinping, it's almost like he likes bullies. Trump likes bullies. Let's just put it that way. So he likes Putin. Xi Jinping just kind of likes because he's a bully. So my concern was he might say, let's make a deal, Xi, and you can have Taiwan, but give us cheaper microchips. Not that this would endanger Taiwan, that Dietrich would deal with the situation, but that's my concern, if you understand what I'm saying. But I appreciate what you're saying as well, and that may not be a concern. The problem is Trump is so unpredictable. He is such a wild card. There's certain things that his behavior is predictable, and I fear one of them is this pro-Zionist But at the same time, Trump makes a lot of very insensitive Judeophobic remarks. And Jews, of course, talk about it. They bitch about it. So
Trump is German.
yeah, no, yes, it's
He is German. His grandfather emigrated from Germany.
But I don't get the impression he has any sense of identity with Germany, though. It's not like he doesn't seem to identify with Germany in any way that I can see.
No, he does not seem to.
Yeah. He identifies, as a matter of fact, as far as I can ascertain, more with the Confederate cause, the Klan cause, because that is also in his background. And again, this is not to defame him or slander him. It's just where he's coming from. Remember at Charlottesville, he was defending the Klan, saying there's some very good people there. Yeah.
Well, that has been deconstructed. That's been deconstructed.
Well, I don't feel it needs to be deconstructed so much as it's like, for instance, I'm not saying that as a cut. I'm not presenting that as like, remember, I look at politics with a very detached perspective, and it's not something that offends me, per se. I'm just bringing that up as where I see him as identifying far more with the South than with Germany at all. If there's to be some kind of identity with a kind of whiteness or identity issue. Because he's been very defensive about the South. Let's put it that way.
That's a big constituency of the Southern Democrats and the evangelists. That's why he panders to them.
Yeah. And the Republicans. Don't forget, the South is now all Republican, essentially, the big part of the South. And honestly,
have inherited much of the Democratic base and are, because the Democratic base has become too disconnected from, even the labor union guy spoke at the convention, because it's the first time they've ever had the head of the labor union talk to the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Democrats very disconnected.
Yeah. Well, like I said, even the Japanese abandoned Biden when Biden started saying, "Oh, the Japanese are racist and they won't let in immigrants and shit like that." And then the Japanese went to visit Trump as if expecting him to become the next president. So, we've gone over this. Certainly, they seem to already be expecting, they seem to already be preparing for Trump to re-enter the office of the presidency.
That's the apparency.
Yeah.
So be it.
Yeah.
As they say, it will continue to be interesting theater.
Well, we live in interesting times. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we all wish they wouldn't be so interesting.
Yeah. Well, you've done your best to project a vision of peace and reconciliation, and if they're listening, then let's hope it gets into Trump's ears ultimately. We can only pray, because we know they're... Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then there's still a lot of electioneering
to
be fleshed out.
Yeah.
To be fleshed out, and I...
Well, what do you think of this J.D. Vance guy? I mean, he's worse than Trump. He's more right-wing than Trump, and he thinks that fucking Alex Jones is a great guy. I
had heard that, but I will tell you this. I don't know anything about him. I know he's written a best-selling book, and,
he's an Alex Jones cultist. It's very alarming.
This I did not know, but he panders to being a hillbilly. And what it tells me is that Trump is pandering for the Appalachian vote.
Yeah.
The Appalachian and anything, and this is calculated to, I certainly can't react to him because I don't know enough about him. And I don't know anything about the Alex Jones. But as some commentator said, it's really not about the vice president. It's about the president. Unless, of course, the president.
Did you see that this guy was like a staunch never Trumper not that long ago?
I hear that. Yeah,
it's true. Yeah, he did a 180-degree turn. Go on, Aristides. Yeah. Tell us about that.
What happened? What happens with that? Like, how does that come about?
He said he basically said that people according to what he said, weren't telling the truth about Trump, and he was
Mm-hmm.
following the line. And when he actually looked at it, he didn't see it quite the same way. So what's clear to me of anything that they're going for the Appalachian hillbilly vote, and they probably studied it to a T. And when you think of Ohio, he's from Ohio, but they're also going for Appalachia, Pennsylvania, Appalachia, West Virginia, down into Tennessee, whatever. It's like it's probably all calculated. And I would also suggest that it might extend beyond Ohio into Michigan. I really don't know how all those values come.
Well, we'll call it the cracker campaign for the hillbilly vote. But what do you think of what Troy Bellamy says? This is our black African-American educator in Miami. He says, "Hey, Doug, it's not a coincidence that Schumer and Schiff are turning on Biden. They are seeing up play to push Harris because they either want to burn her political career now or not have to deal with her in 2028 because she and Biden will have a long-running, successful consecutive administrations." Okay, just relating what he said. Any impression?
I think that if I was, the way the Democrats are, if I were them, I would burn Harris. I would put her up to run in this election to burn her.
Yeah.
Unless she might win, but in other words, get rid of her.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, it's a perfect opportunity to burn her, because if they don't burn her, they let her run and she loses.
Mm-hmm.
So if Biden doesn't win next year, if Biden loses, and who do they come back next year? They're going to let Harris run? Or say, oh, you can't, I don't know. So it's a perfect opportunity to send her to the dogs and come up with somebody for, I think Gavin Newsom is a marketable candidate, but apparently a lot of people don't like him because he's from California.
That is so fucking stupid. I get what you're saying, but it just goes to show how stupid the rest of America is without California. I mean, as I pointed out before, California is its economy is on par with United Germany's and ahead of the United Kingdom's. The only three economies in the world on top are China, Japan, and United Germany. California comes right after.
The economy, but then you can say, the plethora of homeless people there and bad situations, is a different issue. But that has nothing to do. Neither one of those issues, what I said, the homeless people or the economy, has anything to do with a hatred of California. It's just that it's California. It's like it's not logic.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's like it's just rejected because it's California, and it's not like the rest of the country. I don't know.
Yeah, it's part of the United States strictly by geography. Yes, that's true.
Well, it's also a lot like the United States in a lot of respects too. But as I say, coming from California to, especially in politics, doesn't necessarily win you any favors. Reagan was certainly an exception because he had all his movie star charisma.
Yeah.
So and I suppose if you're Hollywood enough, we had. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else from California. Nixon was from California, but that was almost incidental.
Yes, that's true in his case.
And California didn't have as big a reputation
in those days. That's right.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think if there's been anybody else from California.
Do you remember who was that guy that was the California governor that was running for president, who was such a non-entity? I can't even remember his name. He was almost he was actually the California governor. What was it, Pete Wilson or something like that? Who was it?
He was the governor of California, but I didn't know he ran for president.
Which there was one of them on his par of lack of personality that was running for president. I can't remember who it was. Not Schwarzenegger. No, honey. I think that's Heather saying Schwarzenegger, but no, Schwarzenegger, of course, stands out. Obviously, Schwarzenegger was on par with Reagan. If he were a U.S. citizen, or by that I mean if he had been born in the U.S., he would.
What about the guy he unseated, Gray Davis?
Gray Davis? No, it wasn't him that I'm thinking of, because Gray Davis was like, he was like, again, just this bizarre kind of in-between kind of person. And believe me, I missed him once. No, not Sonny Bono, Heather. That's cute. No, Sonny Bono was never governor of California. Thank God. But it's like, well, let's look up governors of California. Not that this is all that important. I was just, trying to wonder about it because it was so funny. It's just intrinsically funny. Governors of California. Here we are. Just look up the list.
Harris is from California.
Who, Harris? Kamala Harris? Yeah, well, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, where else would she be from? Gosh, the list I'm looking at goes all the way from fucking number one, going back to the 1850s and shit. But going back from, let me see, George Duke, Majan, Jerry Brown. Well, Jerry Brown ran for president, but this was...
He couldn't get any support.
Yeah. So let me see. It was maybe it was Duke Majan. No, it had to be Pete Wilson. Yeah, I think Pete Wilson ran for president. I thought maybe he was.
He didn't win any nominations.
No. Of course not. No, he was just so. He was so. He and Gray Davis. I mean, the name says it all. With Pete Wilson, he was just a non-entity. Yeah, because Jerry Brown also ran, but like Peter said, it was just. The problem with him was, of course, everybody said he's a nice little California flake. I mean, those were actual quotes, and that he was what else, Moonshine. They called him Governor Moonshine. You remember that? So he couldn't get
it. See, that's what happens with California. It's immediately going to be associate. Like, okay, for example, I met this girl. She was at a group I went to, and when she found out I was California, she says, "You must have seen a lot of naked people."
What year was this? This
was like 92, 91, 92. And I said, "Yeah, only in the gymnasium when you're in the shower."
Yeah. How'd you respond to that? Any response or?
Well, it's just identification of, everybody from California is walking around like Woodstock.
Yeah.
There was no public nudity at all, or even, I mean, probably thinking of encounter groups and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. I never went to an encounter group or any of that pop psychology.
Excellent.
Yeah, and there were encounter groups besides that, but yeah. But maybe this is even a clue, because when I lived in California, when I was doing my auditing requirements, one of my pre-clears was a young lady, and she was actually older than I was, but by a year or two or whatever. She was in college, or had been in college. And her mom came to visit the Scientology Center. And her mom was kind of oldish. And she says, my mom asked me. I said, what? She says, do you get audited in the nude? And she thought that was so funny. That's the weird things that people would have about, Scientology or whatever. It wasn't so much that it was Scientology. She didn't know what Scientology was. It's just some.
She thought it was some California thing. Yeah, no doubt.
And she lived. I guess I don't know if she lived in California, but it's just like that's the kind of like, I guess what it was is there was so much cult fringe stuff going on.
Yeah. But by the way, just so people understand, when it came to Schwarzenegger, had he been born in the United States, he would have won the presidency hands down, simply because of name recognition. There's no doubt of that. But understand, from my perspective, Schwarzenegger's a piece of shit. Schwarzenegger's human garbage. As soon as he became governor, I missed Gray Davis. I would have infinitely have preferred Gray Davis over Schwarzenegger. And just so people understand the kind of fucker he was, he gave the order, and nobody obeyed it, but he gave the state order as a governor. It's the equivalent of a presidential executive order. He gave a gubernatorial order to kill all the animals in the shelters immediately, just so he could start saving money. And nobody obeyed it. Not a single shelter killed any animal. So nobody obeyed his order. But that's the kind of motherfucker he was. Also, he would.
But he did turn the lights off in the governor's mansion, to save energy.
By the way, I'm sure that's true. At the same time, I'm sure Peter's bringing that up just to be funny.
He taught his kids. He wanted his kids to learn that. Turn off the. And that way nobody will see me having sex with the.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody under the fucking sun. Yes, that's right, including boys. Or by the way, I'm not going the pedo route with that son of a bitch, though it wouldn't surprise me.
Having sex with a maid.
Yeah, he was having sex with a maid that they caught him with. But what I am saying is, I did talk to the producer. By the way, one of the young ladies who starred in the original Beverly Hills 90210 has died recently. Shannon Doherty, I believe, was part of that. And she also, I could have been a part of that, but I wouldn't have sex with the producer. It wasn't a moral thing. I couldn't get it up with this guy, and I couldn't get it up with any guy. But he would have gotten me a slot in that series if I, only would have been able to get it up for him. He wanted me to penetrate him. That's the problem. I couldn't do that. I couldn't get it up for him. And he showed me all these pictures to show me how this was Heather left. She couldn't take any more of that. She said. She said, this is too much for me. She had to go. I'm sorry, Heather. Maybe she's disappointed in me that I couldn't do it. I know that the lady at the time, Sylvie Michelle Quagenbaum, who was my modeling and acting instructress, she after that was profoundly disappointed in me. She a real man would be able to do that, she said, to get ahead. And she was a dominatrix type who was feeding live bunny rabbits to her pet boa constrictor. I was surprised she didn't throw me to that fucking thing when I came back all disappointed and shit. She lived on the upper floors of an apartment in San Francisco. She kicked me down the stairs. I'm surprised I've survived that fall. But at any rate, the point was that in order to try and motivate me, this guy showed me pictures of celebrities who had penetrated him at his request. And the three that he showed me were Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Not all at once, mind you. But so Arnold Schwarzenegger was able to get it up for another man. So I can tell you that much. And I'm certain, I'll say this much, I'm certain it was just sheer pragmatism, sheer, what would you call it, ambition that enabled him to do that. He probably took some kind of, drug, pretended it was a bitch, and, went ahead with it robotically. In all fairness, that's what I presume. But still, we're talking about a real son of a bitch, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who would stop at nothing. And he tried to, not that this is a bad thing, but he tried to campaign to alter our Constitution so that he could run for president. Of course, that failed. But we should have that. We should have that amendment. But all that being said, he is a piece of shit. The other thing he did was he would rent out, for, like I said before, the grave sites in California are so astronomical as to be outrageously criminal. When this poor bastard I knew buried his mother here in California, it was like so expensive. I remember calculating it at the time and said, I buried my parents up in upstate New York. You could have gone to a shopping mall, conducted a mass shooting, killed 20 people, and buried them all in upstate New York for the price you paid to bury your mother in California. And because of that, Arnold Schwarzenegger took advantage of this situation, and he would lease grave sites lease them. And then when the people were unable to pay rent, he would unbury, he would disinter the bodies. That's the kind of motherfucker that guy is. So there you go, Pete. You know, funny visions before you retreat into the gentle night.
All right. Well, with that, I will go say good night. Remember to donate to Douglas if you can, and maybe he'll tell you some more strange stories.
Yes. Well, we love you, dear Peter. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay.
I'll see you on Sunday.
Okay. Look forward to that, and we'll talk about the Vox Arca and banishment. Yeah. There we are.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, bye for now. So we'll add everybody on, the usual suspects, including Troy Bellamy, whose name I couldn't even remember earlier tonight. Anything to
If he does come on, he's gonna be fuming a little bit because you said nigger so many times.
Well, he seemed pretty. The message he sent seemed pretty. How would I say it? Sedate.
I mean, it doesn't need to be destigmatized in a way, you know what I mean? Like it's so unfair to be like there's all of these very nebulous lines about who can say it and who can't, and and how it's pronounced, and it's like, you know what I mean?
Well, let's put it this way: it's for one thing, what is that federal FCC is the Federal Communications Commission or whatever, right? And FCC. It's not a forbidden word on radio. For those of you who don't know, your radio station cannot get a strike legally for using that word. There are forbidden words that, who was the singer who put them all together in one song? It was a satirical lyricist. Yeah. But nigger is not one of those words. And so it's not a legally forbidden term. It's a term that is, shall we say, responded to. Now, here's an example. I should bring other people on before I talk about, but remind me to talk about that Dr. Phil one time. And Dr. Phil is, he's a jerk in his own right. And as Peter Moon has said, he was actually delicensed or something. Medically, his license was revoked or something like that. But he only existed, his entire career was apparently, according to Peter, and it sounds right to me, made by Oprah Winfrey. He was a made man by Oprah Winfrey. But such being said, he had this one, some stupid punk kid who was leading a fantasy life, that, thinking he was a big time DJ and all this bullshit. And he was just making it all up and putting it on social media. But he was using that term, trying to look like a badass or something, like some white rapper or something. So Dr. Phil, roasted him by bringing in people who owned rap companies and stuff who were all black, and they put him to shame on national television. I can understand these things like that, but in my case, it's basically these people are calling me a name and doing far worse than that. They're denying me what could be potentially life threat, healthcare and shit like that. So these are people who, let's just say they've earned it, okay? They've really fucking, yeah. And there's no reason for people who are not those two individuals that I'm hurling this invective at. There's no reason for people who are not those two individuals to take offense. So we can go deeper into that later in social dynamics, but right now I'll start bringing people in. But and any other thoughts?
I have the banned words. George Carlin did his 7 dirty
There we
words.
are. Thank you.
Was that it?
That was it. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Which are shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
Yeah, we use all those.
and nigger's not in there. That was the words you can't say. So, as far as that, your failure on the casting couch, I think the takeaway there is for all the people that look at your thumbnails and your cross-dressing pictures and question your sexuality. It's like Douglas Dietrich wouldn't even be gay for money. You couldn't even do it.
Thank you. I appreciate that profound. This is our Seinfeld moment. Go on. Yes, go on. Say that. What else?
Yeah, they couldn't even pay you to get. That's really what they wanted you to do. It's like you have to be,
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's true. This is what you have to do in Hollywood. Really. I mean, the gays. It's I mean, fuck the Jews. The gays run Hollywood. Scientologists used to a degree, but they're fading. They're fading. It's But what was I going to say about the thank you for that, Aristides. It's appreciated. And but beyond that, not that this is our Seinfeld moment. Not that there's anything wrong.
Right. Of course, yeah, of course. But it's not what we're saying at all. It's just that some people might want to insult your character, and
and they think that that's an insult. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And
right. That he's like, yeah, right. You're a tranny or something, or I don't know, cross-dresser.
Yeah. Well. I mean, they got that right at least. I mean,
right.
I what's his name? Again, Troy. Poor fucking Troy. Troy was the first person who ever called me non-binary, which I take no offense at.
Right.
I'm not quite sure that's what I am, but
right.
I guess. And as for Brooke, she calls me gender fluid, and there's the whole story behind that. And that people might think that that's complicated or contradictory to what we've just expressed. Actually, it's not. So if you want me to, I can relay that when I get back after my break. But let's add all these people.
You've explained it all well enough, I think. Like, it's just whatever. If you haven't gotten it by now, like, you don't need it. I didn't mean to put you into a justify anything, mode.
Well, it's not so much
you don't have to, and you explained it all. So.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, I appreciate that too. Though, just to be clear, so people understand, I don't consider it a justification. It's more like, just another part of my history. Different things that have happened. George Knight has joined us.
Hello, Douglas.
Did you put all the calls out?
Yeah, I did. I think.
Did you spin the wheel?
I think. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah.
Check your wheel spinning here.
Yeah,
right?
let's check if all the people are on the list. Let's see.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, most of the people.
Troy, Brooke, Amy, George.
Yeah.
Joe Ty, are you serious?
Did I do that? But that was an accident. That was totally a fucking accident. Jesus fucking Christ.
Warning.
Yeah. Oh my God. If he comes on, I'll just kick his ass off.
Well, that's just the wild card. Let's just see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Let it be. Amanda, Nemo, Real Tech, Sammy, Jennifer.
Yeah. It just goes to show I hold Joe Ty in such contempt, like I do so many of these people. I never bother to block them. The only person I ever blocked, well, I blocked a few, but Brooke I blocked recently. That was, it's been years since I blocked it. Then I canceled it.
Yeah. I mean, how many? That's your torrid on and off love affair.
Yes,
it's like 3 or 4 times now. It's like you've had her blocked.
That's true.
At least between the two of you, both ways, it's like 10 times.
Yes, true. Yes, I did unblock her, as should be obvious to everyone. That's right. I gotta send her a message and then put my phone on recharge. Let's send her a message telling her she's welcome to come on.
Brooke, she's a feisty one, but we always end up making up with
her. Yes. Or making out, like something.
Y'all, but I mean, we're on good terms.
Yes. So, dear George, how long are we blessed with your presence tonight?
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. Yeah, about good 45 minutes.
Oh, good.
45 minutes.
Good.
Yes.
Wonderful. So what I'll do is take advantage of your presence, and hold a good conversation with our man Aristides while I refresh myself. Yeah. Then when I come back, I'll be happy to join you, of course. And thank you for saying that you were listening in. George was listening in earlier.
Yes.
So tell us a bit about what it was that you agreed with. Like you said, you were on board with me with what I was saying. What was I even talking about at the time?
It was, you're having a dialogue with Peter Moon, and so I can understand you definitely need a refreshment right now.
Yes.
Yes. It was about the whole George Soros, the anti-George Soros stance that so many people are on that page. Of course, you've always deconstructed the whole myth and conspiracies against him. It's so, it was to do with Arnold Schwarzenegger, what you just mentioned as well. That was obviously much afterwards, but the whole Trump theatrical incident. Yes, so I completely understand. And you know what? When I left last time, when I appeared on the show on Sunday, I did walk away thinking about that, about the fist pump and how Trump what must have had, how he was so certain that there was never a second
Thank
sniper.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
How come he did that and knowing it was all over when nobody else knew that? Everyone else was there, always agents and his security around.
You know what? You'd like to think so, but I also believe Trump is kind of the guy that would, like, in a split second, make a calculation, be like, there's somewhat of a chance of danger, but this is more and overwhelmingly a chance for, the photo op, and to value the one above the, you just do kind of like.
But we have to balance that.
It'll probably be all right. I'll just do the fist pump and, like, either I die or I do the fist pump and I'm fucking gone.
Well, two things to bring up with that. I mean, your point's well taken, but the 2 points to bring up to contextualize that is, one, this is the man who evaded the Vietnam War draft by saying, I have bone spurs, even though he can walk for miles on a golf course.
Oh, yeah. Very different thing.
Yeah. And again, the point is the Secret Service, it's like, get this, say, for instance, the president is on a ship, a warship, presumably. Yeah. Now, by all standards, the captain of the warship has authority over the president for anything that happens on that ship. Because the captain of the ship,
I've heard that.
Yeah, so the captain of the ship is God on that ship.
Yeah.
And so the president, if the captain says, you will not do this, Mr. President, the president cannot override him. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the Secret Service, just like an MD is supposed to have the power over a general or a president, if the president or general is acting erratically, and the MD says, you must stand down. This is the doctor's orders. But
medical relief from duty. That came into, like, Star Trek. I remember that.
Right. Thank you.
Or at least Next Generation. I don't know how it may have come up in. I bet you it must have come up in original Star Trek.
Absolutely. It would have to. But the point I'm making is, the Secret Service has that level of authority, and they're supposed to use it in a security situation. And what I can't understand is the Secret Service, like I said, is supposed to, like, football pile him, and then they're supposed to get him out of the situation.
Yeah.
So that why would that the Secret Service allowing him to do that makes no sense. They had to be in on the conspiracy, more than just the guy who cut his ear, but all of them. They had to be, because any one of them who's not in the conspiracy would have to say, Mr. President, get down. And he would have the right, by his responsibility, to physically push the president down, just like they did Reagan. Reagan, when the Secret Service pushed him down, they broke one of his ribs. And Reagan actually said, that hurt, you idiot. He screamed at the Secret Service. The Secret Serviceman said, shut up, Mr. President, and get in the car. That's what, and of course, he could not be fired because the Secret Serviceman was doing his duty. Where did that sense of duty go with all these motherfuckers where they, stand back, Trump's got to do his thing? This is conspiracy, and it's beyond one guy cutting his ear. That none of them should have allowed that. That's crazy.
Yes.
Thank you,
Douglas. Sorry, a couple other points to make. Some of the expert snipers that have come on and talked to the correspondents, the news media, they have outlined how it was almost impossible for them to miss. If that was a rookie sniper, even at a rookie level, they should have hit the target. How did that miss? And Trump looked in the direction of where the bullets were coming from. Immediately, as soon as it was
like he knew,
like he knew where it was coming from. Yes,
which is almost impossible to ascertain. By the way, for people who are victims of a sniper, I mean, especially people who are not militarily trained, especially if it's coming from behind you, yes, but continue. Yes, your points are.
But the general consensus is, like, the memes that are going out online is that they compare him to the Matrix. Oh, he dodged a bullet and he knew where it was coming from. And that's how they're trying to...
They're trying to turn him into... What's the Matrix character? Neo. They're trying to turn him into Neo.
Yes. And that he dodged the bullet. But he looked in the direction where they were coming from. And all the expert snipers that have come out, all the ex-Marines that have trained in this military
Sniping.
affair,
Yeah.
have all said, how did this guy miss the target?
Yeah.
How did he miss? And how did he even get on that rooftop when it should have been, they should have looked at all directions and covered all areas that an assailant could conduct a board of assassination against the main target, which would have been Trump at that time, you know, during that rally. So yeah, it was just so many things that was, some people say it's a level of incompetence, which is just,
it's certainly there. It's certainly,
it's always there. Yes,
it's always there.
We've always expressed it's always there. There is inept incompetence on that level, but also there is some very obvious signs. And that one that you mentioned, Douglas, with the fist pump, how he was so certain it was all over. Yeah. And I get where Aristides is coming from. It could be just his reaction.
Nature, his nature, but
his nature, yes. Yeah. But it was certainly, it was. There was so many just discrepancies with that, innocuous discrepancies.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, I can't believe any of the Secret Service men would allow that, because that doesn't make sense. They don't, theoretically, they don't know that it's over at all. So, and for all they know, there could be a bomb under the podium, you know, get them out of the area now. That's what should have been the priority, but it wasn't. It absolutely bizarre. And nobody's questioning this on mainstream media the way they should. You know, Peter's going on about, they're analyzing this ad nauseum. No, they're not. They're analyzing stupid shit. Not what I just brought up. By the way, Heather Holman has rejoined us. She's figured I've stopped talking about sodomy. She says, I can come back now. He stopped talking about all the butt fuckery. And thank you, Heather.
Oh, I missed it. Go back and listen.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, I love you all, the three of you. Aristides, you're still there, right? Let's make sure he's still able to talk. Yeah.
I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm still here. You're gonna take a break now?
Okay, I'm gonna take the break now. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes at the absolute longest, probably sooner than that, much sooner.
Well, we've got a couple of great people here, so I think we'll be fine.
You will be. And okay, everybody, you're in great hands. I'll be back. Thank you so much. I'll go mute now.
All right.
Thank you.
You're the best.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes. So please, I just wanted to say, if anyone's got any questions, Aristides or Heather, for myself, or if you want to have a conversation with each other, please, by all means, just to get the show rolling, just to get some.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
noise.
My cat
Yes.
is officially designated. Her last name is Knight. Her name is Midnight.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Midnight. Nice.
Yes.
That's apropos. Yes.
We call her Miss Knight.
Yes, Miss Knight. Yes, thank you. There's they do say that if you have the surname of Knight, then you are a descendant from someone who was appointed a knight in the past. But I've never looked at my family tree, so I don't know with my heritage if that is the case. But in my case, if that is if that is, but there's so many. Yes. So obviously there is a lineage.
You can always go back and get that information. You still have your grandparents with you?
Yes, no, they're long passed away. My grandparents.
You sound so young. That's why I had to ask.
Yes, unfortunately, It's So thank you. Yes. But no, Heather, do you have any questions about, because we covered some topics and areas on Unterland. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask me? Just where it's,
I don't know. I mean, I don't understand the migration of it, I guess, to go to Unterland, or, I mean, I understand, I've been researching a lot about it and watching a lot of videos about it, learning a lot. It just seems like I'm not sure if it's a place where living people are, or if they're just invisible people, or what. I mean, the concept I'm having a hard time understanding.
Right. Yeah. Just to express it and summarize it as briefly as possible. We're trying to make it sound coherent and comprehensible, so it's understandable. Because sometimes when I speak or Douglas speaks, sometimes it's it's misconstrued or misinterpreted. A lot of the when we speak about the Unterlanders or interterrestrials, people do conflate what we're saying, the message. But yeah, no, these are physical people. These are the government that was elected in 1933 in Germany is the German Workers' Party. And they were referred to themselves as the Third Reich. The Third Reich was established in 1934 under the unlimited state of emergency that was declared under the declaration of war against Germany to boycott German goods and the sanctions that were imposed on Germany. Immediately upon the inception of the Reich, when they were democratically elected into government, and the Judea diaspora declared war against Germany in March 1933. So just so people are aware, the Third Reich was established under a dictatorship, and the Reich is translated in the Deutsche Sprache as the realm. The Third Reich government in 1945, and they were already conducting their expeditions to the Antarctic Circle, the land of ice, in the 1930s. And people could look up, there was a Kaiser Wilhelm II land during World War I, and they already established several colonies on the Antarctic ice, and what is known as Queen Maud Land, or people know, if you look it up colloquially, it's known as New Schwabenland, but it's Queen Maud Land in the Antarctic Circle. They established several colonies, and this is where they sent the majority of their technology. And if you take a look up, Heather, the largest mass evacuation operation in history was conducted under the very last months of the war, proactive prosecution of hostilities during 1944.
Was that Operation Werewolf?
Werewolf is a separate operation that was conducted also under the auspice of the same general, the Admiral of the Navy, Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz of the U-boat Kriegsmarine, the U-boat of the Wehrmacht army, the Navy branch of military service. He conducted Operation Seawolf. But during the last months of the war, as people understand it, the evacuation was under Karl Dönitz. He conducted this operation called Operation Hannibal. The operation was to relocate the Germanic peoples out of Latvia, Prussia. It was Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, all over the Baltic littoral. They relocated Germanic peoples that were all descended from the original Teutonic tribes, and they were considered Aryan to the German people. So they relocated the largest mass evacuation in history, over 1 million people. This included not only civilians, but military personnel and the diplomats, as well as the Reich's
And then
technology.
they went to Unterland? I'm sorry to interrupt.
And so they relocated to several places. Now, to bear in mind, every single nation state on earth took in the Reich, or echelons, or whether they were diplomats, or whether they were practitioners, or whether they were specialists in engineering or scientific purposes, studies, research. Every nation state on earth took them in. And most people are aware of what happened in the United States, but every nation state on earth took them in. But where the government relocated to was several places throughout the world, including Tibet, Taiwan, Argentina, Chile, and the Antarctic. And that is where the advanced technology was relocated. They had a full infrastructure that was established on the colony of the Antarctic. And this was through several years, and this took decades for them to relocate underground. This wasn't an operation that they just conducted and did decisively in the early years of the war or throughout the war. They were able to keep the Allies at bay throughout several decades after 1945, and that was when they established the colony that exists throughout Unterland, which is the Deutsche Sprache word for the land below. and they were fully aware of the underground cavern systems that were extant and prevalent throughout throughout the Earth's crust. But the entry points, they found several entry points, included in Tibet, and they conducted many mountaineering expeditions in Tibet during the war, which is why me and myself and Douglas have spoken about Aleister Crowley being Winston Churchill's choke. Sorry, Winston Churchill was Aleister Crowley's choke bitch, we referred to him as, because Winston Churchill will take this as a laughing matter, as a laughing stock. He'll ridicule these expeditions, thinking that they were just conducting mountain expeditions in Tibetan mountains. But of course, Aleister Crowley was a bit more aware of that. He was more acute to the reasons and purposes behind these mountaineering expeditions in Tibet, because there were several entry points to these underground cavern systems that exist in Tibet themselves. But the Third Reich relocated to the Antarctic Circle, the Antarctic continent, because it was a stronghold, and it was an impenetrable fortress for Allied invasions. And they were able to submerge themselves. They established these they conducted these tunnel systems themselves, and they were working off in geothermal energy. They got their sources from the hot springs that was rising from the bottom of the lakes of Antarctica, that was rising to the top, and you would see that the surface is completely frigid, completely frozen over. But when you get deeper and deeper, you get streams of warm water submerging that is coming from beneath throughout the Unterland, throughout these underground cavern systems. That's where they got their energy from. They were using geothermal energy, utilizing it, and they established their stronghold there. And then once they were able to move all of their technology, their infrastructure, their plant, everything under, because they were established on the surface and throughout the Antarctic continent. Just to explain, it was in the 1950s, the late 1950s, and possibly into 1960, that they completely relocated into Unterland. So they were no longer extant and established on Antarctica itself. That was when you started having all these scientific colonies established, and every nation state, every major developed nation state established a colony on the Antarctic Circle, which exists today. And they are the largest, they comprise of the largest scientific study population on Earth. They are all there on Antarctica. But the Third Reich are not there on the surface no more. They are throughout the underground cavern systems. And what I mentioned a couple transmissions ago with the incident in 2012, it was Lake Vostok. If people want to reference it or look this up, this is when they conducted a mining operation where they went so deep to the deepest regions, which is Lake Vostok in the Antarctica. And many of these scientific researchers went missing. And apparently they came out, the press came out and said, oh, we found them, but they relocated. These were part of the defections that we were referencing and talking about previously. So yeah, the Third Reich government themselves still exist today, but they exist in exile. And so, yeah, many of these.
Did the paperclip? I'm sorry. Did the paperclip?
Yeah, carry on. No, please.
Stay here in America and pass away of old age?
So, yeah, with Operation Paperclip, yeah. So many of the people already will know because it's so popular, and it's me and Douglas. We have the same feelings about this because nobody heard of Operation Paperclip until the information started leaking in the late 1980s into the 1990s, and many people have basically monopolized or they've basically just propagandized it. Many of them. So the Soviet Union took on Wernher von Braun's brother Magnus. They had him, and the Americans had Wernher von Braun, which was his role was overseeing the rocketries. The rocket technology, the V2 rockets, and so he established. He was pioneering that, but that was all the Americans got out of it. They never got any of the exotic technology, I should say, I call it. So yeah, they never were able to establish anything.
Why didn't they go to Unterland if they were all the scientists, and all those scientists were the best innovative scientists of that time? Why didn't they go to Unterland?
Oh, the majority of them did. The majority of them did. The majority of them did. Martin Bormann, the most wanted man in history, was the man who helped establish the Third Reich in exile. And Martin Bormann, obviously, he was on the Nuremberg trials. He was on the list for one of the top echelons to be executed, but he wasn't there because he relocated into exile. He was certainly the most prominent, and Hans Kammler himself, who was fully aware of the Third Reich's technology, he relocated to Unterland as well, and many of them did. And so that was how they were able to keep the Allies at bay. And this is after Operation High Jump, which was the last military operation, and they established a Task Force 68 to try to dislodge or dismantle the Third Reich in exile's exodus to the Antarctic, and that operation failed miserably. And this was the last great Atlantic battle during the last years of the war, before sensation of proactive prosecution came to a cease.
You say Task Force 68?
68. Yes, and it comprised of over 4,500 military personnel, several destroyers and icebreakers. And aircraft carriers. It was the largest. It was a large operation to try to dislodge them, but they all ended up. The majority of them all died, and so it was an operation that was aborted quite. It was aborted quite sooner than what it was intended to, because of the offensive of the Third Reich in exile. And then after that period of time, then the Third Reich started to conduct offensive operations violating the national airspace over the United States, and they have been doing so ever since. So these lights that people spot, and these quote unquote UFOs that have been beaming out these very bright lights that people see formations, and they're conducting these either reconnaissance operations, scouting runs, or psychological warfare operations. They've been conducting them ever since to keep the Allies at bay. And so the government stance is they don't want this information for the public to be aware of, because essentially the cover-up is because World War II was a failure, and it was the military that failed an operation, and the government are at a stance where they cannot let the public know that, because everything that has been going on ever since has been due to this lie, and they don't want people to find out that the Third Reich still exists in exile, and that what people are spotting that flying over their heads with complete impunity, and there's nothing they could do with their defense force. So the United States has a Department of Defense which brings home more of your discretionary income. Over 51% of your discretionary income, your taxations, go into a military budget designed for your Department of Defense, for your defense, for your nation state, but yet they fly over your heads with complete impunity, and there is no defense. And what they did in 1965, as an example, in the later months of the year of 1965, they conducted a operation where they caused the Great Northeast Blackout, where they're flying over power transmission lines, and they took out the national grid. The Third Reich did, and everyone, it was reported in the press and in the news articles that people were spotting, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, were spotting flying objects, bright flying objects, flying over power lines, and then taking out the national grid. And that was in
65, you said, right?
Yeah, and it's referred to as the Great Northeast Blackout.
65, and then and then you had things like the Capitol flyover, was it 52 or?
Oh, the flyover 2 weekends consecutively. Yeah, they did, and it was
right over the Capitol.
On the Saturday evening, and they flew directly over the Capitol. It was a Saturday evening, late, at the same time. So they flew over, and so this is how they were.
That's the way to flex. If you're gonna flex on somebody, that's the way to flex. Just be like, fly your fucking Capitol, and you can't do anything about it.
Yes, and so they kept the Allies at bay throughout the several decades, and this was the most hostile period for anyone who was an Air Force pilot, because they were on standing orders to shoot down any form of flying object that was unidentified flying over the national airspace if they cannot talk them down. And thousands of United States Air Force pilots, including just normal personnel, died during the periods of 1951 onwards into this later decades that came afterwards, preceding those very early years. And so it was a very detrimental period for anyone who was an Air Force pilot. And so, yeah, that's the reality. And obviously, you know, what Douglas mentioned last time was the the trade that was conducted. So they conducted trade, and that was how the Third Reich were able to force the Americans into concessions to get everything they wanted, for them to establish a exodus into Unterland, so they could relocate the entirety of their government into Unterland. That's why we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich. We're not legally at war with Germany or United Germany to this day. We're still legally at war with the Third Reich because no peace was ever settled. No peace treaty was ever established. So yeah, this is why we're still legally at war with the Third Reich, because they're the ones that exist in exile. They're the ones that are still flying over your heads on a daily basis and conducting these military operations to this day. And the Americans still find them a threat. And then, yeah, Douglas also mentioned about in the year 1997, this is when the communication was, this is when it was severed, completely severed with all forms of communication. And the communication prior to 1997, it was very incoherent. And they started to make, all the transmissions started to make less and less sense. And this is because of domestic, or you would call it domestic civil disputes throughout their what you want to call it throughout their multiple. They became more acquainted with spirituality. With some of the contactees that have spoken to them, they're more acute with the environment. And so, but the original, what do you want to call them? The original, and Douglas can help me with the name of it when he comes back. But the original Reich themselves were more military, were far more prominent to the military aspect, to keeping the Allies at bay. Whereas the later generations, because they are 4 or 5 generations ahead now, they are more acute to more of a spiritual level. More acquainted with the environment. They are more they're more worried and concerned for the prosperity for life to thrive on Earth, and because they, of course, they are not susceptible to the harsh conditions and weather that we are inevitably going to experience with climate change. They are in a safe haven. And plus, they have established many colonies elsewhere throughout the solar system. So to answer another question, Heather, the Third Reich initially was establishing a South Pole region on the South Pole of the Moon in the later half of the years of the war. And through the American intelligence, they knew that they were, for whatever reason, they knew that they were relocating on the South Pole region of the Moon. They never found out the name of the lunar city, so they referred to it as Moon Base Alpha. But the Germans referred to it as the Lunastock, the lunar city that was established on the terminator line of the South Pole of the Moon. And this is why the Americans responded with Operation Argos in 1958. This is before Sputnik was released. And most people think of, the first satellite put into space was Sputnik, that was deployed by the Soviet Union. But throughout prior, the Third Reich was deploying many satellites into space. And what people refer to as the Black Knight satellite, that is part of the Third Reich satellites that they deployed into space, and it's still extant. But Operation Argos rendered every single satellite that the Third Reich put into space rendered useless because of the radiation that was emitted from these upper atmosphere, upper ionosphere explosions, these nuclear tests. And there was 3 consecutive launches in the later half of 1958. And that was designed to prevent the Third Reich from relocating on the South Pole region for resupply for what they've already established. And that was a victory on part of the Allies. And so, yeah, that was when the Third Reich decided, all right, we're going to relocate underground. And that is when they established their establishment into Unterland. And I hope that makes some sense, Heather, whilst I just take a sip of my drink. Just
okay, that makes so much sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense, and it makes me have questions too. So, gosh, it's just a lot to take in and digest, and everything.
Yeah, it takes a little while.
Up the pace lately with the swing of things.
So and the people to reference is people when you look up Operation Argos, that was one of the biggest scientific cover-ups, because they stopped conducting any form of research, because the after effects, the ramifications from that launch, that operation, was it's people on Earth started to contract radiation sickness, radiation cancer, and leukemia, because of these upper atmosphere deployments of nuclear ordnance. And they started, and this is why when you look up Operation Argos, they'll tell you, well, they ceased conducting any research because they realized that it started to, people on Earth started to die because they started contracting radiation sickness, radiation illnesses. And so, they approached Nicholas Christophilius, who didn't hold a physics degree. And he concluded that he could conduct this operation and to create an artificial Van Allen radiation belt, which would be detrimental to any of the Reich's technology that was penetrating that force field, that field that was so immense in radiation that it would render the circuitry system of the Reich's technology rendered useless. And so, this was so detrimental, and this prevented resupply to the lunar stock, the lunar city. And so all the Third Reich that were established on the South Pole colony were then ultimately died for lack of resupply. So they ended up dying. And then later on, this is when the non-alignment movement that was established, and under Joseph Broz Tito, he publicly stated, and it's on record, that if the two major powers, if the United States of America and the former Soviet Union decided to have a nuclear exchange, then the non-alignment movement and all its member states, Joseph Broz Tito did state that himself and his people, because the largest, what do you want to call it, the largest space force, the largest space organization outside of the Soviet Union and the United States was in Yugoslavia, communist Yugoslavia, under Joseph Broz Tito. And he was going to relocate his population, or many of his echelons, to the South Pole colony on the moon that the Third Reich established. And he was going to take massive advantage of this. And so, because it was ultimately abandoned during that period because of the Operation Argos. So, they were fully aware of there was a lunar city on the South Pole region of the moon that the Third Reich established. So, that's just one other example just to bring up for you. Do you have any other questions, Heather? I do apologize. It's so early that I can't go into minute, excruciating detail. So I'm just summarizing it, giving a brief summary on the situation. Any other questions, Heather? Because I know you're on mute. Or Steve, do you have anything? And I don't think Heather's.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just, I'm trying to process all that. Let me think. I'm sure there was something I wanted to say, but maybe I've forgotten by now. Wait, there was some. Okay, that was really, really a great summary of information.
Appreciate it.
All very important. Let me see. You were, before you said Operation Hannibal and then went into all that, you said something else. There was another operation. It was like Seawall or what was
Seawolf. Operation Seawolf. Yes, that was
Sea Wall or Wolf.
Seawolf, Operation Seawolf.
Seawolf.
That was also on the auspice of the Admiral, so the Navy, the Navy branch of the military service.
I'm back.
So
I'm back. Just to let you know.
Hello,
Continue.
Doug.
Yes. So what's this about the auspice of the naval branch of service? Continue. Yes. What's going on?
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And Aristides, because I mentioned earlier about Operation Seawolf. I brought up Hannibal, Operation Hannibal, and Operation Seawolf. Heather was acquainted with Seawolf. She was the one who brought up it initially. So I'm impressed that she's aware of it.
She was following me back in the days when I put up columns about it, probably, right, Heather? But go on, George. Yes, continue.
Yeah, no, thank you. This was, so from my understanding, just to give it a brief summary, so from my understanding, it was the latter half of the war that as we know it in 1945. The Cross Admiral Cardenas, the Admiral of the Navy, he conducted this operation to deploy his U-boat submarines that had atomic ordnance on board, which he could deploy over the continental United States. And the Navy of the United States were able to intercept them. But the whole point of the operation was that he could deploy a atomic ordnance on a V2 rocket deployed from a U-boat submarine, specifically on the east coast of the United States, that he could take out New York City with a V2 rocket, which was mounted with a atomic ordnance. And that was the whole point of it, that he could deploy atomic ordnances over the continental United States. And so that was one of the ways that they forced the Americans initially into they surrender, suing for peace and surrender, or just allowing the Third Reich to relocate, establish an exodus. Right. Certainly with many aspects that we brought up with under the Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels as well, with his he was obviously the under the auspice of propaganda and enlightenment, and under his auspice you had the Furballs, which is what we refer to as Krautballs, the fireballs, which were under his department, which were deployed.
But by the way, strangely, don't forget to express to our listeners that for whatever reason, and this was somewhat unusual, but for whatever reason, the men in the Pacific, it's not unusual that they use this term, but the men in the Pacific use the term Foo Fighters for those objects. Yes. But for some reason, after the war, that became the universal reference. I guess because Krautballs is intrinsically racist, but express that.
Yes, and as I just said, I refer to them as Furballs. But yes, the colloquial term for anyone listening is Foo Fighters, and it became the universal term used to reference these objects. These were basically radio remote controlled. Think of them as levitating nautical mines with elongated coils, which were emitting. Would you say it was plasma? Was it plasma? Yeah, it was just like these.
The interesting thing is that the way that plasma becomes involved is because what might have happened, and we were speculating about this, but George and I never really spoke of this publicly yet. But George and I were speculating that plasma, these kind of plasmatic, for lack of a better word, entities are kind of like very primitive life forms. They're not exactly like the amoeboid or unicellular entities, but more like almost like congealed energy life forms seem to be attracted to these Feuerballs, the fireballs. Feuer is fire in German. And they seem to be almost lured by them like a fish towards a hook. So they in that compounded the fear of the Allies, because these Feuerballs were not just causing fear in and of themselves, but also attracting entities of which the Allies were only barely becoming aware of. And again, it added to their assumption that the Germans had contacted alien life, and that the Germans were somehow in league with these life forms, are somehow manipulating the life forms as well as the fireballs themselves. So please continue, and we can get back to that later.
Oh yes, thank you, Douglas. And this is again when people look up the very last, during the middle of 1945. This is what people know as the latter half of the war. But of course, we've always emphasised that the war is never fully over.
It's never ended. And also, did you bring up this point because one of the most important points to bring up, because this may sound pointless. It may sound like, Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz or Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz conducted a suicide run. But understand that what happened was that the United States Navy CNC, what they call Sync, C Commander-in-Chief, it's known as a C and then the word in, and then C, Commander-in-Chief, but they call it a Sync, C-I-N-C. Sync of the Atlantic, the Commander-in-Chief of the Atlantic, announced in January of 1945 that the American public must prepare for V1 and V2 attacks via U-boats. And this was right after England had been put on atomic alert in 1944. So this was like the first nuclear attack threat that America faced. And Americans, for some reason, it was like erased from their mass memory by quote unquote the Cold War, in which they were propagandized.
The propaganda.
The American propaganda, and it was so heavy that they became convinced that after Japan was bombed by nuclear weapons, that somehow the Americans were the only ones who had these weapons. And then that became the mantra to make Americans feel safe.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was very bizarre. Go on. Continue. Take it from here.
Thank you, Douglas. Because the Soviet Union did deploy their first atomic ordnance until 1949. So that's several years after 1945.
That's right.
So, the Americans were under the impression that they were the only ones that could deploy atomic ordnance.
The public. Then, that was the public, but not at first. During the war, they didn't think that. During the war, and of course, for those of you who doubt this, just always remember, if anyone ever doubts you about this, just point them to Einstein. Einstein wrote that letter to Roosevelt saying, the Germans already have the bomb, and the war is as good as lost. I mean, that's what prompted Roosevelt to basically start the atomic bomb project and go balls to the wall with it till the Americans built the plutonium bomb. So and by the way, I don't know, did you get those emails I sent you about the physicists and the black holes and all that?
Is that recent, Douglas?
Yeah, a few weeks ago by now, maybe a week ago by now or two. So check your emails. Yeah,
it'll be in my inbox. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, I will.
Thank you. So continue. Yeah.
But so thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Douglas. And when you mentioned about the hospice of the propaganda ministry, so under Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, he was able to convince the Allies, the Americans and the British, and I know from the Department of Defense records, the Americans always basically tried to portray that the British were more susceptible to this propaganda.
That's right, because they were so pissed off at how...
Pissed off.
There was the Mazzy Project. It was called MASSEY. The Mazzy Project was the British investigation into this phenomena during wartime. So continue. Yes, by all means.
Yes, thank you. He was able to convince the Allies that they were able to be, because they had national television and it broadcast frequency waves throughout into the vast regions of space and travels at the speed of light. He propagandized.
Goebbels, you mean? Goebbels, you mean?
Goebbels, yes. Goebbels told the Allies, we've broadcasted this national television signal, and it's been intercepted by an extraterrestrial race, and they made first contact, and so the extraterrestrial race can only recognize one legitimate government on Earth, and they recognize the Third Reich and as the legitimate government. So he portrayed to the Americans and the British that, we have communications, or established a form of pact, a form of collaboration with an extraterrestrial race, and we can, they're here to what's the word? Either I'm trying to think. Collaborate with the Third Reich.
Basically,
this is the reason.
Yeah, yes. Go on. Yeah, continue.
And And this is why when the Red Army, when the Soviets invaded Berlin in May, it was May, I think, or the later half of April, but in May 1945, that is why the Americans and the British, even though they established vast territory holds throughout Europe, they held back because they were susceptible to this propaganda, and they truly believed that they would have intervention from this extraterrestrial race if they invaded Berlin. So this is why they held back, and this is why the Soviets went into Berlin, and they lost millions of men. What was that, million? Over a million men?
Basically, at least 1 million man army was lost in the meat grinder of Berlin in that winter, and that's what saved Western Europe, because don't forget, for those of you who do not understand, during the World War Zero, the Napoleonic Wars, which also includes what the Americans call the War of 1812, that was simply the American front of World War Zero. The Americans tried to sever themselves from that. The Americans really were allied with Napoleon Bonaparte against the monarchies. And they were allying with a fellow republic, the French, against the monarchies. But the monarchies won. And because the monarchies won, then what happened was the Americans, again, revised their history. But the whole point is that in that war of World War Zero, the Americans had now forgive me, I lost my train of thought there for a minute. We were speaking about World War II, and what was you were talking about Berlin? Oh yes, during the Napoleonic Wars, World War Zero, Russia invaded Western Europe all the way to Paris. And so the Russians occupied Paris in World War Zero, and that's what Stalin wanted. Stalin wanted to be in fucking Paris. And so, what stopped him from reaching all the way into Western Europe and taking Paris was Berlin. And Berlin was his Stalingrad. Berlin was Stalin's Stalingrad. Berlin basically finished the Red Army, and they could advance no further. So all of Western Europe owes the defense of Berlin to their sense of identity that developed thereafter. So please take it from there. I'm going to take my earbuds out for just a second because I'm getting into my sweatshirt for the night. But keep talking. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Yes. Very important point, Douglas. And also what he publicly stated, Joseph Stalin said, we want to invade Paris and we want to take Napoleon Bonaparte's body and bring it back to the Soviet Union. We want to bring it back to Russia. And yet he was informed by his advisors, well, we've got no one left to invade. We've lost everyone in Berlin. So as Douglas very importantly that's an important point to make, is that the European theatre owe it to the Germans in Berlin for their defense and to prevent the Red Army from pursuing any further and advancing any further, because that's what Joseph Stalin ultimately wanted. That was the whole conquest of Berlin, the whole intent of that conquest, of that invasion. So yes, are you back, Douglas?
Okay, yeah, I'm back. You could sense that. How the fuck did you sense that? Jesus Christ!
No, I didn't know. I just finished my train of thought, so I was hoping that you come again.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So Heather says, just take a look in our text box that we have here in Skype, and Heather says, "Oh, thanks so much, George. She really appreciates you. What was it she said here?
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you, George. You're incredible." She said, "There we are." So with our train of thought here, then again explain to our listeners that the war, of course, has ended only in the Pacific Theater, but it has not ended in the Atlantic Theater, which has now become a global war that's interglobal. Yeah. In other words, we use the term, shall we say, international. So when it comes to the war with the Third Reich at this point, one of the terms that I have seen used in documents was the term interglobal. And when they use that term interglobal concerning the war with the Third Reich at this point, it can mean two things. One, it could mean the intraterrestrial war, and that's INTRA, not, so intraterrestrial would imply the war with the subterranean world, but they also imply interglobal in the sense of the fact that there is the space aspect. That's obvious. But the other part that's not obvious is the fact that, in a sense, there is a world within our world, not in the hollow earth sense, but in the sense of the planet Theia. And Theia crashed into our world, which resulted in the ejection of enough material from our planet that it formed the moon. So you've got this element of the moon, which is another globe. We're a binary planet, a moon. Because our moon is larger than any other moon compared to the terrestrial object. The only other comparable planet that we know of would be Pluto, because Pluto's moon Charon would be maybe just as large to Pluto as our moon is to ours. But our moon was created by this planet Theia, which again has been used to refer to the intraterrestrial Aryans, or the inner Aryans. They also have been referred to as Theians or Theans at this point because of this world within our world. Even though it's not discernibly a separate world within our globe, it is in a sense very much a separate world within our globe, because it resulted in our moon, and it's also now melded into our Earth, but maybe separate enough at some places because of the caverns and the depth of that it may be considered that the Nazis are living on the surface of a world within our world. So we call that, it's been referred to as Theia. So this is the term interglobal. It is now an interglobal war with the Theians, or inner Aryans, or intraterrestrials. So take it from there, George, that these are important terms.
Thank you.
And express the fact that this war is still ongoing, as opposed to the war in the Pacific, which was brought to an end. No.
Exactly, very important point, and that's how I would interpret interglobal. So it's an interterrestrial war, but it's interglobal, so it's extend throughout the world. So that's interglobal. I would perceive it as that, Douglas. And yes, so people are aware that the war did end in the Pacific, and not until 1951, not until when peace.
1952, actually, 1952.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, Douglas. So the peace treaty was signed on September 8th, 1951, but then it was ratified, but it didn't go into effect until the eve date, of Emperor Hirohito's birthday. So the 29th, his birthday is on the 28th, and his birthday is on the 29th, so this is when it went into effect. April 28th of 1952. And so, sorry, the eve date was the 27th, beg your pardon. His eve date for his birthday was the 27th. No, excuse me. I think his birthday.
I think you heard it right. It was the 28th. Is the 29th is his birthday? Yeah, the 29th is his birthday. I'll look it up. As a matter of fact, I'll just look it up by going back to April. And by the way, also don't forget to point out April 20th is Hitler's birthday. So you've got this bizarre confluence of their dates. And Peter Moon, of course, this is how he remembered it for the book. Was he remembered that Emperor Hirohito's birthday eve day was the day that he, entered and exited Scientology after signing his billion-year contract. Talk about signing your soul away to the devil. I mean, this guy, he signed the fucking billion-year fucking contract. It's the 29th. The 29th is his birthday. His birthday. So it was on the birthday eve day was the 28th, and it's Peter Moon. Just think of that also as Peter Moon Day, getting in and out of Scientology with his billion-year fucking contract when he sold his soul to
Lafayette, Ronald Hubbard, whoever his name is, I can remember.
Lafayette, L. Ron Hubbard, Lafayette Ron Hubbard. Yeah, there we are. I never, I had totally forgotten his first name, but then you reminded me. How the hell? Yeah, how did you even find out? I remember now it was Lafayette, but.
Nobody. It's just one of those. It's one of those things, Douglas. Oh my God, I just shudder at it because, as you mentioned earlier, the Scientologists. It was the with Hollywood, it was Hollywood was run predominantly by the Jewish media for many years, and then it was the Scientologists, which you've got like John Travolta and Tom Cruise, which everyone lusts over.
And Tom Cruise is so he's such a wimp, and it's so stupid, and he plays these that's like me playing Bruce Lee. I mean, it's not even believable. It's offensive to even watch. It doesn't even make any sense. Oh my God, that's like putting George Knight in a dress and having him play a ballerina. It doesn't make any fucking sense. He's not built for it, okay? It's
oh God, because Douglas, as you know, as I learned from yourself, going back, obviously I'm swaying away now from the war in the Pacific, to distinguish and disambiguate between the two, and why we're still legally at war with the Third Reich, with the European theatre. But to go back to L. Ron Hubbard, I was fully aware of the John Whiteside Parsons when he was conducting these the Babylon working rituals with Marjorie Cameron, and they did spawn. They referred to him as
Moonchild. That's correct. And the name is Jack Parsons. Always think Jack Parsons, like Black Jack or something like that.
JPL. I thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And this is something, obviously, next week we can go into in such excruciating detail. We can go into it on Monday.
Excellent.
Monday my time, Sunday your time. We could go into that. But with L. Ron Hubbard, he ran off with Sarah, his Jack Parsons' ex-wife.
I think she was still married to him at the time. He literally ran off with the man's wife. Yes.
Wife. And took all of his life savings. Because they were married still. So just ran off with all his life savings, and that's how we established that.
That's right. Yeah. And by the way, Peter Moon will bring up the point. Well, Jack Parsons didn't have that much money to steal, so L. Ron Hubbard had to raise a lot of other money to start the church. And I'm thinking, how does that make it better? That's the funny. He's like, how does that? Is he like trying to rationalize what L. Ron Hubbard did? It's bizarre.
Oh,
By the way, to Peter.
Of course he was.
Yeah.
Of course he was.
Yes, of course. By the way, for both George Knight and Aristides have seen a video that the link I've given to both of them about Hitler, and it shows, it's basically a musical video, and it shows it's scenes from a German film that shows Hitler returning back, and they resplice it all, so you have this video of him turning back, and everybody's welcoming him of all races, and he's just hanging with everybody. And when Peter Moon saw that video, he says, wow, he says...
The live one, or it was animated?
No, that was the live action one, the cinematic one.
The live acted one? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then when Peter saw that, he said, can we make a video like that for L. Ron Hubbard? And I was like, dude, it's like, the point is, Peter, he's on all these Scientology sites all the time. He's on them so much. He actually said on this show once, he said, that movie Battlefield Earth was such a hit. And I said, dude, get off the Scientology sites. It was one of the biggest flops in history. Yeah. Everybody hated that film. But that's how much Peter's on these sites. And he thinks that Peter actually believes that L. Ron Hubbard triggers more people than Adolf Hitler. Because this is how often he's on these sites, and that's all these people talk about is L. Ron Hubbard. So Peter's under the impression that, this is like, like your average Mormon thinks that half the world is Mormon or something like that, or a good deal of it. Yeah, it's like that. It's your average kid does not know who L. Ron Hubbard is. Your average younger person. No. Oh my God, but everyone knows Hitler. They're raised with... Yeah, they talk about Hitler more than they do Christ. Only religious people talk about Christ. Yeah, exactly. Go on. Back to George.
The thing is, and even Peter Moon's, he's fully aware of that. These Babylon sex magic rituals that was conducted between January and February of 1946.
And they're satanic. They're satanic. And so L. Ron Hubbard was a practicing Satanist. Yes, this cannot be forgotten.
Yeah, it was. Yes, he was a practicing Satanist, and as we outlined, L. Ron Hubbard ran off with Jack Parsons' wife, Sarah is her name, and with that money that they took from his life savings, that was what he used to fund the establishment of the Scientology, to incept that religion, that occult religion, which is what it is, and 9 months later, after these rituals are conducted, you had the birth and spawn of Moonchild and Michael Aquino, and he's fully aware of that. Yes. Peter Moon is fully aware of that also. It was in October the 16th of 1946 that Michael Aquino was born. Yes. Under the and he is outlined in the Coming Forth by Night. that they had to take 12, and he was number 13 because he was born a still blue baby. He was born dead and then revived.
No, he was not revived. The doctors were gonna
he was
throw him into the incinerator when, as he articulates it, some entity took possession. The entity that is Michael Aquino took possession of the body. Yes, go on.
Thank you so much, Douglas. Yes. But that ritual went wrong, and this was under the Nuremberg, the Nuremberg executions. People after the trials, they executed, and they needed 12 men of prominent power, and they took all these men, but it went wrong because Martin Bormann relocated into exile, which is what I mentioned earlier. He relocated into Unterland, and you had Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering, who committed suicide on October 15th, and he's fully aware of that, and that was what L. Ron Hubbard.
Well, he wrote about it. Yeah, Peter wrote about it in his book, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, without making that connection. But go on, yes.
Thank you. Yes, and so that is why I'm just so profound with all this. Yeah, it's just completely outrageous and disgusting. Yeah, so no, that's why I'm fully aware of that with the whole Scientology group. So therefore, I will have. No, you won't hear me saying anything that advocates anything they do, because I'm fully aware of the contents of it, yes, and the reasons behind it, or part of it, So.
I mean, the way Peter will express it is he'll basically say that he perceives L. Ron Hubbard as having good intentions, and that he also wrote that book titled The Sanity of Madness, or the Tao of Madness, and he feels something, that Hubbard lost it. At some point, he feels that Hubbard lost the plot, but he tends to blame all of the real corruption of Scientology on Miscavige. But really, what he's doing is he's rehabilitating Hubbard. He's rehabilitating him because Hubbard was a Satanist. I mean, he's hanging out with Crowley. Crowley is who he was originally his mentor, and then and he was under orders of Crowley when he went to hook up with Jack Parsons, and then so yes, this is all like it's really deep dark stuff. And the funny thing is, Peter will condemn the Mormons as Satanists and say, yes, the Mormons are Satanists, but you take a look. I think there's a far more direct link between Scientology. But go on.
For goodness sake, yes. Oh my God. Just left speechless.
Yes.
I'm just left complete after what we've just articulated. Yeah, how could anyone draw that conclusion, draw that anything? It's just, he's pardoning them off. And it's just completely disgusting. And we mentioned about when the Americans, when they turned diabolists, after the original, the British were diabolists originally under these many organizations such as the Hellfire Club for many generations, many decades and centuries, with what they were conducting. Then when the Americans adopted it, and this is when they turned diabolist long before Michael Aquino was born, which is why he was recognized as and he was perceived and looked upon as the arbiter, who was the reincarnation of the Antichrist on earth, but he wasn't. And obviously we just articulated that briefly.
The Arbinger, the term they use
the
is
Arbinger.
Arbinger.
Yes.
And and so the interesting thing was that Moonchild was in a sense an Antichrist. He was an Antichrist.
He was,
but he was not. It's just so people understand, the Bible mentions more than one Antichrist. In other words, there are like tin horn dictators or penny ante dictators. There are penny ante or tin horn antichrists. And Moonchild was one of those. Kind of like a failed antichrist. But do continue. Honestly, I think that we're going to see... I think that, Trump is in many ways an antichrist. One of these kinds of manifestations of antichrist myself is what I feel. But, Peter keeps projecting onto him this potential for bringing peace. And, we can only hope. I mean, certainly Peter is banking on they're listening to the show. And Peter knows that all of the authorities listen to the show, so he tries to present advisements for Trump, what Trump could do to bring peace. We can only hope that they listen, it gets relayed to Trump, and that Trump listens to whatever his advisors tell him, or better yet, listens to the show and learns something. Yeah. But, I don't have my hopes up. Let's put.
No, I'm not optimistic either, Douglas. Yeah, with that, yes, absolutely. But yeah, no. Just before I disappear, So with the war in the Pacific, it did come to an end with the peace treaty that was settled, and then it went into effect on April 28th, 1952. But the war in the European theatre is still extant to this day. We're still legally in a state of war. And I always mention about Harry Truman. He came out on December 31st, 1946, with a presidential proclamation. It's titled 2714, and he outlined that we are still under a legal state of war. And he was basically insinuating that they are terminating a lot of the wartime and emergency statutes upon the issuance of the proclamation, but at a later date, usually 6 months after the date of the proclamation was signed and declared, then they will review the other emergency statutes such as daylight saving time and the excise war taxes. These were going to be later on reviewed under the houses of Congress, and then it will be advised with liaison with Harry Truman. And of course, these emergency wartime statutes never came to a cease or retracted. We're still under conditions of wartime. We're still under a legal state of war, and that's because we're still legally at war with the Third Reich in exile. And I mentioned earlier with the dis war period, Douglas. I did bring that up earlier, and I mentioned about the Great Northeast Blackout earlier on with Aristides and Heather. This is how the Americans were still under a legal state of war because they were still conducting operations under wartime, so the American response to the Flugorad or the Vril, Honorable, or Dramada offensive invasions, violating the national airspace over the United States and throughout the world, offensive against the Allies. They were flying over their heads with complete impunity. That's why the Americans' response was they're going to have these standing orders from the United States Air Force. These are equivalent to executive orders, standing order to shoot down any identified aircraft violating national airspace if they cannot talk them down. And this was the period of an undeclared war, and it was referred to, as you've mentioned, Douglas, through your Department of Defense records, as the Massacre of the Skies.
Yes. And by the way, the best way to reference it was it's still continuity of the declared war, World War II, but it was how would we call it, unspoken of to the public. In other words, it was like it was as if the legal war had gone covert and and so there you go. Back to you to complete your thoughts before you go out into the gentle day.
Retreat. Yes, thank you. Yes, and my memories sound, but the cogs start moving now, so it just sets me up for the day. When I wake up, my brain's dead, and it's not, I need the.
I get it. Oh, the other day when I promised Brooke I would call her when I woke up for a reminder or something. I called her just as I woke up, and she thought I was fucking dying. I was just trying to start breathing, and she thought I was having a heart attack just because, like I tell people, I don't sleep, I die and reanimate. So she was like, anyhow, so go on. You get my point.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you so much, Douglas. But yeah, I will depart now, but thank you so much for having me on, and I'll look forward to joining you on Sunday where we can go into these subjects a lot deeper, and we've got no time constraints, so I'm looking forward to it. And hello, Heather. I can see you're back off mute again. So I'll say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for your time and patience and asking me questions.
I definitely look forward to talking to you again on Sunday and hearing what you
have to say. Looking forward. Yes, looking forward to it, and more than happy to just expose these realities. It's my passion. So thank you so much. And Aristides, bid you adieu. And yes. You take care of yourself.
Yeah. What was that, Heather?
All right.
I'm just so lucky to have all you guys.
Oh, yes, we're lucky to have you, honey. And love you dearly, George. Stay safe and be well.
Look after yourself, Douglas. I'll speak to you Sunday. Take care.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye for now. Okay. And that's George Knight. And hopefully he's safe at work. Obviously, he does some fairly physical stuff, and it can be dangerous in these heat waves. I don't know how much of a heat wave they're experiencing across the Atlantic, but probably as bad as ours here. I don't feel that shit in San Francisco, of course, because San Francisco is just it's cold. It's just naturally this horribly cold place. But all that being said, no one else has joined us yet. It's Aristides and Heather and myself for the moment. Now our greatest challenge will be to see how long we can make it last before I retreat into the gentle night, because after everything that happened, technically, really, I went almost 48 hours without sleep because, of course, International Drag Day yesterday, still yesterday at this point because it's not yet midnight on the Pacific Coast, and took that short nap before the show, which was great. But ate a mini meal there while I was taking my break, and kind of like, you know, the calories begin to hit you and then you feel like you're falling asleep. So I may want to go to bed early tonight, wake up early tomorrow. We'll put all our energy into Sunday when George and I will be here throughout the night. I mean, one thing is certain, barring unforeseen circumstances, which I obviously do not foresee any taking place, George and I will be speaking for the full 12 hours on Sunday. So that at least relieves me of the need to even try and finagle a monologue. What I, like I said, I've invested heavily intellectually, my energy into finishing up this mini booklet, really, with all the maps and illustrations I put into it. A lot of the images, and there's not too many of them, there's mostly maps. And some people might think the column I'm writing would be kind of a map porn. I hate that term. I know they use porn a lot when they talk about eye candy. Like they call it architecture porn when you see architectural magazines and the like. But, it's kind of like, I hate this conflation of pornography, which I consume a lot of, with these other topics, which are completely different to me. Architecture, geography. Heather has the nose porn. Yes, which is cute. Yes, I don't mind women's noses. They're adorable. Yes. And, let's take a look at what Heather sent me privately here. And haiku, I wish upon stars as I lie here with the dead, dressed in white sunlight. Heather, oh, that's so adorable. That is so cute, Heather. Oh, that's wonderful. Let me heart that. And so such being said, like I said, a lot of intellectual energy is invested into this thing I'm writing, and it kind of blows my wad. So I'm left here. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's burn bandwidth for a little while. See if anyone else joins us. And Christine Fontaine, this wonderful young lady who last time I knew was working at Amazon. Oh my fucking god! How was Amazon Day? Are you still there? Because I know Amazon fucking Day is like that's like the day when, of course, they have the most warehouse injuries ever. All the injuries spike that day and shit. Amazon, it's so awful. It's so bad for the environment. Amazon Day. So this was like an orgy day where I guess everybody gets discounts, and so everybody dives on it. So let us know, Anne Christine, if you're still working at there. Let me see if I can call her. See if I can drag her up onto the call if she wants to respond. I mean, she's in the chat. So let's press the add button. See if I could find her. Oh my god! Now I feel like I want to go to sleep. And we can also call, other people. Here's Anne Fontaine. Yes, let's hit her. We'll hit Ian if he wants to come on. After, he might think we roasted him in the opening hour. That wasn't what we were. That's not, But, it's not like what I say doesn't have merit. Or what Peter said didn't have merit. Who's the other young lady? We'll just hit, this is per their discretion. And Christine Fontaine, Ian West, and Princess Pixie Star Fox. So we'll just ring them since, oh my god, Pixie Princey Star Fox has got a new icon up, which is exhibitionist, and that's all right with me. But such being said, and Ian West has got an icon, which is not Ian. It's like one of these. What is it? Anonymous? What was the old day? Who had the hoods in those days? We are everywhere. What were they calling themselves?
Anonymous.
I guess it was Anonymous, yeah. He's got an Anonymous style, we are everywhere type icon. And what happened to, I know I dialed her. What's her name? Anne Christine Fontaine. I guess she's just not available. Must have registered as unavailable. Oh my goodness! Oh, stretching here.
So yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
Douglas, I have a question.
Of course, honey.
So, time travel. It's about time travel.
Mm-hmm.
Is that one of the technologies of the underworld?
Right. And just so we clarify that for our listeners who might think you're talking about like something
Hell.
infernal, like hell itself,
No.
or a criminal organization or something. What she's referring to is Unterland, just so that we can disambiguate. So Unterland is the German word. Just think Unter for under, and so you can say Underland if you find Unterland just difficult to say, which English speakers sometimes find German intrinsically difficult. So Unterland, Underland. It's a now according to Michael Aquino, what he had always told me was that there were 4 great Nazi secrets, and he said the 4 great Nazi secrets are immortality, time travel, anti-gravity, and water as fuel, which I always, like I said, took to be hydrogen at first. I'm not quite sure now. But when it comes to time travel, I presume, now this is according to Peter Moon, Dr. David Lewis Anderson invented time travel independently, or at least developed some kind of practical model of time travel independently. But yes, Nemo was asking about that, if I have a good photo of the bell bomb, or the Die Glock, the bell itself. And the Germans developed the bell, which ultimately led to some of these other secrets. Certainly time travel, or most certainly anti-gravity, and then time travel collaterally. That is my impression of the development.
I think that my impression was that the bell was actually the big centrifuge to make artificial diamonds. That was my theory, I think, at one point.
Oh, well,
Before I knew about all this, I mean.
Right, no, well, Heather, I mean, it's deeply appreciated, and it's not necessarily illogical either. What the bell did was it certainly distorted the very fabric of space and time around it. But when it comes to impacted the space, time, gravity around it, the bell was incredible. So it's not illogical to assume that the bell might exert enough pressure. I mean, let's look at it this way. If you develop anti-gravity, then conceivably you can do the opposite. And in old science fiction pulp magazines, they called this a tractor beam. In other words, anti-gravity is obviously repulsion from or at least, just so the popular mind, the uneducated mind, like my own, can understand it. You're repelling from a body that's exerting gravitational pull because of its mass. So if you can do that, then you can do the opposite. So this is why whenever you take a look at science fiction, and Aristides, help me out here. You can join me as an engineer and help add in your own thoughts about this. But what is it we notice about science fiction? The first thing we notice about science fiction is that generally spaceships, meaning starships, the thing that you see in starships is they're designed to be culture specific to different races, Klingons, Vulcans, the humans, terrestrials, and generally science fiction tends to follow that. Babylon 5, whatever series you're looking at, Star Wars. But what is it you notice about these ships is they're pretty much the shape that anyone wants to build them. It's like, you're in space, so there's no limits. The Borg, being eminently practical, are just building giant cubes. So everyone else is essentially, by that example of the Borg, who are supposed to be so devoid of a sense of cultural aesthetic that they're a humanoid termitary, basically like a termite farm or a ant farm. They're just building giant cubes because they have no sense of aesthetic. They're just building something to house themselves in without a sense of style. What does that mean? It tells us that everyone else is building according to an aesthetic. That's what that would tell us in the Star Trek universe. But what is it they all have in common? They all have the capacity for everyone to sit, stand, and move around as they please without floating in a gravitationless vacuum. In other words, everybody's not experiencing the stupid SpaceX effect where, you know, what is it that everybody's going up in these stupid stratospheric rockets just so they can experience the anti-gravity, or rather the lack of gravity for a while? Is that SpaceX?
The weightlessness?
Yeah, the weightlessness. Thank you! I couldn't get that out without you. The weightlessness. Nobody's experiencing weightlessness no matter what shape their ship is. So how is that possible? Well, the answer is gravity. So, in other words, the real revolution that you see in all these science fiction films is we've entered an age of gravity. So, in other words, this is like, whereas before, you have the age of coal, you have the age of iron, you have the age of industry, a truly interstellar galactic, or just plain interstellar to a subgalactic level culture would be a culture that has entered its age of gravity. They can control gravity. So somehow these people do not need to build ships that are creating gravity by natural means. If you take a look at a spaceship that's creating gravity by natural means, you see the old von Braun space rings. You would have to have, everything would look like that. It'd have to be a ring traveling through space where you might have a central propulsion unit, but then the ring is surrounding the propulsion unit so that that generates the gravity by orbit so that everyone is running around in gravity. And, you know, since none of these ships have that, then by extension, we have to conclude that they all have gravity plates, which are exerting a mild pull like a tractor beam, which is keeping everybody to the floor without Velcro. Yeah. Yeah. And so, by the way, Ian says, thank you, Douglas, for the invite, but I'm writing songs at the moment. I'll try to sneak out after my grandma goes to sleep and call you. That's cute. And so Heather says, law of gravity, what goes up must come down. Yeah. But add your own thoughts on this,
So either they're portraying very advanced societies that are able to produce true artificial gravity in their craft, or it's just way easier to film that.
I thought it was just like magnets when you flip one around and they push away from each other. It's just like two magnets.
No, tell her about the magnets. That's a different thing. Magnetic propulsion and attraction.
What? Yeah, what? I mean, magnets and gravity are different from what I understand.
Yes.
I think gravity is a mistake.
You mean it never should have been made, or?
The concept, of gravity.
What?
I also think that I've always thought that all you need to travel through time is a real good watch and space and time.
That's cute. Thank you.
Yeah. No, seriously. In all seriousness, I mean, you need one of those aviation watches or like a diver's watch, something.
Yeah.
It's gonna let you have two clocks on it.
That's right. Well, we are all time travelers at the rate of regular time.
Yeah. Right. That's right.
I feel kind of stuck here.
And if you just put on like a black hood and you just like tune out the world, and then later on you come out, you will have traveled in time.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Yes. Yeah. Sleeping is time traveling in its own way.
That too.
Yeah. So what about so like I was gonna say, honey, when it comes to this gravity thing, since you brought it up, so this brings us back to your theory of the diamonds and die Glock, the bell, is that if the bell is able to create an anti-gravitic effect because it does levitate and essentially becomes the power unit, of these rod type ships that are called Andromeda Garrets, etc., by our dear George Knight. And of course, he's basing what he's saying on his own sources that he's done far more research into than I have. Then by logic, perhaps the bell could do a reverse process and create a larger sense of gravity or increase the pull of gravity to the point where it could compress material objects into diamonds, or something into diamonds, because diamonds are the result of extraordinary pressure. So why not? I mean, it's a thought, but it's one of these thoughts that it's kind of like, we can create, for instance, gold out of lead, but it requires platinum, and that's much more expensive than gold. We can create helium artificially, but it's hellishly expensive, and it's impractical because it produces so little. So we rely on nature's process to create helium, which is millions of years. We found a great helium vault recently, a natural vault of helium, which is like a godsend, because the United States has been expending its precious helium on stupid things like birthday balloons. So that's got to stop. But but when it comes to this incredible natural and national resource, it's one of these things that is comparable to using a Glock, the bell, to produce diamonds. It's just something that's not practical. In other words, it's like possible for us to, people always say, look, the sun is like a nuclear furnace in space. Why not just take all of our nuclear waste and throw it into the sun? But, the good example of why that's impractical is with our current level of technology. If we were to take these spent nuclear fuel rods, etc., and put them into some kind of space capsule, and the energy it would take to get that off of our planet's gravity well and then send it into the direction of the sun, it would be like having what was a good expensive car, a Rolls Royce. Yeah, it would be like having something like think of an expensive American car, a luxury kind of limousine, the kind that you rent for proms and shit. It would be like having a luxury limousine pick up your garbage and take it to the landfill, but the limousine has to go into the landfill with the garbage. It would be the equivalent of that, because that space shuttle or capsule would be run one way. It wouldn't be returning. So you'd have to expend a new luxury limousine with each week that it's picking up your garbage into the landfill. It goes into the landfill with the garbage it picks up. That's the equivalent of what sending our nuclear fuel rods into the sun is like, and that would be like the equivalent of using the Glock's energy to create diamond, when they had a different process to create artificial diamond out of all those bodies that they burnt to ash. There we are. I hope that makes sense. Aristides, any thoughts on that? Any thoughts to add to that?
Yes, it's completely impractical with the technology that they admit they have. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Which we know there's things they're not admitting. We don't know what they are because they're not admitting them. But I'm sure there's easier ways.
Yeah. And as for now, Aristides has met Dr. David Lewis Anderson, and aside from all of the personal anecdotes, which I value far more than any thoughts about his potential time travel. Now, Peter's convinced that Dr. David Lewis Anderson has developed time travel, and Peter feels that he has communicated the way that Dr. David Lewis Anderson has done this. It may be true. I've never bothered to look. I've never bothered to go to Peter Moon's Time Travel Education Center, and I invite people to do that. By the way, out of curiosity, Aristides, have you ever been there to the Time Travel Education Center?
I've glanced over it. I don't know if I watched all the videos in total, but I mean, he does detail a way that, a very basic way where this is the kind of physics where it could lead to it. Of course, Anderson, if he had really done this kind of thing, wouldn't, just disclose every way he did it. But, supposedly it's this reactor and plasma fields that are spinning, and we don't really know. And,
but it's obviously something that if we tried to, okay, let's make it happen. You and I couldn't do this in a garage.
Well, no, that much was not presented. No.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah. So it was the physics thereof, but not the mechanics.
It was a very basic primer on the physics. Yeah, of course.
Right. As opposed to applied mechanics. Right. That would be the term, applied mechanics. So yeah. There you go with that. I mean, it's kind of like, well, there you go, people. I mean, it's one of those things that now you can understand where conceivably Dr. Anderson would not want to ever give out the applied mechanics because they might be his source of bread and butter. Yeah, but
I mean, he does appear to be a real guy. That much we can say.
Yeah. No, he's definitely a real person. No, I mean not entity.
He appears to have knowledge in this area, and we may never really know.
Yeah. Well, we know one thing: he's not fucking human. That's he's over six. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
He's over
Strange guy.
Yeah, over 6 feet tall. He's multilingual. Is able to beat the world champion kickboxer, even though he's an old physicist.
When he was out at Montauk, he was like, we had the whatever thing. He was like, I was already out here at, 6 a.m. swimming out there in the waves,
Just like that.
And there's waves breaking on Montauk Point. I'm swimming. He just goes for a refreshing morning swim in the rough sea.
You gotta bring that up next time Brooke is here. Brooke was blown away by what I told her about my legal father. Because Brooke had always thought of my legal father as just a normal guy. And he was just a normal guy who had an extraordinary life. But when I shared with her my father's experience with the Philadelphia experiment, not on the ship, thank God, but on the shore, and told her about the evanescers and the faders, as my dad would call them. Now, Brooke's one of the first people who actually heard me approach the topic by using the more simple term fader as opposed to evanescer, because we had entered the conversation casually. But she was blown away. She never knew any of this. It really blew her mind that my father, and then she was further blown away when she was on with Aristides, and Aristides was telling her about his encounter with Dr. David Anderson, and what you brought up just now is something that you haven't shared before. So that's now. Tell me when. Now I know one thing. Is that I've gone swimming in the San Francisco Bay, and just so people know, it's something normal people do not do, because what they might do in the San Francisco Bay is they might windsurf, but they don't surf. You don't see anyone surfing in any normal sense. It's windsurfing, which is completely different. You wear a wetsuit to keep you warm, so your whole body's insulated, because the San Francisco Bay is fucking Arctic polar fucking cold. It's like just horrible. They have what's called the Polar Bear Club, and these are swimmers who do go swimming in conventional suits, but they wear the heating caps on their head where most of the body heat escapes from, and they swim only in groups so that they can protect each other and rescue each other if somebody gets sucked into the waves or into an undercurrent or something. It's just dangerous. It's just the San Francisco Bay is cold. It's dangerous. It's no fun. And generally, I mean, it might be fun to people on sailboats and windsurfing, but to everyone else, except the Polar Bear Club, it's not fun. So is the Montauk area, I'm presuming that when you mentioned the waves crashing on the beach, it's probably they're just as violent as San Francisco, and getting caught in those waves and smashed against the shores can probably break every bone in your body, just like what happens out here. I'm assuming that this guy, it just did not seem like something any normal person would do, period. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, yeah, I know. Definitely might be more, suited to surfing than swimming, but on a calm day, maybe.
But he was saying that on a day when you could see the waves actively crashing against.
I mean, I didn't compare the waves. He just said he was like out, like I was 6 o'clock in the morning swimming out here. I was down here. Thought I might as well go for a little swim. Out there on the point.
It's almost like, and the funny thing is, no one ever challenges this guy. No one ever not that I'm saying he's a liar, but I mean, no one ever challenges him like on a question of like, why, or what pleasure do you derive from such an act, or like it's just they're probably just. I don't know. Is it when he says something like that, does everyone just kind of just takes it in stride and just?
Or why did you live in an abandoned town and all this stuff?
Yeah, thank you. That's it. Yes, she got blown away by that too. Yes, she was really. When I told her about Rochester and Kodak and how he ultimately moved in there. Oh, but then again, look at the synchronicity. Peter harps on the synchronicity that, Kodak Company Town is where my father grew up in and where he ran away from to join the Navy. And then David Lewis Anderson, who my father encounters in the Navy, and actually tries to throw overboard. I don't know if you heard that whole story, Aristides. If not, I'm happy to repeat it. But did you hear that story of what about my father trying to throw Dr. David Lewis Anderson overboard during the nuclear test, Bravo? Aristides just went mute, so he's probably being attacked by his chihuahuas. But at any rate, there you go with that.
I do remember you talking about that.
Okay, yeah. So thank you. So my point is that in terms of my dad, running away to join the Navy from Rochester's abandoned. Well, at that point, it was fully operational. Eastman Kodak Company Town, and then later on, the man he tries to throw overboard during a nuclear test moves into that abandoned town. This is beyond synchronous. This is just like it's like, I don't know what you call it. It's like a closed, talk about a time loop.
Yeah. Wait. Closed time-like curve. That's
yes. Thank you.
That's that's what it is.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And one of these days I'll have to drive that point home to Peter. And again, this is not to, there is obviously Peter views David Lewis Anderson as an ascendant master figure in his life. And Christine Fontaine says, Amazon saved my life. Long story. I have a new number. Oh, okay. Relay me need to change that. Relay me a contact request. At Heather. Okay, there we are. Okay, and let me give her my address here. Douglas Dietrich 1. Oh, there we are. Okay, and we'll see if she decides to come on. So how about aside from all of that, Heather, any other questions?
I've shared the Vimana Shastra several times with you and your
what is that?
People,
Well,
and I don't know if anybody has read it or not, but it talks about the anti-gravity mechanism in the Vimana Shastra in chapter 4.
Share it again. I mean, tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's just a descriptive manual of how their flying craft works, the Vimana, and it sounds a lot like this bell to me.
Probably is.
Yeah. So it talks about making it be able to go up or down. It's this really intricate process. It does not involve magnets. So it's interesting.
Right. Well, that would make sense that it does not involve magnets. It's something else. Yeah. Well, the magnetic force would, now correct me if I'm wrong here, Aristides, it's like a maglev train operates because it's got a repulsive element to the train itself in the rail, right? So all along the rail, it's being repulsed by this element that's underneath it. In order to use that in some kind of flight, you'd have to have something beneath the vehicle at all times to repulse it, right? If it were magnetism.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the same thing. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So anti-gravity would be much more practical. So she's sharing this, and feel free to share that in the chat. Have you ever shared that in the chat, honey? I'm talking to Heather when I use that term, by the way, just so people know. And then she doesn't answer.
I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and I'll put it in the YouTube. It's better than a novel. It's really good reading. Not very easy, but it's good reading.
Okay, cool. Wonderful. Yeah. And let me drink some of this water here. People feel free to talk while I drink this water so that people just don't hear me chugging or something.
I also took a screenshot of the illustrations in the Vimana to share with you, so you don't have to open the file or whatever and read chapter 4. You can see, and you can tell me if it looks the same as the bell.
Okay.
Like just looking at the screenshot, if
Sure.
I could manage to open Skype somewhere.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. And that's fine. Oh,
Of course.
By the way, do I have your email? Are you willing to share your email here in the text box?
You can email me at HK, the number 9, my last name HOLMAN @gmail.
HK9Holman@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll see if I remember that. Yeah. Why HK? For Hong Kong?
The K9 is because the dog that I am.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. It ended up sounding like K9.
That's cute.
That's how I can remember it when I first got it. It was hard to remember.
Yeah. Well, these look similar to the bell to a degree. The bell has obviously got a much more streamlined bell shape, but these are obviously somewhat similar. Probably a similar concept. Concepts probably, if not identical, then very similar. I'm sure
It's all natural. It's all natural. That's just the thing.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they use the same kinds of physics, and right, and yeah, all natural. What Heather means is that it's operating in tune with nature rather than fighting it, so that would make sense. And aside from that, I do want everyone to know that because of everything I've been through, and I went through 48 hours essentially without sleep, except for that short nap, and I partied so hard, I'm pretty, ready to turn in a few minutes and just end the transmission for tonight and go to sleep. Unless,
well, it makes me glad that you're taking care of yourself.
Well, thank you. I do want people to know, again, we're trying to raise, $930 before the end of the month. And Christine Fontaine, if she joins us, I'll certainly, or Eric Cradle, if any one of them sends the message to me before, I'll stay on a little longer. I mean, but it's just one of those things where, like Heather says, I should take care of myself, and I owe myself that much. Because I've gotten some further emails on this, and I do feel I'm happy to address it. When think of it this way, when I used that term nigger earlier, think if you were a white guy or a black guy and someone of color, whether like Asian Indian or another black person. Again, if you were white or black, you're attacked by another black person or in tandem with Asian person from South Asia, and they both tried to kill you, and you survived the ordeal. You'd say something like, "That nigga tried to kill me." That's pretty much what your average white or black would say. And they'd be entitled to say it. That's pretty much how I treat this. This is like an assault. I had two motherfuckers who, for no goddamn good reason, did something that, you think about, I was tripping. I was worried about an internal bleed. I called the ambulance. A blood test is in order. The fact that one set it up so that the other one would refuse me a blood test, if this were an internal bleed, I could have conceivably have bled out. Now that didn't happen, but that doesn't mean they actively didn't try to kill me. So this is like an attempt on my life. Not even an organized assassination attempt. It's a couple of fucking niggers set on me for no goddamn good reason. So there you go. I use it in that spirit. And that's not even defensive. That's just putting it in context. But all such being said, I do appreciate people questioning this, and that's fine. I don't know how Brooke would respond because she didn't hear my vitriol. Did she join us on the latest episode? Oh, she did for just a few minutes, right? She joined us for a few minutes on the latest episode before tonight's. Last episode, right? Unless I was dreaming. That did happen.
Maybe.
Have you had a chance to review that episode?
Yeah, I reviewed it, but I don't know.
Yeah, she was on.
I don't remember her having a major.
No, she just dropped in for a few minutes, I think. Or the episode before. But the episode before, wasn't she on for a while?
Perhaps.
Oh, man. Aristides is wonderful. We love you, Ari.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're the best.
Oh, my God. We love you too, Heather.
I have to check my notes.
He takes notes.
It's starting again. My phone is starting that thing again, so I gotta switch over.
Oh, no worries. We're probably gonna end the show. We're probably gonna end the stream.
All right, dearly.
I'm sorry, what?
I love you dearly.
I love you too. I love you too, honey. Mwah. Love you.
Bye.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is probably end stream. Let me check one more time into the chat. See, Heather Holman says, and Vrill's in theirs too. Yeah, and Taylor Swift is AI robot. You heard it here first. Donate today. She's so cute. She's so cute. She like Ian West, they need to stay out of the internet. They need to just the internet's not good for them. At any rate, then now my numbers creep up. What the fuck? Well, love you all who support me financially or morally. We'll be back on Sunday, and you're guaranteed a full episode then because George Knight will be with us, and I'll be forced to say the whole episode unless they pull him for some reason, like his wife ambushes him or something. But other than that, do me a favor, dear Ari, and say good morning to everyone before we go.
All right. Well, good morning and good night, as the case may be. Please find the donation link in the chat, or it's just on PayPal. If you're hearing this, it's Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. You can search it, and please donate. He needs your help more this month than recently. So,
thank you. Wonderful. I'm sorry.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, well, stay safe and be well, and blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. We'll see you on Sunday, where we're all in for the long haul, and I'm going to rest up, revitalize myself, and congratulate myself for having survived this latest assault on my life, which was just that, nothing more, nothing less. It didn't seem to be conspired by the usual enemies, but that's what it was. Something like a random mugging, which could always conceivably end in the loss of life. So that's essentially what this was. It was the equivalent of like a random mugging. It was disgusting. Okay, everybody, we'll be back on Sunday. And love you all. Hugs to the gentleman. And I'm going to end the stream. Bye for now.
All right.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye. Okay. Hung up the call. And what I'm going to do now is end the stream.